Welcome to the gunshows.com lobby chat.
A.
Hey, Flippy, what's up, man?
Not much. I was listening to old chats because people were like, yo, you need to learn the magic of Zombie Master Ed and the Mosin the Gaunt story.
That was a oldie and a goodie.
It was very entertaining, I'll give it.
It really does show a lot of things about not so good decisions.
I would say a magical time in the gun community.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. So I went out and shot my 7 mag today and got it pretty much squared away. I think I need to take it out one more time and just make sure it's really dead on at 200 yards. But I'm going to load up the rounds right now that I'm going to take on the hunt to the exact specifications, you know what I mean?
Connor, finish your yogurt.
I don't know why a soccer ball's out of the suitcase, honey. That seems like a mystery wrapped in a conundrum.
Do you think he's ready to pack this up?
Sure. I guess. Probably not. Connor, you better be having a pull-up on.
Soccer ball, dude. It's in my bag. It's not in your bag. It's supposed to be in the suitcase.
Oh, where could my primers be? Oh, where have they gone? Give me some bullets and Cracker Jacks.
Go finish your yogurt. Oh, there it is. No. No. Hey, Mommy,
So sad, Flippy, you don't have any children to experience the joy of nightly routines.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer I can hold out on that.
Uh,
The wife is kind of starting to get a little baby crazy.
they do that until they have a baby or two.
I don't know what it is. It should be in the suitcase. What did you do with it?
It's just simply all part of the reproductive nature of the human organism.
Have you catch your pill yet?
Yeah, but I feel very attached to my disposable income and free time.
Yeah, nothing that great lasts forever. Huh? Flippy's wife wants to have kids. Isn't that sweet? Yeah, my wife's telling you not to do it.
You have to. That's good enough.
No, Flippy's wife wants to have their first baby.
Oh, they haven't had kids at all?
No.
Okay, well, everyone needs experience.
Yeah, see, she wants you to suffer like we do.
Oh, okay.
Connor? Have you taken your pill yet? No, you don't take your pill. Take your pill.
Hey, Connor, come here and get Daddy's primer. Take your pill first so you don't confuse the two.
Might be a little bad.
Right here.
Pow.
It's a pill. It's little and silver.
I mean,
No, we got alone.
would the primer activate with stomach acid? Like, would it just be like Pop
Connor,
Rocks?
right there. See the little silver thing on the ground? On the ground. By your pinky toe. Okay, put the silver thing down on the ground, the little silver thing. You see it? Right down there on the ground. Where
Oh, no.
do you see my finger?
It's shiny.
There. Right there. You're almost stepping on it. No. A little over to the side.
Look where I'm pointing.
Connor.
Look at the laser.
It's a little look at the ground, right between your feet.
Ew.
Oh, yeah. No, not. No, the silver thing. The little silver thing. The penny. It looks like a little silver penny. You just hit it with a piece of board. There you go. Hand it to me. Hand it to me. No, it explodes. Give it to me. Thank you. It only explodes when you hit it with something really hard, though.
Connor Jackson.
Okay. Thank you.
Go put this in the dishwasher,
Wow.
please. Now finish your yogurt.
You know, that kid helps us find geocaches in the woods.
Throw that in.
He actually can find little pill bottles in the woods, but he can't see a primer by his foot. Anyway.
Well, then come put it in here. In the sink. Like that. Where's your pill? Where's your mother's pill? Did you take it? Did you take your pill? Yeah. It's for me, right? What? Yeah.
So do y'all think Assange is going to release anything substantial enough to hurt Hillary's campaign? Because it seems like...
No. He'll release more shit, I guarantee it, because he hasn't, like, you know, not been upfront and honest about things he's been saying. However, I don't know how much it'll damage it. But
See, that's the question is she's done so many horrible things and still people are, like, willing to vote for her? It's like they just ignore things. Like, you could come out and prove that she eats babies and people would be like, nah, it's just propaganda.
listen, those babies wanted to be eaten in the first place, all right? They knew what they were getting into or they wouldn't have dressed that way.
You could literally release a video of her at a Planned Parenthood clinic barbecuing fetuses and eating them, and they would still vote for her.
Oh, well, that's because people don't view fetuses as babies.
It's true. Sorry, honey, I didn't mean for you to hear that. I'm now in the doghouse.
Whoa. A pumpkin fly. Oh, boom, he crashes and dies. Okay, guys, get ready for bed.
We should like do a video where we like come out and say that Hillary Clinton went to a Planned Parenthood place and barbecued a fetus. That'd be great.
Yeah. Title it Healthy Eating by Hillary Clinton. Put in all those ads where she's like, I love children. I love them so much.
So
I'll be right
cheers.
back.
Hey, Nathan.
Yep.
Yeah, eye problems?
What?
Do you have eye problems?
Well, except for being blind in one eye now.
Shit.
What? You notice my left eye wandering a bit? Is that why you asked?
Because my eye do that. Because my eye does that too.
Is that why you're a crying Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle?
Nah, man, I got keratoconus disease.
Yeah, I'm legally blind in my left eye.
How do you shoot?
With my right eye.
My left eye is my good eye. My right eye is
You know,
That's
Hey,
okay. I just got in trouble too. It's all good.
hold on, I'm going to do a quick impression for you. See, you shut one eye and you aim the gun. Except I have both eyes open because it doesn't matter.
Maybe got yelled at.
No, my wife's like, you're a jerk. And I'm like, yeah, you know that. That's not new news. But, yeah, my wife is like, do you remember my friend who died, the 100-year-old lady? And I'm like, no, but why is this important? What are you going on about? And she's like, well, she left me some stuff. I'm like, that's cool. Any money? And she's like, you're a jerk. And I'm like, all right, whatever.
Well, I mean, what were you supposed to say? Like old sweaters?
Yeah, she's like, she like pulled out some wooden thing. She's like, this was made by a tribe in Africa for her because she did a lot of missionary work. I'm like, okay. And she's like, she also gave me these like,
original
I have
record
no-
photo in Africa.
yeah.
That's good.
I'm like, whatever.
No, you don't. You won't have it if you don't eat.
Brings out an elephant gun.
Connor, that's a bunch of baloney. Boys. Logan, make your sandwich for tomorrow, dude. How was your sandwich today? Good. I don't remember. Good.
So I'm getting excited. 1 week away from leaving from elk hunt.
Nice.
Dude, I want it to be at night. Like, just like I have to put earplugs in because all the elk around us are just like screaming like T-Rexes, marking their territory. We'll see.
Okay, I need toothbrushes.
Elk porn.
You naughty dog.
I mean, who doesn't love porn?
People I go to church with.
Oh, what?
People I go to church with.
Oh. They're just not open about it.
That's right.
Your toothbrushes. I'm making some now. Both of these. I don't use it. Does it have hairs on it? No, it's sure. I don't use that one. I use the minion. Oh my
Got
god.
2 chats going at the same time right now.
I use the minion.
Oh.
Yeah, did you eat your nanner, Connor?
Dude, it sucks. Like, either tomorrow or like at some point next week, I have to go to Houston for like business stuff. Houston
Didn't you
sucks.
go on Tuesday?
I was supposed to, but the sign stuff wasn't ready yet, so I couldn't.
Hey, has your internet been shitty lately?
Mine? 2 nights ago it like died for no reason, but other than that, nah, it's been chill.
Mine's been going shitty lately. Yesterday I was in the chat, my fucking internet went out for like 3 hours.
I mean, are you sure it's just because like the Starbucks changed their password?
Nah, my next one never forgot to pay it.
Nah.
I just slam it.
So I was at the gun range today and taking a break from the heat, went into the clubhouse, and somebody had a Cheaper Than the Dirt catalog sitting out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I started flipping through it, and in there they got T-shirts in all sizes that has the Starbucks logos, and it says Guns and Coffee. And I'm sitting there going, are you serious? They're still trying to sell those stupid Guns and Coffee T-shirts from when before Starbucks actually said they don't want anyone carrying guns in Starbucks 3 years ago. Like, they got that many surplus T-shirts. Like, how many did they make? 500,000 or something?
Oh, probably more than that, because they were like, dude, this is catchy. It's going to be like, this is going to be the next blockbuster.
Because they were so hot, they were so selling, and then boom, Starbucks came out and said, nope, no guns in our stores. You realize the whole Starbucks Guns and Coffee thing? I told people, I said it on the chats. I said, look, stop saying this. I said, Starbucks does not support the Second Amendment. In their corporate letter, they said that they support the laws of each governing state, which means they're trying to stay out of this completely. Like, that's not a support thing. That's like a, hey, we're just going to buy where the local laws are. We don't care type of thing.
We just want to make fucking money.
Yeah, we just want to sell coffee to yuppies. Leave us out of this. Quit holding, like open carry things at our stores. We like to sell you coffee, but not driving off our yuppies. So we're not going to endorse you. So it was a non-endorsement letter. And I said to people, I said, just because they didn't kick us out doesn't mean they support us. That's ridiculous. And everyone pushed it. No. Starbucks believes in the Second Amendment. I'm like, they're a Seattle-based coffee company. They don't believe in anything. They're hippies. Hippies don't support us. They're just putting up with us because we buy coffee. And if they have to choose, they will drop us in a heartbeat. They will drop us so fast. They will drop us like a Spartan baby with a defect off a cliff. That's how fast they'll drop us if they're pushed. And what do?
They
They
dropped that baby off that cliff.
Yeah. They,
And, yeah.
they looked at us gun owners and said, they're defective compared to our yuppies. Who is
These, these people aren't fucking our bread and butter. Fuck these guys. I still
I go
enjoy
for-
getting chai tea lattes with no ice, like iced chai tea lattes with no ice from there every once in a while.
I go for a caramel macchiato with the whipped cream.
Also, what's up with like dudes giving cups of whipped cream to dogs? Like, is that like chill?
I don't know.
Like, is the dog okay with that, or like, is that bad for the dog or something?
I don't have a dog.
Oh, you gave it a cup of whipped cream?
Hold on. Did you just say give a cup of whipped cream to a dog? What are you talking about?
I mean, that's like the thing I've been seeing recently, where people like go through Starbucks and they'll get like a latte for themselves and then like a cup of whipped cream for their dog.
That's. I guess the dogs would love that, but I don't know if that's good for a dog. I mean, it's not like feeding it grapes or onions that's harmful, but it's just a whipped cream is sugar and buttermilk whipped. That's all it is typically. So
Hey, you can't give onions to dogs?
no, onions and grapes are not good for dogs. It messes up their digestive system.
Peanut butter.
Ah, that makes a
Peanut
lot
butter's
of
good
sense
for dogs.
Carrot.
Carrots, yeah, carrots and peanut butter are good for dogs, but not
Tomatoes.
grapes.
Onions and grapes.
now. Thinking back, that makes a lot of sense now with my dog.
Onions and grapes sound.
I just thought they couldn't eat chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate's real bad for them. Chocolate's real bad for your carpet too. When they get into a bag of Hershey Kisses, we had 4 miniature Chihuahuas that ate a 1-pound bag of Hershey Kisses. Oh my God, the humanity! It was horrible.
Did you just decide that it'd be easier just to repaint the house brown instead of trying to clean?
Yeah, they're okay. You know this hurricane that's hitting Florida right now? That's what they're balanced in our house.
The one that's in the shape of a dick?
I'm gonna go up into Oklahoma.
That's Alabama.
You know, I know the song.
Dude, no one.
I know
As odd as it is, Sweet Home Alabama, no one likes Oklahoma.
Well, my wife's going up with some friends to Oklahoma for the weekend, so she'll have fun.
He's stuck with us.
They're going for like a spa weekend retreat thing because they're teachers.
Oh, okay.
Last year, she went on a cruise with her friends, so this is much less extravagant.
Kobe Bryant gonna be there?
What?
Kobe Bryant.
No, Kobe Bryant will not be there.
Are you reloading right now?
Bye, Nico man.
Yeah, I shot all my bullets today for my 7 mag. So I'm having to load up a few more.
No, that's Spanish. Oh, no, need some meat. Bye. Hello, then check the clothes on the dryer and see if they're dry yet.
Maggie singing in the other chat, dude.
Oh, word.
Yeah. And you got DB up in there too.
Nice. I just got a message. Apparently, my shotgun stock and furniture and all that shit comes in on Saturday. One of those days.
Or which one? The police one?
Yeah, the police one.
Did you have it refinished or just a brand new one?
I had it refinished. What?
Refinished.
Yeah, I got refinished. Does that count? Do I get LP for that? Cool. I hate this game.
What you playing?
League. Also, what is DB? What is like happening in the other chat? Why is there singing?
Oh, he's talking about Mim. I think Yankee was talking shit about Mim.
No,
Fucking-
Yankee was talking actually the opposite of shit about
Yeah.
me the other day.
What did he say about operators only like Mim? Hate Mim?
Yankee, I didn't really listen to his video. Something along the lines of like, Mim's fine. Mim's wonderful. We should all love Mim. There's no difference between Mim and regular metal.
I just got out of the chat because Clay was talking for days. He's cool, man, but he goes on.
Apparently, the vice presidential debates were something worth watching, was what I was also told.
Yeah, I watched a few of it. The other guy was screaming. One other guy was chill.
Like, apparently Mike Pence won or something like that. Won hardcore.
Is that the guy from Trump?
Yeah.
Can we vote for him?
No, but you can vote for Trump, even though it doesn't really help your purpose. But, you know, you should do it. Vote for Trump.
Okay, so it actually, I need to watch the vice presidential debates because it actually is somewhat important, even though it won't change my opinion. But they very well could end up being in charge. I mean, we're talking about a 69-year-old and a 70-year-old candidate.
Yeah, but no, President's not gonna fucking die. Dude, that'd be crazy.
Presidents have died in office before.
Yeah, but they're not going to. This current set isn't going to.
Well, that's just because they're so evil that they have a contract with the devil, I think. But I would say this, that there was a book that was recently released where this guy claims that Hillary Clinton has a damaged heart valve and she refused having surgery because it would affect her presidential run.
I told you. My mom says she has a bad heart.
Well,
Well, I
if your
mean, that
mom
should be a
says she
surprise in the first place that she actually has a heart.
if your mom says she has a bad heart, obviously it's got to be the truth, right?
Yeah, she said it before she started running. My mom said she ain't gonna last that long.
And your mom is a physician, a psychic, or what?
Nah, just a Mexican.
Yeah, dude, they commune with the spirits. They know. What is
Never
this
did.
shenanigans? I hate this game.
Nah, just my mom said she doesn't look well.
No, she doesn't. She tries to hide it in her Chairman Yao suit, but that is one ugly old lady.
Well, at least we have the beautiful Trump to run against her.
Dude,
One thing beautiful about Trump is the fact that he has a supermodel for a wife. That's the only thing going for him.
dude, Trump is beautiful. I mean, I'll send you pictures. Don't worry. Hold on.
Trump is beautiful if you're a Florida orange.
Nah, did you see the last debate? He wasn't even that orange. Like, they toned down the orange, like hardcore.
No? Yeah.
He definitely is getting help. The people in the Republican Party are like, well, I guess this is our horse. We ought to make him pretty.
No, that's actually not what's happening. They're like, well, we need to drain money from Trump's campaign to put it in everyone else's campaign
No.
to make sure that we hold everything else other than the
You are right. The Republicans are going into crisis mode where they got to hold one of the two houses.
Yeah, they're like, we gotta all emergencies here. This is like fucking firehouse shit going on.
Eligible. Ray,
Right.
Logan, he wears black on Saturday. Okay, go for that. Okay. What time are you meeting? Have you already talked to your mom?
No, I have not talked to my mother.
Meet up with Nathan at
Oh, you're talking about 870s right now. Police edition. Not the police.
What was that thing now?
Look at me now.
Oh.
I'm getting paper. I like that picture.
The Trump one? Because it's the best.
Yeah. Imagine you go shopping and next thing you see that dude roll over like that.
I mean, that's how it
Hell
needs
yeah,
to
hell,
go.
I'm not carrying one too.
You just roll up, roll down your window, and be like, yo, vote for Trump. And then you speed away.
Said the girl, give me your number too while you're at it.
Well, that's kind of creepy, but alright. However you roll, I guess.
Yo, Nathan, switch lobbies.
Okay, give me a second.
I got you the link. It's on the side chat.
All right, switching lobbies. Hey, what happened to the other chat?
It's very quiet in here. Dead Horse, how's it going?
It's going, man.
Cool. Oh man. I just got to be a special guest on Yankees chat. That was exciting.
Oh shit! What was the chat about?
It was just kind of answering questions.
About what? Guns?
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't listen to the first part. Kind of scrolling through the comments when I first just jumped in to start watching it. It sounded like maybe they were talking about politics and stuff at first, but the fuck? Oh, it's in my pants. But I don't know, they just were random shit like, hey, what do you think about these sites? Or what about this brand of whatever? Which is kind of funny. There were people that were complaining they were talking about politics and stuff, but it's like, the whole reason I thought of left of center was to kind of be talk political stuff where Yankees kind of liberal, and Matt's more conservative and G-Webs is kind of, libertarian-ish or whatever. They all kind of agree, but they have different opinions on stuff. So I thought that was going to be, that's his original idea, but...
Is he not a Republican then? What the hell?
What's that?
I said, see, where's the Republican and all that?
Well, the conservative dude.
Oh.
I kind of forget if Matt's supposed to be the Republican and G-Webs is the Libertarian or vice versa. I don't remember. I don't think any of them are really hardcore Republican, but
With that,
I would really be interested. I don't know, doing a chat like that because the whole point, yeah, it's a gun channels thing or whatever, but I kind of like the idea that Yankee, he agrees with a lot of us all on guns, but has different opinions on other stuff. They should do a chat about welfare. They should do a chat about taxes. They should do a chat about military spending, something like that. Because I think that's where a lot of the differences are. And they're all adult enough not to get pissed at each other. You can have disagreements with people and still be friends with them.
No way.
You know what? Since you don't agree with me on that, you're not my friend anymore.
I just hate listening to people talk about Hillary, man. I hear enough about that bitch on the news and in social media and stuff, and just
right. Well, and that's the thing. There's a difference between talking politics and talking political issues. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're right. I don't like talking about Hillary versus Trump. I don't care. Just whatever. I'm sick of it. And you're not really changing people's minds. I think most people are made up. I don't know. Maybe there's a bunch of undecided voters still. But talking about actual economics or political, what would you call that? Principles or whatever. The liberal versus conservative, just ideals. It's just it's a different mindset. Some people think the government should do everything and fix stuff. And another one says, hey, just leave me the fuck alone. That's some people have fundamental difference of opinions. And that's the dude I talk to at work all the time. Yeah, he gets to me on guns or whatever, but also some of the other stuff he says, I'm just seriously? You think the government should be in charge of telling a business how to run? It's, I don't know. I get mad at that kind of stuff. Forcing someone to bake a cake for someone they disagree with. I don't like that. Can you go to a Jewish bakery and bake a Nazi cake? No, people would probably be I'm not going to do that. That's not cool. And guess what? They don't have to. And you go to a different bakery and then you find the one that says, all right, cool. I'll make you a Nazi cake. I don't care.
Exactly. That's part of like freedom and shit is, you know, the right to refuse service to anyone, right?
Right.
For a reason.
Exactly. And I personally, and maybe it's just that whole idea, like I have more faith in the market or whatever, but like I personally, because people say, well, then they could just stop serving black people. It's like, you're right, they could. And if they did, I wouldn't go there.
Exactly. And
Like,
you're not blind.
and I think the majority of people would, if it came out that freaking like Walmart won't sell to black people, that place would close tomorrow. Like, there's no way people would still shop there. In this day and age, no way. Maybe back in the day, the laws helped a little bit because the majority of people thought it was okay to discriminate. But now you don't need it anymore. So get rid of it. So that's just I don't know. It's just the way I am. The prime example I always use was the smoking in bars, where a lot of states it's illegal to like smoke inside now. And the thing is, if there was such a high demand for like a non-smoking bar, then open a bar that doesn't allow smoking, and everyone would go there. I like it. I don't like smelling like shit.
It's the government trying to protect people, you know, like trying to take on that job, which they shouldn't ever.
Right. And a perfect example of that, I used to play pool a lot, and we had two different pool halls nearby. One of them was a hell of a lot cheaper, but it had low ceilings, bad ventilation, and you walked into like a cloud of smoke. The other one was more expensive, but it had high ceilings, and it had those like smoke machine things that like dissipate it, and the dude right next to you could be smoking and you wouldn't smell it. The other one, you could be the only person in there and you would smell like smoke just because it's like in the air. So guess what I spent my money on? Going to the more expensive place because it was nicer. And if there's so many people out there that want that, then open up a bar that doesn't have smoking. You'll be packed every night. Lines out the door. But let the business decide if they want to do that or not.
How was your trip up north, Smeggy?
Oh, it was a lot of fun.
Now, what do you consider up north? I'm a Michigan person also.
Between Cadillac and Manistee.
Oh, nice area. Beautiful country.
Yep, its property's been in my family for 99 years. Next July will be 100 years since my great-grandpa bought it.
Wow. We was up one time around Kalkaska there, four-wheeling, and we actually got on Camp Grayling, and we had rounds being fired at us. And I'll tell you what, my four-wheeler never ran so fast in its life.
Oh, man. You just made a wrong turn or something?
Yeah, we got lost. We didn't know where we was in the woods, and next thing we know, we heard all these shots, and I go, Grayling, we got to get the hell out of here.
That's scary. Was it just you were near their range, or were they shooting at you? Because that's a bit much to like just start shooting. Because
they wasn't shooting at us, but we was near their range, and just the fire of gunshots was enough to scare me away.
Right. Well, because you're not sure necessarily, where they're. You might be downrange from them or something. Yeah. You come driving out, you're like, oh, hey, look, there's a big hill there. Let's go over the top of the hill. You get up over the top of the hill, you drop down. What a nice little clearing. Hey, what are all these target stands up here? You're like driving around on their range.
Well, before that,
trying to get the hell out of there.
I had seen spots where there was big holes in that, and then now that I'm more knowledgeable, I know those big holes is where they buried tanks in to shoot them. And so, I know we were close.
Yeah. You would think maybe they'd have better like fence or something up there, but I guess not. I'd like to hit some trails up there. I have a 4-wheeler, but I just drive it on my own property. I'd like to take it over to Manistee National Forest. They got tons of trails over there.
Well, and it's a lot different. I used to go up there 4-wheeling was about 30 years ago, and there wasn't the laws that there is now. When we used to go up there, you could ride 4-wheelers anywhere you wanted to.
You can't do that anymore? You gotta like stay on the trail or something?
Supposed to stay on marked ORV trails, and you have to have ORV stickers. And
Yeah, I know you gotta have the sticker, but that's kind of a bummer. I like going, because that's what I do. I'll just like go through the woods. I like kind of going slow and trying to get around trees and climbing over dead trees and, hopping over stumps and shit. Like, it's fun.
yeah, that's what we used to do. But if you do that nowadays, you'd probably get a ticket if a DNR officer caught you. So you ready for deer season?
Sure. Why not? I don't
Now,
know,
do you hunt around there, or do you?
Yeah. Yeah, I just hunt on my own property. So it's not the best area for deer. Like there's some woods and there's like a bunch of swamp, so it doesn't have a huge deer population, but it's enough. Like they're around. It's just funny because all year you could like set your clock by the deer, right? Like you could be like, oh, it's time to look out the window. The deer are here. And then November 15th hits and you're done. Like there are no more deer.
They know that smell, don't they?
Well, I think it's probably increased traffic and just, people walking through the woods and stuff. They know what's up.
Well, we used to have a lot of deer in my area too, but then about 3 years ago, we had that disease go through all of them. But I've been seeing a lot this year, so I'm kind of excited this year.
Yeah, we saw a whole bunch this weekend. We were sitting inside, and I just, like, when I'm up there, I just randomly, like, kind of walk around the house and look out the windows. And so I looked out the front door, and there were, like, 2 deer up in the front corner of the field. And I was like, oh, cool, there's a couple deer up there. So I was kind of standing there watching them. And then all of a sudden, a freaking herd of, like, 20 deer come running across the field, tails up, everything. They're taking off. I don't know what spooked them. But it was funny because they ran across, and, like, the 2 deer that were out there, like, kind of looked up. And I swear they, like, looked at each other and went back to eating. And I just pictured them in, like, deer language being like, what the fuck's their problem? I don't know. All right. But yeah, it was like a herd of 20 of them. So that's a good sign.
I love it when they walk up to you, they sniff with their nose a few times, and they start stomping their front feet. What in the world's in the woods? I just get a kick every time they do that to me.
Yeah, they're
Flush. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, there was one time I was up there, and we were up hunting, and my uncle had like driven around to the backside of the property, and he said like when he was done for the morning, he's gonna like walk through the swamp and like walk back towards the house, kind of kick anything up. And so me and my dad were like on either side of the field, like standing in the corner, and this little freaking like fawn comes running up, was like 10 feet from me. I was like, wow, that's cool. And he just ran up and stopped, like staring at me. And so I'm looking at him, and I actually said out loud, I go, hey, go get your dad. Because I'm not going to shoot a freaking fawn. But then this doe comes out and actually ran between me and the fawn and like kind of, pushed it off to the left and back into the woods. So it's like that doe was probably 5 feet from me. It's like I could have thrown a rock at it or whatever. And that was just cool being that close. I didn't shoot anything, but and these 2 bucks ran out, and it's like they ran out and got directly between me and my dad and stopped. So it's like neither of us could get a shot at them. And they turned around and ran back like before I could even, get my gun up. But I don't know. I just have fun. It's a good bonding experience. I've only ever got 2 deer, so it's not like I'm a super hunter or anything. I just enjoy sitting out in the woods and telling stories with my dad and my uncle, and my buddy comes up sometimes also. So sometimes there's 4 of us, sometimes it's like just 2 of us, sometimes there's 3, just depends.
You sure got a pretty mouth.
Well, I know I do. Thank you.
I've seen the Schwell's putting updates on his Facebook page of he's staying at home. I don't know if he lives in the Orlando area, but somewhere in that general area, Central Florida. And but he posts, he's going outside his garage and wearing his gear and just checking out the weather. So do me a favor, I made a comment, put a GoPro, Hero camera just on your head, just in case. Do a report and, whatever. You never know what that wind's gonna take you. So Flip, you gonna go to the festival?
Yeah, I kind of wonder how bad that hurricane's really going to be. It seems like the ones that get like the most media attention beforehand, like never end up being that bad.
Well, the thing about it is, it's flanking them. It's not coming up the bottom of Florida, where even for many years they've been developing the Everglades, and Walt Disney did it first. When he built Disney World, tore up the wetlands that they have that help dissipate. So nature's natural barrier to help dissipate any hurricanes that come in, so that they don't hit the land that strong where it's occupied or developed. People live there, and they develop the shit out of all those places all the time and build new stuff. So they don't have anything to protect them that much anymore. Same thing happened in New Orleans back in Katrina.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hope everyone's okay and whatnot, but it just seems like, because we get that with snowstorms, like, oh man, it's going to be the storm of the century. And then it's never as bad as like the media hyped it up to be. And then other times they're like, yeah, it might kind of snow this weekend. And we just get freaking, buried. And it's like one of the worst ones in years. It's like, where the fuck was the warning on this one, guys?
What neck of the woods you live in?
Outside Detroit.
Oh, wow. Yeah. We're going to send you to Nugent back. We want you to keep. But yeah, it's a whole different climate over there. I mean, it's cold as shit. I could never do that kind of cold. Maybe visit, but I'd never not stay or live there.
I don't think it gets that cold.
Well, because you're used to it. It's like people that live in Calgary, Canada, fucking icicle dicks, walking around all day, but they're used to it. A buddy of mine told me he used to live in, I used to work with, what did he live in? Not Minnesota, Montana. And he was telling me that when they would go to school, they get picked up on the bus, but as soon as they walk to school where it's heated, like literally all the stuff was stuffed up in their nose would just start dripping down their faces as they walked into the heated school. It was like so damn warm compared to the climate outside. It was cold, and it was always kind of funny. which I thought was interesting because I never heard of that.
Yeah, that happens. Or you get like icicles in your mustache.
Yeah, I don't know. He was talking about just like, you know, because some people got colds and stuff, and all their crap freezes in their nose, you know, and gets pretty stiff in there, and then they walk into this heated environment, and boom, it just starts dripping down their damn chin and their upper lip.
Well, I don't know. It happens. Whatever. It's kind of gross, I guess. But
Yeah, well,
Normal to me.
I mean, you take and give. It's like when people come to Texas and they're like, "Oh my God, it's so fucking hot." I'm like, it's not that bad today, you know.
well, yeah, and that's I spent the month of July in like Mexico, well, California / Mexico. I crossed the border every day, but I was freaking dying. Like I can't take 100-degree weather. Are you kidding me? It's nuts.
Yeah, I went to visit a buddy of mine in Laredo about a year ago, and I didn't notice it was terribly hot. I just know that it was hot, and we weren't staying outdoors for generous amounts of time. But it was like 108 that day, and he was his birthday, so he's cooking all the barbecue earlier that day to get it out of the way and have it ready whenever he showed up. And he told me, man, he was hydrating all day when he was doing it because it was killing him. And I just didn't notice it, and I hadn't been there. I haven't lived there for 17 years almost. But once you get used to that kind of heat, it doesn't look good to you. I mean, it gets 116 sometimes over there. Man, it's just bouncing on you. Dry heat.
Yeah, well, it didn't help that I was in a factory that didn't have conditioned air. And I was working on like ovens and enclosed spaces and stuff. Like it was brutal.
I remember some cars in the 80s. My dad would buy them. He bought this one car that I think was from the Michigan area, and it didn't have AC. It had a heater, didn't have AC. And it had the special also protection on the steel to it was like an 84 Cutlass Calais Oldsmobile, and because of the saltwater problems they have in Michigan or something like that, for what it was. So then, but and there's some vehicles back in the day AC was an option. It's so cold and cool, you don't really necessarily need it, and drop the windows down.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, during the summer with the windows down. I mean, we get maybe, I don't know, it depends, but maybe like a couple weeks where it's like in the 90s. But most of the summer, it's like upper 70s, mid 80s. And that's, to me, that's still kind of hot, but it's okay. Like, you can live if you're driving a car. As long as you're not stuck in traffic, like not moving. That's about the worst. I hate being in a car without air moving.
When my dad was in high school, it was very rare that any high school or school altogether had air conditioning. They just open windows. But people were climatized to tolerate it back in those days. And like today where people drop dead.
Yeah, our schools never had AC. But that's the thing, right? Because school ends like first week of June. It's not really that hot by then. So there's no need for it. At least, again, in our climate.
I don't know. Flip, are you there? Yes. That was a pretty good chat. You went, I checked it out, replayed it. I liked it. Pretty good chat earlier.
Which chat is that?
He does a daily chat.
Oh, the daily one? Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I like it because the timing works out perfect. It starts at 3 o'clock my time, and I normally work till like 4:30ish. So it's like, I just tell myself, I can just like get to 3 o'clock, like my day's almost over. So like that last hour of work always goes by real quick. It's nice.
Oh,
So someone on Instagram posted this thing that's like your stripper name is the color of your underwear plus like the last thing you ate. And holy shit, man, I've never seen so many comments. Like all these people are just because it says like, oh, comment what yours is, and all these people are so proud of being gray spaghetti and
say Gray Freddy's. Yeah, doesn't sound right.
black peanut butter sandwich, like all these weird ones.
Black pot pie.
There you go.
Mine was blue cupcake, which actually isn't that bad of a name.
That or Red Hot Pocket. See, the hardest name to figure out is when you're dating, when you're naming your daughter when they're born. So you're like, okay, you gotta do a checklist on Google stripper names. Okay, no. Like, well, let's say for Destiny. No.
Yeah, Mercedes and
Diamond.
basically, if you name your kid after something you can't afford, then for one, it's a good stripper name, and for two, you're probably in the demographic that would lead her to become a stripper. I'm never going to own a Mercedes, so I named my kid Mercedes. Like, yeah, you're kind of white trash.
It's like naming boys, and I hear people name their kids. A real popular thing the last 10 years. Name their kids after cities. Guaranteed loss for you right there. Kid ain't gonna amount to shit. Name your kid Austin, Houston, Dallas. Yeah. I've never met a kid named San Antonio, but Austin, Dallas, Houston, or Laredo.
Austin Peterson was almost the presidential candidate. He seems to be doing okay for himself.
Well, again, I mean, I have my names. I remember growing up with chicks that I always thought the names just never worked out. The Jennifer. Sorry, that's the Jennifers, the Brandys, the Sandras, Stephanies. I remember the girls that named that never worked out. You try to meet one of those chicks. Got a whole list of names there.
And say there are certain names that it seems like no matter how many you meet, they're all the same.
It's like every person I remember named Larry, man. Those dudes are always kind of fun, but assholes at the end of the day. It's kind of tough to deal with the Larrys in the world. Could be worse. You could name your kid Rebel, like Robert Rodriguez did. Yeah. Try expecting him to listen to you.
If I ever have a son, I'm naming him Sue. He'll be the toughest motherfucker on the playground. Of course, nowadays that probably wouldn't work because there'd be anti-bullying shit, so he'd never have to learn to stand up for himself.
Well, remember the movie No Country for Old Men, and the guy named Llewellyn? I live in South Texas. I've been to West, been pretty much all over Texas, minus the North, as much. And I've never met a person named Llewellyn. I never met a man named Llewellyn, sorry.
Name Llewellyn?
Yeah.
You haven't been around then.
I'm not saying I traveled the whole country. I've been a little here, a little there. But as far as like that movie was made like in like West Texas, that was the whole the backdrop of it. The scenery.
That was a very popular name back in the 1800s, early 1900s, and some people carried it over.
No, I hear that. I hear that. No, I'm not saying it's a shitty name. It's just
Because I have
it's
family that's named New Ellen.
yeah. I'm not saying it's a bad name. It's just uncommon and people that don't know the history on it tend to think of it as a more feminine name because it's Llewellyn. It just doesn't have that manly tone. I mean, shit. John Wayne was named Marion. His first name was Marion. I don't think Marion Wayne was going to do that good though. There's a guy I used to work with, man, and I felt for him, and he owned up to it. First name was Gaylord. And no, I mean, I didn't own up to it as in like whatever, but he didn't have a problem with it. Every called him Gaylord. No nickname, no nothing. Older guy, veteran, and I imagine he had a tough time growing up with that name. I mean, he was like, when he retired from where I work, he was like at least in his late 50s. So he grew up back in the day when the rough times. She working under Dead Horse. She got that AR. It looks like you're looking. Got that traditional stock under full stock.
Yeah, he's always working on something.
Yeah, if you're looking at some of those chairs, let me know. I got the same chairs for my kitchen table. Slow night.
Yeah, it seems like it's been slow the past like week or so, or more.
It was a pretty fun bunch last night for a while there. I'm gonna say Dead Horse, that build looks like he's doing like a marine style build. Replica. Wines. And Vino Veritas. The wine tells the truth. You're in the Scotch glass. Glass will make oh my god. That's a wine glass. That's an old cup too. I haven't seen one of those in a while. I had a friend of mine contact me yesterday, and he has an old Colt SBR, and he had instead of the way that Colt's made, instead of having like a standard D10 front pin, pivot pin, it actually has a screw that goes into the other side of the pin that you can remove it, but you have to unscrew it. It's not like a push pin.
Oh, really?
And yeah, he'd asked about it. Like, he took a local shop in Laredo where he's at. He's like, yeah, and they shrugged their shoulders and know where they was. And I contacted Murphy and G-Webs, and I had to do some Google research and found out that that's the way some of them were made back in the day. Some older model ARs that they made, the way the way they produced them. And
well, I guess that it almost kind of makes sense, right? Because it is supposed to just be a pivot pin. Like, you don't really ever need to pop that out. You just pop the back one and pull your bolt carrier out and all that stuff. You're good to go.
Yeah, you would elaborate, and I forget what you said was to deal with that specifically. But and it's it's just the way some of those models were made back in the day.
So you can't put a whole lot of upper on it.
Yeah, his upper's it's a SBR upper. It's a 7-inch or something for what it is, but barrel on it. It says on the receiver, it says Colt match competition or match something. And it's good. But it was interesting. I've never seen it before. And there was a lot of feedback on it on YouTube or Google altogether. Some very few threads on AR15.com that kind of explained a little more of it. Because I told them, I'll just take it out and pop in a regular one. You can't, because the fence doesn't have the slot for the D10. It's just blank.
Right, yeah, you'd have to drill a hole in the front.
G-Web said that was their attempt at making it so you couldn't put a full auto upper on.
Yeah. So.
It's not like you can't just undo that screw and put whatever upper you want. It's...
No,
So I'm assuming it's like the one side is like a post that goes all the way through, and then you just put like a little screw on the other side.
Yep.
Hold it together.
Pretty
What
much.
the hell you call those things? I should know from my hardware days, but I forget.
A standoff, perhaps.
The fuck are these things doing? The hell is this? What country has like emus and shit? Is that Australia?
What?
Emus? Those big birds that don't fly?
Australian. people raise them in Texas as well.
Well, this is in the wild. These are probably dingoes that are chasing it. There's a bunch of dog-looking things chasing an emu.
Fucking huge ass ostrich and chase. I've seen those videos. They're chasing fucking trucks down the road going after him.
He ran over the side of the hill. Now I'll never know if they caught him or not. He was doing pretty good. He kicked the shit out of a couple of them.
I don't know. It's a big ass 10-piece.
And I got my brass all sorted earlier today from the trip up north. So that's cool. I had forgotten I already did half of it. So I was sitting there and it's like, oh, there's not as much in here as I thought there was. And I had damn near no steel case 7.62 in there. I'm like, I know I shot a shit ton of that. And then it kind of came back to me like, oh yeah, I kind of pulled all that out because that's the easiest to see. And then as I was pulling that out, I would, sorted the other stuff that was within hand's reach. Oh, by Edge. I guess he didn't like my story.
Earlier, you was talking about reloading 380. There is dies available to redo 380, and you can do it on a progressive press. I have dies for my Dillon press, and it's really no more trouble than doing 9mm.
Right. Yeah, no, I totally support doing it. I don't know why, I forget who it was saying, like, I don't get it. Why would you ever do that? Like, just like you do anything else. Like, I don't see why it'd be any harder. And that's what I was saying.
I don't get who shoots 380 enough to actually care about reloading it.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna, I don't know, if you're gonna reload anyways, you might as well. That's kind of my opinion on it. Because isn't 380 more expensive than 9mm? Because it's like not as common.
Well, yeah, it's more expensive, but who shoots it enough? Like, I don't know. Like, just me, from my perspective, I don't know anyone who fucking is like, oh yeah, let's go to the range and they take a 380. Like, I just don't know anyone who's like shoots a 380 enough to even make it, like, to even buy the dice for it, even if they do reload.
Yeah, because I mean, the money, if you save, 20 cents a round or whatever, well, you still have to frickin' load 1,000 rounds to, do your payback.
Now I feel bad. I have the dies and I reload 380.
Well, just shoot it and you're fine. There's nothing to feel bad about.
I do.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying I don't know anyone who shoots 380 that much to be like, oh, I'm going to reload this shit. Like, most people who I know who have 380s is like a little 380 like this, and they're lucky if they run 1 or 2 mags through it a year. Like, literally, like, I don't know anyone. I just don't know anyone, like me personally. I'm not saying they're not out there. I just don't fucking know anyone.
When I go out to shoot, I typically take all my guns out and I shoot. So, of course, I've got a range in my backyard, and if I feel like shooting, I'm going to shoot it.
Well, there you go. I think, Dead Horse, you just met someone.
Yep, you did.
Well, and, fuck, what was the question I was going to ask? Oh my God. Have you ever, like, started talking? I seriously have absolutely no idea what I was going to say. Do I smell burnt toast? Am I having a stroke? I might be. I might be having a stroke. Purple iguana.
Take a baby aspirin.
No, I just had a brain fart. I have no idea what the hell I was going to ask. something about 380 and blah blah blah. Oh, I know. About how much is like a set of dies? Like $50 or something? $100?
Between 50 and 70.
Used, you can get IUC used dies all day long. That's a very popular reselling item. And like they're usually right around 30, $35 used, and it doesn't matter like what brand they are. I see them all the time used on eBay, like, all over. Like $30 is about the average price used.
That's where I bought most of the dies I've bought on eBay. And like, doesn't matter. I use a Dillon press. I'm kind of a Dillon. Their quality is good. Redding is good dies. Some of your Hornady and some of your Lee dies are very cheap. But
well, so either way, I guess the reason I brought that up was just I was thinking about it. Like, if you save, 10 cents a round by reloading, and that's just like an estimate, because I know 9 mils about 20 cents a round. You can normally reload it for like 7 or 8 cents a round. Again, you're using your own brass or whatever, but just component wise. So that's kind of a rough estimate. But if you save 10 cents a round, you load 500 rounds, you've saved $50. So right there, you paid for the dies by loading 500 rounds.
And you can do that. You can go down, like in my reloading room, you can go down there, spend a couple hours, and you've reloaded that much too. Once you get everything set up, it goes quick.
Right. And if I wouldn't go out of my way to buy a press and get all the stuff if all I want to do was reload 380. Because now you're talking, you need to reload a couple thousand rounds to make your money back, if not more. But yeah, probably a lot more, right? Because a full setup's at least a couple $100, if not more. But anyways, but if you already got the press and shit, and all you got to do is just get one extra set of dies, loading 500 rounds, that ain't bad. And hell, it might last you a couple years, but oh well, last you a couple years, who cares? So I support your purchase. That's all. I'm just trying to justify it for you. I'm sitting on a cabinet full of brass and I don't even reload. So I definitely support trying to save money. That's what I was talking about earlier. I got a bunch of calibers that I don't even have guns for. Probably will never will. And even if I do start reloading, I'll probably just do like 9 mil and 223 just to start, because that's what I shoot the most of. And then kind of go from there. But who knows? Maybe I can trade someone if I find some other reloaders that do like 45 or something, and they happen to have a couple extra boxes of 9mm projectiles. It's like, here you go. I'll trade you this box of 45 brass for a box of 9mm projectiles. I mean, how much, I don't know, I've never bought brass before, but how much is brass? Is it 5 to 8 cents a round or something for brass?
It varies on the size.
I'm thinking pistol type shit.
I'm thinking it's free.
I know, but if you buy new, that's all I'm asking, because that's what I would kind of compare it to.
A friend of mine called me earlier tonight and asked what 44 Magnum brass would cost. And I found some new brass for $31.99 per 100. So, that's going to be almost
30 cents.
30 cents a 100, or 30 cents a piece.
Just move over a couple. Move this place over.
Yeah.
So 31 cents for just the brass, and then so I'm trying to remember with 9mm, because I've reloaded 9mm before, but I was using someone else's machines, and I did buy I had the brass, I bought the primer and the powder and the projectiles, but I want to say projectiles were only 7 cents a round or something. I forget.
what I told him tonight. I said, I'm not going to reload your ammo, but you can come over to my house and I will instruct you and teach you how to do it. And you can load your own ammo on my machine.
Right, and that's how I did. I was getting taught how to do it, and so I reloaded my own stuff. He showed me how to do it, and then when I got my stuff done, we were still just hanging out, and we just I helped him reload some of his stuff because he had a separate press just for putting the primers in. So he was sitting there cranking out whatever, and I was sitting there putting primers in his brass for him. So we were just sitting there BSing, talking, listening to the radio, whatever. And then I'm just cranking out a bunch of primed cases, and he was cranking out bullets. And then I reloaded 223 with all his components. And he's like, it was funny because he's like, yeah, I want to show you how to do that. I'm like, well, it's got to be pretty similar to just 9mm, right? He's like, well, it's a little different. I'll show you. I'm like, okay, cool. I realized after the fact, because he literally just stood there and watched me crank the handle the whole night. Like, you just wanted me to reload your brass for you, you fucker. I think you need another lesson. I want to teach you how to load another 2,000 rounds of 223. It's like, why? So you can sit there and drink beer while I do all the work? Because that's what happened the first time, is I did everything.
Well, there's a lot more case prep on 223 than there is 9mm.
Yeah, that's true. And we did have a couple cases that got stuck. They weren't lubed up enough and stuff. That's a pain in the ass.
Well, see, that's some of the difference between dies you buy. Your carbine dies you buy, they don't stick near as bad as just a regular steel die.
Yeah, he had carbide, but it's still, we had a couple that stuck. I don't know if they were just like I said, maybe not enough lube on them, or they just, maybe they were wonky and they were bigger than the other ones, and so it's just more pressure or something. I don't know. But it's a pain in the ass. Rip the rim off, and then you gotta take the top part off and smack it out with a hammer.
And I guess, I just had an upper delivered today for, since it's legal to hunt with pistol calibers in Michigan, I ordered a 450 Bushmaster. Dies earlier tonight to buy dies to load those 450s even. I would rather load them than buy them, so.
Well, and stuff like that, I feel like that's one where you kind of load for accuracy too. So that's where you get back into your mad scientist loader instead of your, just production loader.
And I just
want to do it to save money. I might get into mad, maybe I'd get a set of dies for 30-06 and, try and find the perfect setup and everything for my specific rifle. But I don't know. I'm going to start by just cranking out cheap stuff that I use a lot of.
And really, I guess if I was honestly going to say, to save money, you probably can't buy the equipment and load enough to save money. I would hate to sit down and figure out how much I have invested in my reloading system downstairs. I'd about keel over dead if I figured out how much I've spent. So, I don't know that you're going to save a lot of money loading your own, but what you said, the bringing the guns in, getting your proper load for that gun, and you can even do that on your 9mm pistol loads. You're going to bring that, you can tighten that group up even, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you can load enough to save, especially when you're doing the rifle stuff, because you're probably saving, a lot more. Because you can probably, component wise and stuff, it's not that much more than a pistol, but you're saving, maybe 20 cents a round or 30 cents a round. Well, that's worth it, dude. That adds up quick.
else you want to buy. I mean, you're never short of finding something to buy.
Well, I still think it's funny. There was one time that I went over to his house, and my dad had shot his 30-30, and he just shot it like a couple times, like just to kind of like make sure it still worked, kind of thing. I think he had like 5 rounds, maybe 10. I think I shot 5, he shot 5, something like that. So this is the conversation from my point of view. Hey man, I got some, 30-30 brass for you. Hand him a little baggie with 10 pieces of brass in it. Oh, cool. I'm going to have to buy a 30-30. It's like, wait, what? It's like, well, yeah, now I can reload 30-30, so I have to buy a rifle. I don't have one. A week later, he has a 30-30. I was like, what the hell? Because you got 10 pieces of brass? Like, what are you going to do? Just load 10 at a time? Well, then downstairs, because I guess he's kind of like me, he had a giant tub of 30-30. He's like, I've had thousands of pieces of brass, but when you gave me those 10, it kind of kickstarted me. He's like, I've had the dies for, 10 years. I got those a long time ago just because I don't think he got it probably used with like some other ones. And ended up just like buying whatever the dude had.
But you can use that on his up north property, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're past the shotgun line, so.
Right. Oh, yeah. And that's I use a 30-06. I'm good to go. But and my dad used a 30-30 just because that's what he had. I mean, it was his dad's passed down. The rear sight's a little wonky. It's some like aftermarket rear sight. It's got like windage and elevation and like clicks and all this shit. Like it's apparently was top of the line in the 60s or some shit. But anyways, it just kind of like they drilled into the side of the receiver and then just like riveted it in place. Well, the rivets are all loose, so you can like touch the rear sight and it like wobbles around. And I'm like, how are you gonna expect to hit something when this thing literally like, it moves like a 1/4 inch up and down just on its own, and then it kind of like rotates forward, which would translate to like left to right, because if it's rotated forward, it's going to be like more left than it would be if it's rotated backwards. So I don't know. I think we got to fix that up. Maybe drill those out and maybe tap the holes and use screws. So and like, thread lock them in or something and then re-zero it. I don't know. I'd like to do something for them to fix that up, but hell, I mean, it's an old ass gun, so I like it just from the family point of view. I don't want to freaking like, Bubba engineer it too much, but since the rear sight was already replaced, at least get one that works. So, I don't know. Yeah, dude, you're getting me all pumped up for hunting now.
Oh, I'm ready to.
I was gonna do some squirrel hunting this weekend because I got that 17 HMR, and my other buddy's got a couple different 22s, and then my other friend who ended up not coming up, but he got a 17 HMR. That's actually why I got mine, because he had his. Oh, shit. Get in here, you bastard. God damn it. I go chase the cat.
Listening to the chorus singing. We got to get you fixed up proper, John, she whispered, drawing in close to his side. They stood in silence, listening as the chorus sang the last refrain of the song.
On an adventure, kill all the little field
Yes,
mice.
the brilliant array of lights, the cares of what tomorrow would bring, or what John had to face in a few minutes, forgotten. We're still America. We'll always be America, Michaela whispered, drawing in closer by his side.
Oh, it's 1 second after.
No.
I thought he was listening to Harlequin romances.
Still America, Dano. Still America.
A little bit too lovey-dovey there for me.
Whatever. That's the last, 2 minutes of it. It's over. Done.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
Oh,
Look.
it's a book.
It's called literature.
Oh, I don't
Another
like them. They're reading
romance
books.
novel series.
Now I'm done with 1 year after. Whatever. It just ended. It has to end with a bloody battle for Dano, or it has to say something like, and then he bled out and died.
Love. Tiffany, I just will go to the end of the earth for you.
I feel like Dano is the kid in The Princess Bride, where he's like, ew, a kissing scene. Remember that movie? Kid was homesick.
Yep.
That's a good one. I used to watch that movie all the time when I was sick.
That is a funny movie.
He was playing fucking Nintendo baseball.
I can't believe it took you this long to finish it, G-Webs. I thought you finished it a while ago.
1 second after. This is 1 year after. This is the second book, another novel. 10 hours listening to it later.
Oh, don't tell me I got to listen to another one now.
You don't have to. It's not the same thing. This one is about the country and what happens with the country and the bigger issues after the 1 year one that you read. But this is 22 hours of listening to that author altogether.
Gotcha.
I feel like I'm an expert on EMPs now. What happened after?
Well, there you go. Was that a YouTube special or something else?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Didn't you listen to those on YouTube?
Well, that's where I listened to 1 second after.
No, it's just recommended right after you read it. It just says 1 year after instead of second. Now I'm thinking about this Victim Zero, The Fall. Because it's recommended, and it is 8 hours. Patient Zero or Victim Zero? Victim Zero, The Fall. Joshua Guess.
The 1 year after, how many different parts? Is there like a book 2, book 1 sort of a thing?
Here's the deal. They go 1 year after book 2, but it's the whole thing. So I think what they're trying to say is it's the second in the series, but it's the complete book in 1 10-hour video.
Okay, because I see it's like just under 10 hours.
That's the one. That's one I just done listening to. So it's basically all commercials in the front, and then the second half, there's no commercials at all, which is kind of. But I really don't mind the commercials because that's what reminds me to get the hell up and do something besides listen to the fucking book if I'm sitting here. But like I said, the first one you already read, right? You're done?
Yes.
So this one picks up or whatever, but it's like how they deal with the other towns and the rest of the country more than just what's going on to them as individuals. So I don't know. It's not really the same thing. It's sort of different, really.
So it's a more of a macro level view than the micro, and it starts on the day after the 1 year.
Kind of. You know how that book goes from 1 second to really 1 year? This goes from 1 year after the moment. So it kind of picks up a couple of months after the first book and then goes on for like 6 months. It really doesn't matter because it's really just talking about implications at the, like what happens to society when America gets taken out and what happens to America when the government gets taken out.
And without any spoilers, what happens to the West Coast and the Chinese?
America. We're still America, Dano. You didn't hear the end right there? You had the ultimate spoiler.
No, it basically ends with like, who knows? So it doesn't really. The thing is, it's all like, in the future there's no radios or whatever, so or very few. So it's mostly word of mouth and guessing and trying to determine what they said on the radio, what they're really saying or who's saying it. So it's a whole lot of like frustration, basically. You don't know what's going on, so you can only do what would be right, basically.
Right, and with the Voice of America giving literally propaganda, not actual news.
Exactly, and that's why they were listening to like BBC, trying to figure out what its deal is. They had a person. Well, I'm not going to spoil it. It's only interest. It's not really the same as the first book. It's written by the same author. It's about the same people. So it was all right, and I had nothing else to do, and I was kind of interested. But I would say it's not mandatory reading. That first one, if you have 12 hours to spend, I would consider saying that's not mandatory, but it's definitely interesting. This one, not so much. This one only if you really liked it or you really care about what would happen with like city to city or with roving band of bandits, but not so much like the individual.
Yep.
And they have like airplanes in this one. It's like once, the aircraft carriers come back and there's airplanes and there's some supplies. So like, how could it be reassembled or whatever? Like what's going to stop it from being reassembled? What's going to help it? That kind of thing.
Well, I'll definitely get as long as we get. But I do remember, you're right. The first like hour of the book, it's like 2 minutes of reading, 30 seconds of commercial. 2 minutes of reading, 30 seconds of commercial. It's really hard to get through that first hour of so many commercials.
Yeah, and it's kind of the same here. But it's an interesting book. So I'll end up sitting here like just kind of daydreaming, listening to it, and that commercial gets me get back to whatever the fuck I'm supposed to be doing here.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, what's so good about this chat? What's going on? Yeah, they're 12 hours long. The first one was 2 7-hours, I think, or 2 like 6+ hours, and then the second one was 9.5 hours. Well, 9 hours 15 minutes, really, 10 hours.
Yeah.
So he phoned it in for the second book. It's 2 hours shorter.
Or there's not 2 hours worth of commercials jammed into it.
That could be.
Yeah.
No, it's probably just a little shorter.
I mean, for free, I'm willing to listen to commercials as the payment.
Yeah, and I don't know if ad block kills those kind of commercials or not. It might. I never thought about adding ad block, that is.
Well, ad block doesn't stop the commercials on YouTube, so I don't know why it would stop the other ones.
It kills cookies, so ads can't show up if they're waiting for your cookie to tell them what to show.
Right, so you won't get specialized advertising, but you'll still get the general purpose stuff.
Sometimes. It kind of depends, but yeah.
Because that's how I noticed when I did not have ad blocker, that's when I started to notice the Midway ads and the Brownells ads and stuff like that. Then when I had ad blocker up there, that all stopped. And then it just went to, stuff that everybody uses.
I like when Skynet only shows me commercials that I'd like. Although it is kind of funny when they try and like match the ads to what the video's about. And it's like, it'll be, I don't know, whatever. So some video like, making fun of liberals or something. But because they're talking about like whatever, there'll be, like a commercial for Greenpeace or something. Because they said something about the environment. Like the thing knows that the video is kind of like the environment or whatever, so here's an ad that's about the environment, but it'll be like someone totally bashing the endangered species list and how it's a big scam or whatever, and it's like you'll get an ad for some conservation thing. It's like that's kind of the exact opposite of what they're saying in the video.
It can't tell the difference between if you use the word liberal as an example, like you did in the title, it can't tell the difference of whether you're pro-liberal or you're anti-liberal. So it'll give you some sort of, maybe somebody running for elective office, maybe some, you know, it will give you something totally different just based off that one keyword.
Well, speaking of conservation and liberals, though, I posted a thing a little while back. It's a clip from that show, which the dude used to be on College Humor, called like Adam Ruins Everything, where he kind of like comes in and, you know, explains stuff that's maybe against like conventional wisdom or whatever. And he did one about trophy hunting, and it was from like the liberal point of view. Like it's him talking to this girl who's like, "Oh, hunting's bad. I love all the cute little animals." And then he actually goes through and talks about how, because of trophy hunting, these countries are, you know, incentivized to, you know, keep rhinoceroses and keep elephants and keep zebras and shit, like, and all the money that comes in, like, you know, it helps the town to survive so that they don't have to become poachers to sell like ivory on the black market, because they just get money to be like a hunting guide or whatever. And it was really interesting to hear from like the liberal point of view, like really kind of smashing the anti-hunters. Even though there were some things in there when the girl was like, "Oh, but the animals are so cute," and blah, blah, blah. And he says something like, "Well, yeah, I don't want to kill anything either, but it's actually good for the animals. And, you know, to shoot one, you save the whole herd."
And they taste delicious.
Yeah, some do.
They are just, especially over a hot spit with barbecue sauce.
I know deer taste delicious. I'm all
Whatever
about the
that
venison.
cartoon that Horse put in there, that crazy ass cartoon, it suggests that by putting in predators, you make the critters go up into the hills, and then that makes the ecosystem better or whatever, thrive.
Yeah, because it protects the vegetation. Then it allows new diverse species to spread, and so that's kind of true. They've done that before. Like they've, like, you know, they used Yellowstone as an example. That's a perfect example on how that works.
Well, it does work there.
Right. I mean, I think you have to have a balance between predator and prey. So if you ever like wipe out all the predators in an area, you're right, like the deer population or whatever will just get huge, and then they'll like eat everything, and then they'll end up dying of starvation anyways, because there's not enough food to support like that big of numbers through the winter.
More along the lines of when you got them and they're not as scared of nothing, they just come down into the valleys and destroy them. And then that way the valleys can't do what they're supposed to do, and they don't retain water, and then there's the water table disappears, and then the trees start to die. So once you have a active grassland which can absorb water and raise the table so where larger trees can grow, then you get more diversity of nature and both flora and fauna. And that requires a predator.
But if you're going to plant predators, you need to plant something to control the predators. And then southern Michigan right now, they planted a bunch of coyotes, and we have nothing that will kill the coyotes.
Well, the coyotes just have to eat all the deer, then they'll starve to death. Problem solved.
You get saber-toothed tiger. Is the obvious option.
I'm thinking musk deer. Everyone gives me shit about them.
Unless you go all the way up the predator tree, you're always going to have that problem. The top predator, and if you don't go all the way up, the top predator is going to be a coyote.
So then you have some bears, a couple of bears, and then coyotes.
And if you stop at wolves, then you're going to need bears. I mean, you've got to go all the way up to the top, otherwise there will be an imbalance.
Yeah, but we are the top predators. Why not just allow more coyote permits or put a bounty on coyotes? You know?
Well, that's the other way to do it.
Those are dogs. That's not the way to do it.
They're not dogs.
Yeah, they're not really dogs.
They're definitely.
Let's say they're close enough for me. I will support anyone.
Fox is a dog.
Fox is also a dog. You're right.
It's not.
It's a little white dog with a bushy tail.
Yeah.
But
either way,
I support anyone's right to hunt a coyote if they want, like whatever. But I know me personally, I would not be able to do it.
Oh, I shoot coyotes all the time. It's fun.
I used to own 2 huskies that look exactly like coyotes.
Maybe after a pack of coyotes get a hold of one of your dogs and eat it in front of you, then you're gonna be like, oh, like yeah, I'm gonna kill this dog.
You lose a couple of foals to coyotes, and you won't like them anymore. You never see nothing like a you know.
And I'm not saying I necessarily like coyotes. I understand they're a problem, and that's my cousin up north shoots them all the time because he has a farm. I'm saying I can't look through a scope and look at something that looks exactly like a dog I used to own and pull that trigger. I personally cannot do that.
You have a conscience and a soul. That's why.
No, he has a personal connection to an animal that he used to own. That's very different.
No, the soul.
No, it reminds me of a pet that he used to have. That has nothing to do with having a soul.
I've had dogs that were part coyote, like a half coyote, half dog, and they were an okay pet. But if they run in a pack or they're out in the wild, they're a varmint. And you just gotta, if you've got any kind of, farm or anything like that where you've got critters around that coyotes prey upon, well, you just get rid of.
Build a fence, or you could not build a fence and then shoot dogs.
You can't build a fence.
It's legal.
Coyotes are smart. They're smart and they're sneaky and they're actually, they'll eat an animal alive. They'll hamstring a deer and then eat it.
You put a donkey out there? Oh yeah, you can.
Yeah, we got donkeys, but you know what? Donkeys are not going to keep away a pack of coyotes. We can get packs of 20 or 30 coyotes out here. I mean, Charlie could probably handle them, but
he couldn't handle 30 of them.
Well, no, but he's got other dogs out here too. So as long as you got 4 or 5 farm dogs, they're good-sized farm dogs. They're going to take care of any coyotes, or at least keep them away. Right? That's why farms have dogs, right? It keeps the predators at bay.
Exactly.
Look at that cute little fucker. You gonna shoot that dude? Come on.
Oh, come on. I would shoot a coyote anytime.
That doesn't look anything like a coyote.
That's a dog.
That's what I was thinking.
Now you're telling me that's the dog that reminds you of a coyote?
Yeah.
It doesn't look. He looks like a dog. He looks nothing like a coyote.
All coyotes look just like dogs, so that's.
I mean,
look like a coyote.
Let me see if I get one from his side. He's got like the brown coloring and shit on his side. Like,
does my picture look like a coyote?
No, but a coyote looks like a dog.
A coyote looks more like a German Shepherd, but it has a big fluffy tail.
Yeah, it's got like a big giant squirrel tail, except
and
just proportionately large.
And he had a big fluffy tail.
Diseased, and they're just awful creatures.
Yeah.
Like when you shoot them, you don't even want to have to touch them because they're just.
Exactly. That's the best part is that you can just shoot them and not even go out there and pick it up. Just leave it there.
Well, but they're worth a bounty here, so you get $50 for them.
SSS.
So you just have to bring in the tail, or you got to bring in the whole thing?
No, you got to bring in the hide, which means you have to skin it, which is a real pain in the ass. You kind of, a lot of times you'll just go, is it worth $50?
No.
I killed the chat.
Now, we used to go out and shoot a whole bunch of gophers with the 22s, put them in a big pile up on a hill, a couple 100 yards away from the farm, and then just wait for the coyotes to show up at dusk and then just plug the coyotes as it came for the gophers.
Wouldn't the coyotes just grab one of them and run for the forest?
No, they're not that. Well, there's not a lot of forest around here. They had a long ways to run. It was usually pretty fun. You want to make it kind of sporting.
Yeah, so.
You want to make it sporting, and you set a trap for them with dead prairie dogs? That's sporting?
Well, bait.
It's a lot more sporting than what they do here, Dano.
If we didn't want to be sporting, we just put traps out there. But you know,
Exactly. That's what they do here. They use game wires right off the fence.
Well, I mean, if you want to be sporting, just go out there with your rifle and track them.
oh, you can't track a coyote.
There you go. Fluffy tail, brown coat. That's a
I-
fucking coyote-looking dog.
Look at the way it's
No.
attacking that cat.
He used to love that little fucker, dude. They'd snuggle all the time. It was kind of weird.
Well, no, a friend of mine had a part coyote, part dog that used to play with his baby. And you know, when that kid was like a year old, that coyote and that or coyote dog and that kid were inseparable. But you know, eventually somebody shot it or something, it disappeared.
Stone Audio presents.
So I guess the you call it the hurricane wasn't anything.
No.
It hasn't quite hit yet. It's still like it's supposed to hit more tomorrow.
You ever see those pictures? Like people always post the pictures of the tornadoes from above, and they'll highlight bits of it, or they'll use color, you know, like color filters, and it'll look like the devil's head coming and stuff, and they'll go, "This is it. This is the end times."
Do they always go soprano when it's the end times?
Yeah, mostly, yeah. Hey, it's a little theatrical bit, you know?
Save it for the show, mister. when you do your Island Z imitation.
Oh man, today was perfect. Hot
I
shit.
thought it was damn good, yeah.
My sister used to live in this area and then moved to Florida, and all her friends down there said, well, we don't worry about hurricanes. We get days of warning. She said, I'd be more scared of the tornadoes you get in Michigan, that you get seconds of warning.
And that's a good point, yeah. We get tornadoes up here too, and it'll be just like, you know, if you're not listening to the radio or watching TV, next thing you'll know is you'll just notice a big black cloud. Oh, there goes the neighbor's barn. But the thing is, like here, there's so much open territory that, like, you know, we don't get as many tornadoes as you guys get down there, but when we do get them, they usually hit unoccupied areas. So it's just like, you know, you might see a barn go up or maybe a granary.
That's because there's like 10 people who live in all of Canada. You each get your own cavern.
In some areas, there's probably less than 10 people per 1,000 square miles.
Be like, oh, Calgary? Yeah, that's John's place. Oh, what about Alberta? Oh,
yeah, Alberta
lives over there.
Old Al lives there. Alberta.
Hey, Alberta's got a couple of million people, you know. Saskatchewan's got just over 1 million. Of course, it's the size of Texas, but
you also got to remember that, like, the whole northern half of your country is pretty much, like, nothing.
well, it's yeah.
Like, no one lives up there, right?
Well, people go up there, just not in the winter. They don't want to live there in the winter. It's kind of like, and it's not that bad. I mean, I've lived up in the north, and I mean, yeah, in the, you know, when it gets cold, it's minus 50, and that's without the wind chill, and it's dark a lot, like, you know, 2 or 3 hours of daylight a day. But yeah, you can get used to that.
Yeah, all the suicides is a direct result of it. Yeah, you can get used to that unless you're the one that suicided.
Yeah, well, you know what? There's people been living up there for millions of years. Well, not millions, but hundreds of thousands, I guess. As long as people, when they first came across a land bridge, a lot of people just went, "Oh, screw it, this is far enough."
No, not a lot of people. Most people said, "Fuck this, let's head south."
Hundreds of thousands. A long time.
I don't
He
know
said,
how long.
let's go to a nice place where it's not fucking colder than
More like 20 to 25,000 years ago.
Yeah, 20 to 25,000 years.
The only people
I don't know
like
how long the Innu have been up there, but they've been up there a long time. But
Well,
very small.
Bob never exaggerates, so I'm sure he's dead on.
Me exaggerate? Come on, Dano.
Hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah, and at the same time, people left France and when came across what they called the Spotted Islands and came into North America about 20,000 years ago from the other direction, all the way down to Florida, the Clovis people. And they have legitimate proof of that. So it wasn't just America just wasn't populated through the land bridge coming through Alaska and Canada. It was also populated through the other way, through Iceland, Greenland.
Yeah, that's very true.
Down.
They figure they came along the ice flows actually, as well.
Exactly, and the Spotted Islands, because at that time more of the world was frozen, and so it reduced the ocean sea levels, and there was actually exposed islands across there that are now currently underwater.
That was because of global warming that those islands got sunk.
So they basically island hopped their way here.
I seen a show about a place where they made a boat made out of like reeds or bamboo or some kind of grasses, right? In
It was in the
Australia, I think, New Zealand, and then they maybe where?
In Euphrates in Egypt. They built.
No, they made this one in like, well, man, it's a different show, Bob. There's more than one show on the TV. So in Australia or New Zealand, and then they took some trade route. So basically, they're saying their theory is that the Pacific Ocean was a giant freeway, and they would just get in these boats, and they would make the boats big enough to have enough provisions, and they could book all the way across Polynesia or whatever that is, like Easter Island and then South America. And those people are all trading, and that's where Easter Island came from, and that's where they would get back and forth. So that says people came from down that way too and came up. So they didn't all come from Asia through Russia. Across
I agree. Yeah. There's all that guy did the Kontinki expedition in the balsa wood raft.
Maybe that's the one I'm thinking of, where it basically gets super waterlogged by the time they get to Easter Island, and they're almost about to give up hope, and then it's like, oh yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
And I do want to state for the record, there's only one true show that matters, and that's the Daily Gun Show.
All right, Dano. I'm glad to see you're that up about it. Good to see. But no, there was another one where they did it with a reed boat, where they just tied reeds together in Egypt, because they still use them today. They still make boats out of reeds, but they figured that they'd made a big one, and they did bundles of reeds, made a boat, and they actually crossed the ocean with it. So I mean, they were able to cross the ocean a long time before we think of them doing it. Because I mean, it was always Columbus, and then of course they found the existence of the Viking villages in Nova Scotia, and now they've actually found another Viking village there, or remnants of one. So they know that the Vikings were here long before Columbus.
We all know about crazy scams to like make these fake civil or settlements from the Vikings, or quote unquote Vikings. But we know you're all faking it, trying to keep Canada.
But what does the Vikings have to do with Canada, other than the fact that they were there before Canada existed?
They came. They knew about.
They got there before Columbus.
Yeah.
Bob's just trying to make it Canada centric again, and bring up the fact that Vikings already knew about North America before the Columbus did.
They just forgot to leave a note at home, which is why it took so long to figure it out.
No, they just didn't talk to
Dear Mom and Dad, went to North America. Be back soon, I hope.
They were not sharing with Spain, is all.
Love, your Thunderbus son, Grant.
We're here.
See, he didn't leave a note, so no one knew where he went.
They did, but the Columbus came across through Haiti and shit, so he didn't go up there and look. So by the time they got up there, they were like, "Oh, we're already here."
Yeah, we're in Erickson, actually.
Well, and didn't the settlement in Canada kind of fail? So people either went back or they died.
Pretty much everything you can.
They got assimilated. They figure they got assimilated by the native cultures that were already here, because there is a.
Wasn't that the Borg?
Yeah. No, there's a. There are some historians who have done genetic.
Will assimilate you.
Aboriginal people, and they found Norse blood in them or Norse genetic markers.
We are the Canadians.
We will assimilate you.
We will assimilate. Then we're going to start Hollywood with the comedians, right?
What are you talking about?
We are the Borg. Organs morgue.
Resistance.
So where did the
futile A?
Where did the French Canadian come from then?
Probably from France.
It's France.
Bunch of French people were minding their business, making some toast and fries, and then the Canadians came by and absorbed them.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, we weren't able to absorb them. Yeah, they were just too tasteless or too spicy, one or the other.
Just like a gallstone or something, they just kind of formed.
Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna tell people to go back to that. You're like a gallstone. French Canadian gallstones.
Now I'm thinking about melting some glass.
Glass? Why?
Because aluminum's going to melt at like 1200 degrees and glass is like 1400 and metal is up at like 2500. So whatever I'm melting my aluminum in, I only got to get it 200 degrees hotter and I can melt glass in there too.
Oh, yeah. What about brass? What's it melt at?
Much higher, like 19 if I remember right. So quite a bit higher.
So why would you want to melt glass? For what purposes?
Just to harvest the element, master it, bend it to my will.
It'd be fun.
Because it's like taffy, but really hot.
I guess if you smear a bunch of salt into it, it turns it really liquidy and you can pour it into things. So I would pour it into something.
Oh, glass bullets would be cool.
Pour it into a bullet mold? That would work. See? Right there. Already in the
You break the mold and you just broke the bullet.
And then learn how to dye that glass so then you can have different colored glass bullets.
Yeah, that's just putting in different salts and stuff, I think. Or different maybe metals or something. I don't know. Something.
I have no idea how they dye it, but
I watched something that said that the tough part was making glass clear. That making glass colors is they've been doing that since they made glass. They just figure out what metal to put in there with it or whatever.
Because it's the impurities
Yeah.
that give it the color.
It's just a matter of something that melts around the same temperature, probably. Like magnesium melts between lead and aluminum. I just don't know how you would get it into a thing to melt without it exploding.
So blacksmithing going to be your new career?
No, just want to figure it out. Seems like it used to be, the first couple of things I seen made it seem real complicated, and then I started watching a bunch of like people just do it, and they just do it in like coffee cans and soup cans. So I figure it'd be handy to be able to improvise anything out of aluminum with some dirt and some wood and improvise bellows and a couple of metal rods and a soup can and a coffee can and some aluminum cans.
Yeah, it would be neat. Like I've always liked the idea of doing any kind of metalworking. That's kind of why I started to get back into welding again. Because neat thing with
make a axe out of aluminum or something, maybe. See how well it lasts.
Aren't you going to forge your own aluminum blowers?
Could. This is easy.
that'd be more like casting them, I think, than forging them.
Make
Yeah, you'd probably just cast the block and then mill it from there.
No, I want to make glass lowers, so I'll have to figure out how to pour that.
Well, if you figured out how to temper it.
Kind of cool for educational purposes to show how things work.
Well, that way I can get them on airplanes.
Hey, well, wasn't there that one movie where the guy made a ceramic gun?
Yeah, no, plastic, I think.
I thought it was ceramic.
I don't know what movie you're talking about. I'm talking about that one where he makes one kind of like a double barrel gun out of plastic
Yeah,
and puts
that's
it.
Puts it in the fat suit.
No, I don't remember that part. He put like the bullets into a pen, I think, and then all the gun was just plastic, and he took it apart, and it just looked like weird stuff.
I was sure that was ceramic. I remember that movie, yeah, because the first people he shot with it were a couple of duck hunters or something.
He shot some like watermelons or something, or am I mixing up movies?
Yeah, I think he shot some watermelons, and then a couple of duck hunters came by or something and said, "Ooh, oh, what's that?" So he shot them.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the same movie. I thought that was plastic. Well, I don't know. Whatever it was, it got through an X-ray.
What movie was this?
Some spy movie or
assassin movie, wasn't it?
Yeah, something about like presidential assassination, maybe, or like something about maybe the Secret Service or something. I forget. Somebody will know.
That's the one I'm thinking of. He put a bullet in a rabbit's foot keychain.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Yep.
And he was dressed up like in a disguise with a fat suit, and the gun was like underneath the stomach. And then he's sitting at this like tuxedo dinner, and he's like assembling the thing under the table without looking at it. And then he takes the bullet out of the keychain and puts it in there.
Okay, I don't remember that part, but yeah, it sounds like that could be the same movie.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is, because I don't remember the part you guys are talking about, but I remember the other part. So
it's a Dirty Harry movie, the one where he's with Cagney and Lacey. Cagney from Cagney and Lacey.
Yeah, I think it was Clint Eastwood was in that movie, and he was a Secret Service guy who was kind of over the hill.
Oh yeah, that's right. And he was shot once or something, or he was the old timer.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember that part about how because he was having difficulty running alongside the vehicle.
Yeah.
So between all of us, we remember like 5 minutes of the movie each.
Got the gist of it down here.
But nobody can remember the name of the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, there. So there's no point in watching it now.
No, there it is.
Blood work.
Dead Horse has got it. Yeah, blood work.
Blood work.
Yeah.
And I got to go read the description of it to verify that. Verification in progress. Verification in progress.
Put that as the movie of the day.
I think it's Dano that put Mika up to questioning Flippy, really, because he's always the one who wants proof about things. Dano.
Blood work was 2002. From a heart transplant, retired FBI profiler returns to service when his own blood analysis offers clue to the identity of a serial killer. Are we sure that's the same movie?
No, yeah. I think it's In the Line of Fire, starring Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Let me try that.
Secret Service agent who requests to be put back under presidential protection detail when a rogue government operative contacts him about wanting to assassinate the current U.S. president. Blah 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 blah. And then I'm on the IFDB or whatever, the gun one, and it's talking about the custom dual-barreled composite pistol made of a plastic-like composite material as an assassination weapon to kill the president.
It's pronounced Infidaba.
Oh, whatever.
Infidaba.
Yeah, it's when at a hotel where the president is staying, Leary assembles the weapon under the party table and had previously hidden the ammunition in a rabbit's foot keychain and a spring in a pen. The weapon appears to use .38 short Colt or possibly a variation of .38 Smith & Wesson.
That sounds like the movie we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does sound like it.
I thought Blood Work had the Cagney and Lacey chick in it. But maybe I'm mistaken.
No, it had a different chick.
This is definitely the movie I'm thinking of, so I don't know if you guys...
That's the same one I'm thinking of, too, yeah, because it's got the pistol in it. That's the one I was thinking of.
And it's the one I'm thinking about where Clint is coming back and he's too old and he can't keep up with the car. And...
Yep. I just typed in plastic gun movie, and it was like the first thing that popped up. I was like, oh, that works.
Oh, Glock 17.
Yeah, I was sure it was ceramic, but oh well.
Well, if the says you're wrong.
Yeah, I know.
International Movie Database or something like that?
Internet Movie Firearm Database.
Well, that's the other one. And that shows that's a really good site to go to for all the guns.
Yeah, that's the one I'm in right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad there's no Canadians on because I'm going to get rid of my M14, my Norenko. I just realized there's no sense owning it if I'm only going to be here part of the year. So, I'm going to get rid of it, and I'm going to see about finding a Springfield one or an M1A one.
Well, will you still have a large caliber rifle?
Oh yeah. Well, I've still got the SMG, I still got a 308 bolt action, and
okay,
I've got 30-06s. So
it's not like there's a category that's going to leave a hole in.
no, it's just I've got a whole shit pile of 308 ammunition.
Oh, well, can you bring the ammunition, and then when you're down here, just kind of like privately sell it?
Not legally.
Well, I did say privately, meaning not to say yes for sure on the internet.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't have a 308, so you can't sell it to me.
No, I still have a 308 bolt action. I have my old Argentinian Mauser.
And how long since you fired that?
Oh, it's been a year or so, but it works good. I've probably got as many rounds through it as I do through the M14. I actually enjoy it, shooting it more.
Now, didn't you get that M14 semi-recently, or no?
Oh, a couple of years ago, actually.
Oh.
It wasn't that much fun to shoot. I mean, it was okay, but it freaking thing's so bloody heavy. And then I decided to turn it into a designated marksman rifle, and then it just got heavier and heavier. So it was just not fun anymore.
Yeah, it's that old point of diminishing returns.
Exactly. I could do the same thing with my 30-06 Remington. So, you know, they're both semi-autos. I have the same magazine limitations either way. So, at least here, you know, might as well have the 30-06 because I like that round better. But like I say, I bought like a crate of ammo for the 308. I don't know what's in the crate. A lot. 750 rounds, something like that. So.
Introducing the V Mini Laser.
So yeah. But yeah, it's you know, I'll probably get $400 for it. So what the hell? $400 is just sitting doing nothing anyway. I'll go flog it off tomorrow morning at the gun shop and
try to make a little money before you leave.
Yeah, well, it's partially that. Not like I say, I've come to the realization there's no sense having more guns than I can travel with, and really 10, 12 guns is about the maximum. Otherwise, you look like you're some kind of crazy person. You know, 25 guns around with you everywhere and a fifth wheel. 10 or 12, you just look like an enthusiast.
I'm thinking it's more about how you behave rather than what you have.
Well, then I won't have a problem at all.
Well, let's get serious here for a moment, Bob.
Seriously, man. Canadian tourist, you know, I'm just like Mr. Under the Radar.
Yeah, but you broke the mold. I mean, there used to be a typical Canadian, you know, visitor, and then you came along, and suddenly, you know, they all want our stuff.
I don't want all your stuff. I just want snub-nosed pistols that I can't get up here.
You want our rights. You want our freedom.
I want your freedom. I want your gun rights for sure. Not so crazy about your hospital, but you know, hospitals and healthcare. But yeah, I can do.
Why? Because they work, and you don't have to be on a waiting list for 20 years to see the doctor.
You don't have to be on a waiting list here. That's such a falsehood, eh? Like I say, I mean, I had my heart surgery done as soon as they knew there was something wrong with me. I was in the hospital and the surgery was done.
How many decades did that take?
Pardon?
Till they figured out there was something wrong with you.
Oh, it was his first heart attack. It was like, oof. Oh, you're going to the hospital. We need to put new heart valves in, or not valves.
No, I meant the other thing that was wrong with you.
They haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, my shoulder surgeries, now, those took a couple of months to get into because they consider those to be elective because they're not life-threatening, right?
You don't need your arms, do you?
Well, no, I couldn't work, right? But you get workman's comp, so you're getting paid by the government anyway. It's in their interest to get you in there sooner. So, you know, it was still a couple of months, but like I said, I mean, it's a couple of months where I couldn't raise my arms over my head. So, I mean, like I have a friend whose grandmother was 92 years old, I think, and she had a heart attack. They rushed her in. She got a quadruple bypass at 92 because she'd had a heart attack in it, and they had to do it, and she was healthy enough to go through the surgery. And that's what they look at is if you're healthy enough to go through the surgery, then you'll get it right away. If you're not healthy enough to go through it, maybe you have to diet or you have to do something so you have a better chance of survival, then yeah, they're going to put it off.
So,
if they can.
So who did she know on the death panel?
No, there is no death panel. See, that's again, that's one of those things that was, you know, I don't know who was promoting it, but it's just not true. You know, I mean, it's not perfect. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not perfect. For some things, like if you got a bad knee and you want to get it fixed just because your quality of life sucks, yeah, you're going to be put on a waiting list, and other people are going to go there ahead of you because, you know, maybe they're, you know, they need to walk for work or something, or, you know, something like that. It's, you know, or they're younger or whatever. But
so age discrimination is okay.
well, yeah, in a sense it is. Yeah, and they do it. I mean, you know, if a baby needs a heart surgery before an older person, they'll get it first. They look at, you know, how long. Kind of, anyway. And it also depends on what doctors are available. We don't have the same amount of doctors because, of course, you know, they can't make multi-million dollars a year here.
Well, you don't have the same number of people either, so I wouldn't expect it.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like, you know, things like MRI machines and stuff like that, those are paid for by the government. So, you know, there are some private ones in the country, but mostly that you're going to have to wait because they're in a hospital and they're going to, you know, you might be scheduled for an MRI, but if somebody comes in from a traffic accident and needs it right away, they're going to bump you off the schedule.
Well, yeah, that's everywhere though. Triage.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what it is. It is like a triage, but in a wider sense or just a more encompassing sense. Like, I don't mind it. I don't have a problem with it. Because my daughters had Crohn's disease and she was, I think, 9, and you know, I'm pretty sure that if I lived somewhere where I had to depend on health insurance after the first few years, my health insurance premiums would be awfully high, and I'm sure it would be the point where I wouldn't have owned a house and stuff like that. Instead, I lost my house through divorce and stuff, but you know. That part, the whole divorce and everything thing, it's exactly the same as in the States.
Like cancer.
Yeah.
Just cut it out.
Yeah. Like back in the good old days before women could vote, you could just beat them. As long as you didn't use a stick around in your thumb, you could beat them to death and it was legal.
Well, you know, on that note, I think I'm going to leave. So you guys go ahead and carry the torch for Bob on that one.
Oh, Jesus. I don't even know where to start with how wrong that is, but okay.
So you guys enjoy talking to Bob about beating women. I got to go.
Thanks, Jano.
Yep.
I'm just saying, back in the day.
You could not beat your wife to death just because you used a smaller stick. It was just that you could beat her with a smaller stick and it was socially acceptable.
Yeah, well, it was not just socially acceptable, it was legally acceptable. That was the important part. But that's when we didn't let them vote or stuff like that either. That was a big mistake. Well, it's just because, we've already, I mean, science has already decided that women's brains and men's brains are different. They keep telling us that.
Yeah, but they're still allowed to vote. I mean, come on.
It shouldn't be, but yeah, I guess they are allowed to.
Yes, they should be.
All kinds of stuff that people are allowed to do that they shouldn't be. In my opinion, which may differ than others. And that's the great thing about living in a democracy, is that, people with some what may be a little more out there ideas aren't allowed to make that the rule. I don't mind having beliefs that people don't, that the regular masses don't believe in. That doesn't bother me at all. It's like, well, I'll just continue to believe the way I want to believe and think that I'm right, but I'm not going to force it on anyone. That's, I think, the biggest crime, is trying to force your beliefs on someone else just because you think they're right, or you think you're right and they're wrong. I mean, everybody should have the right to their own opinion. And if the majority of people agree with you, then it could become a law. Of course, the downside of that is people got to be educated. Hear what's happening in the schools up here, right? This is getting terrible. They had a professor who refused to call an obvious. Well, it's gotten so bad here now that we've got some of our alternative news agencies have gone in, and even though it's an obvious woman, they've gone into a doctor and said, I want to be I'm gender cistus or whatever, so I want to be addressed as a man. And the doctor writes them a note, and they take that to the license bureau, and the license bureau goes, even though this is a woman with long hair, makeup, wearing heels, and they're like, oh, okay, yes, sir. They call them ma'am when they come in, and as soon as they say, oh, here's my documentation, I want to be a man. Oh, okay, yes, sir. And they call them sir after that, and they fill out the thing, and they're now on their ID, they're a man. Like, with, no, the doctor doesn't even examine them. Oh, if you feel like you're a man, then you're a man. Like, that's bullshit. That's now what's happening in Canada. Yet another reason to move. We have a whole rebel media. It's not as crazy as We Are Change, but it's a more, say, right-leaning media, and they've had this whole series going on about all these Syrian refugees coming in and the problems in the schools. And it's bad. I mean, these kids are, because all our kids are taught, from kindergarten, you can't fight, you can't, this political correctness has gone wrong, but you can't fight, you can't stand up for yourself and all this. Well, these Syrian kids are coming in and they're just like, oh, I'm just going to get my way, because these kids are a bunch of pussies. So, like, they're throwing fist-sized rocks at the other kids in kindergarten and stuff. Well, this is bad, right? So if you were a Canadian kid, you'd be suspended for doing something like that. Well, these kids, because of their cultural differences, they're not suspending them, and they're not fixing the problem.
That seems hard to believe.
Yeah.
I would think if someone throws rocks at another kid, whatever they are, they should get in trouble.
Yeah, no.
And my guess is that they are getting in trouble.
Not according to what, like, their only reason they're getting access to any of this stuff is through Freedom of Information Acts. And these are emails going to the school boards from the teachers. And then, there's when they try to follow up on it, there's no follow up because nothing happens, right? It's they have no money to put the extra help into the schools, but they're still, because the politicians want to be seen as being so proactive about bringing all these refugees in. They're bringing them in and putting them into schools, and there's no extra, teachers' assistants. There's no extra anything going into these schools. So these schools are just like struggling to try find the funding to get interpreters and everything else, because kids don't want to learn English. But this is like kindergarten kids are doing this kind of stuff, and it's really bad. Like some kids have said to teachers, "Well, I don't have to listen to you. You're an infidel." And these are like emails being sent to the school board from teachers saying, like, how am I supposed to deal with this? They're telling us that we don't have to listen to you because you're an infidel and stuff. And so the kids just do whatever they want. Plus, they've been putting 20-year-olds in our high schools. There's been problems with them and teenage girls because they don't, the way the modern Canadian girl dresses is apparently means they're whores to the Syrians. And, they're not. It's just such different cultures, eh? Like if this had happened, say 40 years ago, it wouldn't have been a problem, right? Because the Canadian kids, they grew up with hockey and lots of fighting and shit like that, and it was normal in schools that, after school, if you had problems with somebody, you'd go out and you'd go a little fisticuffs, and that'd be, fight would be over, and that'd be it. These kids, like today, are just, they're just indoctrinated into the no violence, no, don't stand up for yourself, go tell someone in authority. And when they do that, the authority can't do anything, because if they did, they would be considered racist. Like if a teacher says, "Oh, this Muslim kid's causing a problem," "Oh, you're a racist, you're an Islamophobe." So yeah, teachers are really stuck between a rock and a hard place. Because I don't know if you know, but most teachers are pretty liberal. There's my damn dog wants to go back outside because it's only just above freezing, and he thinks that's just perfect weather to sleep outside.
The Titanic and Toronto Maple Leafs both look good until they hit the ice.
Yep. Oh, that is so true.
Oh, I can't wait for hockey to come back, man. So excited.
The weird part is there's so many people who still support the Leafs. I don't get it. They're such a bad team. And no matter who they get, they'll spend more money, I think, than any other team. And they still cannot get a team that can win.
Well, I'll tell you what, dude. They stole Babcock from us, and I think he's on his way of doing some good stuff. He's a great fucking coach, so
yeah,
they got hope there. But I understand wanting to root for your home team. I'm not a football person, but I know plenty of people who are, and the Detroit Lions have plenty of fans, and they don't deserve any of them.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just got to root for the
for sure.
Sports fans are funny that way, right? They'll have a love and hate relationship with their team, right? But
well, you got the people that are like the bandwagon fans that only like them when they're winning. Yeah. And then I will support any of the hometown teams. I don't care for football as a sport. I'll watch it if it's on TV, but I don't go out of my, if I'm flipping channels and it's oh, the Packers against the Bears, I'm going to sit and watch this. No, I'm not going to. I'll be whatever. even if I flip past Lions, I might like look at the score and then just go, well, it's not the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, so it's okay if they're up by 100 points because they'll lose. Because it's, SOL, man, same old Lions.
I have to laugh. I can't help it.
Yeah, but just think of it this way: at least the Lions used to have Barry Sanders.
Yeah, for sure. And if he wouldn't have been sick of losing, so he did that whole retire early thing, he would have broke all the freaking rushing records in the league. It was amazing.
I think he still did break some records before he retired.
What a waste of talent.
Yep. But I think he was trying to do the whole thing where like he retired and then he was going to come back and like be a free agent. And apparently he doesn't understand how contracts work because they're like, sure, you can come back, but you still have to play for us for the next 5 years because you signed a contract and we're not trading you. And then he was like, shit, never mind. So he just stayed retired. Yeah, we've had good people. Yeah, Red Wings good. Like Red Wings.
Very good lately, so I'm a Red Wings fan too, so
I say they looked real good against Pittsburgh. The other day it was freaking like 90% of Pittsburgh's like regular team was playing, and our top line was like Nyquist, Sheehan, and someone else. Like they're normally like our third line or whatever. So it's like that showed you the type of people we had on the team. The starting goalie was our AHL goalie. Like he's not even the backup; he's the third place, and we kicked their ass 5-2. Of course, one was an empty net, but still, they looked really good out there. So imagine when we actually have like our good players playing.
I thought they banned hockey in the United States. I thought they said it was too Canadian.
No, it's still allowed. I mean, it might get in trouble for being too violent pretty soon here, but for now, it's okay.
Yeah, which gets me is because it's always been part of hockey or fighting.
I love watching hockey like on ESPN, like when they show just the highlights and they show the fights. Like that's pretty good. Like some of the fights are pretty good.
Yeah, well, and the thing is too, everyone's worried about like concussions and shit, but the truth of it is like hockey fights, they're throwing arm punches. They're not putting all their weight behind it. I mean, they're just like hitting you with however strong their arm is, because it's so they're not really getting that much damage. All the concussions and shit are coming from dirty hits or getting hit in the boards or whatever, and that's part because I stick with what's his face? Oh my god, I can't think of his name. Crazy Jacket, Hockey Night in Canada. Bob knows. Anyways, that dude says it's because the equipment is so much bigger, like the shoulder pads and everything. Like the person delivering the hit doesn't get hurt by going full speed. Where it used to be, if you hit someone going full speed, it kind of hurt yourself too. So you'd slow up a little bit and you'd still knock them off the puck. Maybe even knock them down to the ice, but you didn't have to go full speed. Where now, because it doesn't hurt you, fuck it. Why even stop?
Yeah, the sticking and stuff like that, like the high sticking and the sticks to the head and face, that never happened before the helmets. Like when the guys didn't wear helmets, nobody would do that, because if you did that, you'd get the shit beat out of you in the parking lot later. And that was an unwritten rule that you didn't do that. You didn't bring your stick up at another guy's head. You didn't swing at the other guy's head, which you see happening all the time now.
Oh, I don't think you see them swinging at their head. I think the majority of high sticks are still accidental. They're trying to lift their stick up over the other guy to get to the other side, and then it hits them or something. Like, there's not very many people that are taking fucking like baseball swings at someone's head.
No, but they're doing like a cross check type to the head and stuff. Like I've seen that happen because I've been watching a lot longer, right? So, like when I first started watching hockey, it was the guy sitting on the bench, nobody wearing a helmet, and they were usually smoking and having a beer, while they were on the bench waiting for their next turn to come out on the ice, right? For the next line to go in. And it was, that's the way I watched hockey when I was a kid. So, as it came in, like when I first started playing even junior hockey, we didn't have to wear a helmet until I was like 10 or 11. So it's changed a lot.
That explains a lot.
We wore toques. Big woolly toques because we had to play outside and it was minus 30.
Flippy, you're not coming through. I see you keep trying to talk.
I'm not trying to talk.
Oh, okay.
I don't give a shit about hockey. It's fucking boring.
And it's a hell of a lot better than baseball. Like baseball, you might as well take a book to read.
Fuck books. Just watch porn.
Yeah. So you going to that Texas shoot, Flippy?
Nah. I have to go to Houston tomorrow.
Really? Because I thought Noveski was going to be there.
That'd be cool, but alas, not in the cards for me today.
Oh well, I thought you'd be worshiping at the Noveski booth.
No, but my trip to Houston gets me a Noveski barrel bolt carry group, so my rifle's getting even closer to being like finite.
Ah, whatever. Still a gopher gun.
I actually thought of you, Bob, this weekend. I had these gopher targets, and I put it up and just fucking mag dumped it. And it's like, well, Bob says it's a gopher gun. So I just put 30 rounds into a little gopher target.
Yeah, well, they do work really well for gophers because it's not going to crawl back into the hole if you hit them with a 223.
You can say that about a lot of things. Like terrorists. They won't go crawling back in their hole when you hit them with the 223.
Crawl back into their holes quite a bit.
I don't know. There was a lot of them fucking dead. Like a lot.
Yeah, most of them killed by like $1 million smart bombs. You ever see the meme? $15 million airplane, $1 million bomb, $10 tent.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, you got to keep the military-industrial complex running. The only jobs left in the States, right?
Well, how
there's still
come?
prostitution.
I guess the tent lobbies don't have good enough support.
Honestly, I think we probably have the best porn industry in the entire world. I think we actually run the porn industry.
Oh, Germany. Oh, Japan.
Why would you go with Bob on this one?
Japan's kind of weird. They don't show like the Googles.
Yes, they do. Well,
no, they don't. They blur it out because it's dishonorable.
No, they don't blur it out. They blur it out sometimes, but if you get the good stuff, it's not blurred.
Yeah, the American stuff, it's not blurred. The Japanese cut, it always is because it's like dishonorable or some shit.
Yes, it's cut that way for the Japanese audience, but the porn is not filmed that way. It is produced in its purest essence. Why is it every time you come on, Flippy, we end up talking about porn?
Yeah,
because I know what's good.
So anyway, I just dimpled this gas block on this barrel. Any of you guys dimple your barrels?
No. My barrels come with a hole in them. And I just pin it.
I've never built an upper.
Wait, you mean you pay someone to pin it?
No, I tap the pin in myself.
Wait, you're saying that you pay a guy to fucking slide in your own guns, but you'll tap in a pin yourself?
I mean, one's much easier than the other.
You pay someone to sight your guns in? Are you kidding me?
He's dead serious. He pays motherfuckers to slide in his guns, dude. Because he thinks it's like hard.
It is hard.
Like you just need to do it once and get over the learning curve, then you're like, oh, okay, now I know how to do this shit. Like,
Yeah, shit. I know how to sight in a gun, and I'm not very good. It's easy.
Easy, dude. Is that picking up Flippy's heartbeat? Is that why his little character keeps like putting little circles out?
We have
I don't know.
The heartbeat.
Yeah, not real. It's probably picking up my fan.
Have we ever seen an EKG along with today's newspaper and a doctor who has been accredited?
And the gun? There has to be a gun in that. It's also very important.
Well, I feel like if you remember gun channels, your EKG is going to kind of have a gun shape to it. Or else it'll look like ammunition.
Good one.
Oh yeah, how do I edit my like gun channels membership so I can start paying you money?
Go to your place and then change the thing. Go to your username or whatever, your user profile, and then go to...
He might have to pay someone to do it for him.
Okay.
You could pay somebody to do it for you, but you go to your user profile and then you go to the little star thingy gear, I guess, and then hit edit my profile. And then when that comes up, you go to, damn, I thought it was this one. Oh, maybe it's just settings. No, it's even easier. So just go up to the top and then little down arrow, click on settings, and then you'll go to there's a thing at the top for subscriptions. And there's a link to it. Link for anybody else who wants to.
Oh yeah, also I looked through the emails and there was nothing in there about the Polish gun coming with a barrel or anything.
Is there a Polish one in there? The top Polish one.
Nah, it was like a Polish slash maybe Bulgarian slash whatever. Under
one? I don't know if that one's milled or what. I don't remember what that had. You really want that one though?
I kind of want one. I want it to be an underfolder. Or something unique that I don't have yet.
Well, you don't have anything yet. So that's easy. Got a lot of people in the chat, but nobody's saying nothing. Is there another chat going on? Somebody else, one of the other channels have a chat going? Do we like shooting on there? So can I say bring a bunch of people in? So do you know how many AR-15s you're up to, dude?
Me?
Yeah.
Or
do you say it?
I don't know. Like I've been In the past month, this is like number 10, I think, and I have 2 more in the middle of being done. Like right here is like right behind this one is literally all my parts for my Red Riding Hood build, and I have everything for that one acquired except for the scope mount and the Magpul grip. That'll be here Saturday, and then that's all I'm waiting for. This is the foam tubing that came today. This like super high density foam. Like, I mean, it's strong, man. It doesn't even give. It's not like regular foam. But that's going to sit on top, like not on this stock, but on that Ace ARFX stock. If you can kind of see how that would wrap around the buffer tube like that. But I'm going to shave it. So this is going to be 3 angles. So it's not going to be round anymore. It's going to be like a straight angle here, a straight angle like flat top, and then an angle on this side. I'm going to use the electric wire cutter thing. I'm going to go to Walmart tomorrow, and I think they have them. They had them online. So I'm going to buy like this electric knife, hot knife or whatever, and just cut it. That's going to go on the Ace ARFX stock like that. So
That'll be pretty badass.
Yeah, it'll be custom, and it'll make it, you know, give a little bit of red to the tail end, and yeah, like no one else will have one like it like this then. So it's just a fun build, like that's just something for fun.
Except you're not even building it till tomorrow. I'm gonna go out tomorrow morning, get that red shit, cut it, make up a video, and then it'll look like
Dude, you know how much it was for this 3-foot piece of high density foam? It was like $40. Like, and I'm going to use like 8 inches of it. Like,
what's it for?
It's for roll bars for like mini cup sprint cars and shit.
Oh.
So this is like actually certified. It's actually stamped like 45.1, like certified, because like they have to use a certain density.
You could just use
like fireproof and heat proof and all this other shit.
Oh, that's why. I was going to say you could just use a pool noodle, but yeah, it's not fireproof and heat proof. You know?
It also looks like shit, and I'm pretty sure it would melt and fuck up whatever he's doing with it.
What do you mean?
Did that work on the buffer too?
What the fuck are you doing with it? I wasn't actually listening, to be honest.
I'm wrapping it around an A2 buffer tube. Like, see how it kind of fits over this? I have an exposed A2 buffer tube on that Ace ARFX stock because it kind of comes around and clamps on the back and then on the front, and then it's just an exposed tube in the middle. So this is going to take up that middle piece and sit right here and be my cheek weld. But I'm going to cut this. I'm not putting it on like this. I'm cutting it into 3 angles. So it's going to be flat on top and then like a 45-degree angle on each side. And then, yeah.
That's going to look kind of slick.
Yeah, it will look slick because this is kind of a little thicker than what I thought it was going to be. But once I cut it down into those angles, it'll be perfect. And plus, if I do fuck up, I got plenty more here to work on because I only need an 8-inch piece, and I had to buy 3 feet of it.
Plus, you could make some more for other people if they wanted it.
Yeah, if I don't fuck up and if I have some left over, I was thinking about like what am I going to do with this stuff, right? Like there's nothing I can possibly really do with it. So I probably was going to try and get another 2 or 3 or 4 out of it, and then just put it on like eBay, like custom Ace ARFX cheek wheel.
How are you going to get it to stay on the buffer tube?
Well, it comes with an industrial 3M adhesive.
Oh, okay.
Peel this off, and if it can last on like roll bars of like race cars and shit, I'm sure it's probably would work just sitting on an A2 tube.
You should just take the whatever you got left, cut it in half, and then glue them to each other, and then you've got a foam tube. That's got to be worth a lot of money.
I need to go to Walmart here in a minute.
What's this Knock Knock movie?
Oh, it's terrible. It's really bad. Juked. There's one really funny scene in it, but other than that, it's really bad.
What do you think the chances are of Walmart having like a 1 1/4 inch wrench?
Pretty good.
I think they
Wait,
have
1.25? Is that really big?
1.25.
Well,
Like basically like that big.
That's pretty big. I would kind of doubt it, unless you've got a Walmart.
Like I would even
automotive.
Is this all my crescent wrenches and all my wrenches? I don't have like mine are either way too fat to fit this barrel nut, or not large enough. Like the biggest wrench, like actual wrenches I have, like are 1 inch, like 15, 16s and stuff like that. Like all mine stop at 1 inch in all my kits.
Yeah,
So-
well, that's pretty normal. Like, anything beyond that, you're into heavy duty mechanic tools. And
Yeah.
those are kind of specialized.
And you see how thin this little purchase area is right here.
Yeah.
So I need to like either put my crescent wrench on the grinder and grind that shit down, which I'm not like a fan about. Like,
Yeah,
You
you
got
gotta pay big money for that wrench, though. I would probably sacrifice a cheap crescent wrench first.
Yep. I would.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna think is if I can't, I like this crescent wrench. This one's a good one, but if I can't, like if they don't have one, then I think I am just gonna buy one of their cheap ass crescent wrenches and put it on the grinder and grind that shit down.
That's probably going to be a far cheaper alternative because I mean, like I say, anything beyond a 1 inch, you're into the heavy duty mechanics tools.
I
and
have a claw foot that I got with another rail that's like 1.3 inches, I think, but it's just too big. I'm afraid I'll strip this nut because it just sits on there too loose. I mic this out and it's like 1.22. So it's like just a hair under 1.25 inches.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I don't know, it's oddball. It's like kind of like 31 millimeter or 1.25 inches. So.
Wonder why it's that different size.
They want to buy their wrench.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
How about Blue Rain? Is that a good movie?
I've never heard of it.
Is that with Michael Douglas?
No, that's Black Rain.
Oh, okay.
Is that the one with what's his name?
John Holmes.
The black guy who's like
Not Prince. That was Purple Rain.
no, the other black guy, the one who always has that look. He was a Jedi at one point.
No, it didn't have anybody I recognized as far as actors. I don't think. $14.08. What's that all about?
Is that the one that's about the room 1408 with John Cusack?
Could. It's got a key on the front.
If that's the one with John Cusack in, he's a writer and he goes and stays in haunted places to get like I don't know, ideas for his stories, and he goes to this hotel room that's haunted, and like that's actually like all the places he's been before have all kind of been like bullshit, and like he finally goes to this real place that's really haunted, and it's like, yeah, it's a pretty good flick. I won't ruin it for you, but that one's pretty good. If it's the one with John Cusack.
All right. I can put that in my watch list, I think.
I've been watching that Marvel series with Nick Cage or whatever it is, the Bulletproof guy.
Oh, Luke Cage?
Luke Cage.
Nah, Nick Cage isn't bulletproof.
Okay, Luke Cage. Yeah, it's actually not bad. I think I'm almost through the first season, so.
I thought that was like all pro Black Lives Matter and anti-police and stuff.
Yeah, it's anti-cop, pro Black Lives Matter, and anti-gun. But
No, I mean,
who
the
really
first
cares?
couple episodes make it look like that, but
Nah, the rest of the show makes it look like that.
I don't think so, because a lot of the black people seem to be bad people,
No,
criminal.
pretty much. I'm not going to spoil it. You'll
They
see.
got the Obama's wife is in there, but she's like some councilwoman. Well, it's her lookalike anyway. And yeah, she's crooked as hell. And yeah, there's a lot of bad. It just seems like it's a superhero series. Well, it's based in Harlem, so most of the people are going to be black anyway, right? That's just because of the neighborhood. So Yeah, I don't mind it. I'm actually, I don't see a whole lot. And there is the odd bit that's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna hold my fist up, and and then they do a fist bump and stuff like that. That's kind of cliche, but yeah, it's not that, and it's not really anti-cop. I mean, one of the main characters is a police officer who's not.
Bob, how far in there are you?
I don't know, it's 10 or 11 episodes.
Yeah, you'll see.
Okay. Well, it might get worse later. Yeah.
Bob doesn't like movies that don't have an authentic portrayal of life on the streets.
It's like, yo, this is bullshit. These kids aren't beatboxing or rap battling or dance battling.
This is whack.
Yo, there's a white guy in this scene. This isn't like the streets.
Well, I thought was. Oh, I'm not even going to go there. Never mind.
Oh, there isn't an option to pay more money? Oh, okay.
So, Thanksgiving weekend is coming up for me earlier than your guys's.
You have like fake Thanksgiving.
No.
Thanksgiving that you don't really thank for like food or freedom. You thanks for living next to us.
We have turkey and mashed potatoes and gravy and pumpkin pie.
It's like the dog's Thanksgiving. It's like, yo, I'm thankful that I get to eat the scraps off the table when fucking, the United States is done with things. And they have the courtesy to toss them to us.
I think it's when like a bunch of little girls get like a card table and they bring their little friends over and they wear fancy dresses and then they have like a tea party. It's kind of like that kind of Thanksgiving. And then you look at it and you go, "Ah, isn't that cute?" Look how they act like real people.
It's like that two stupid dogs thing.
Turkey and pumpkin pie, man.
It's like, isn't that cute? But it's wrong.
You can't even make up your own foods that are unique, like maple something and something with ham in it or whatever you guys eat.
Well, sometimes some people eat ham on Thanksgiving, but I prefer turkey.
Dude, my wife's family's a bunch of fucking weirdos. They try to do ham on Thanksgiving.
What's this Molokai?
Hmm?
It's got 5 stars.
What?
Mordecai?
Molokai, maybe? Says, the true story of the 19th century priest who volunteered to go to the island. Oh, what the fuck? It's a girl movie. What the fuck? They should have big G written on shit.
For gangsta?
Girl movie. So you don't have to bother looking.
What the hell was that?
And I killed the chat.
Yeah, that's what happens when
What the hell?
when someone just shouts gay out of nowhere.
What about Chocolate?
Oh, you'd love that, man.
Yeah. It's a girl movie.
No, it's about chocolate.
Yeah, I bet.
Dripped on women's bodies.
I'll watch that.
You don't want to watch the German version, though, because it's not chocolate.
Hey, Flippy.
Poison.
Oh, what?
You seen that trailer for Sleepless?
Oh shit, they got the real Terminator in here and 1984. Those are old movies. I wonder if 1984 holds up. What is this? Adventures of Mickey Madsen and the Copperhead. That's for little kids? That's like a little kid movie. Oh, have you seen this one, I'll Follow You Down, from 2014?
Nope.
Oh, where the guy goes down into hell? That's actually
No. The guy is a dad, and he has a little kid, and then he says, like, I got to go on a business trip. I'll be back. And then he goes to the airport, and he flies away. He never comes home. And then his kid grows up and digs through his shit and figures out what he was working on. He was working on a time machine. He rebuilds the time machine. He goes back, and he tells his dad how, like, hey, you never came back. And then it's kind of a trippy time machine type of science fiction, but kind of boring. Like, it's all drama. There's no action. But it's kind of a neat, like, you know, discussion on time travel or whatever they call that, like an interpretation of how time travel might be.
Yeah, time travel is always really weird to wrap your head around. Some of them.
And they always come out like either happy or sad, and this one's sort of just kind of in a realistic way. So I don't want to ruin it, but if you ever see that one on Amazon, it's worth watching.
Yeah, I'll check it out. There was another time travel one where, oh, what the hell was it?
The one where they make a time travel thing and they're in like a storage container or like a storage place, and then they figure out they can jump like backwards, and then they figure out if they bring a time travel thing with them, they can take that back and jump backwards again, or something like that.
Oh, no, that's not it. I'll have to look it up, but yeah, it's an interesting one. I should put that in the movies. And, yeah, I'll have to find it though. It is quite interesting because you know they when they try to go back to their own time, it's different. So yeah, it's one of those. It's the whole thing about the time travel.
This one with a group of people in a house.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And then they keep like, oh, there's a house down the street that's got lights on, and then they're like, they get all mixed up after a while.
Oh, not that one. No. That's not a bad one either, though.
That one's kind of cool too. It's similar to that one, the one I was talking about.
Yeah, no, this one it's a building, and yeah, I can't remember enough about it.
What's this one? Survivor? Looks like an action movie. 2015 with Kevin Sorbet. Danielle something.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Decades of drifting in space, the last humans crash land on an alien planet when the crewmates are captured by flesh-eating creatures who must join forces with the planet's mysterious inhabitants. Huh. Alone, stranded, and deadly. I'm putting this on my watch list. Oh, I already watched it, I guess.
Couldn't get that good, then. Yeah, so I looked up my Norenko, and it's selling for $500 new. So I'm thinking, I'll probably get $300 for it.
You're even going to sell it? Oh, because you can't bring it literally?
Yeah, well, I can't bring it with me, so what the hell? My brother's got a couple of Springfield, like real Springfield M14s. He just got another one from his buddy, so he's talking. He might want to get rid of it, so I might just pick it up instead.
I'll just leave it with him. It's only $300. It ain't worth selling.
Yeah, I kind of need the money right now. I gotta go deal with my bank, so I'm kind of short right now. You know what the hell? It's like you lose a couple $100. It's a Chinese copy of the M14 when I can get a real one for probably about the same price. So,
oh,
I want him to sell me one of his AR-10s, but he won't. Because those are the AR-10s he's got are the original ones that were produced for.
Next time you're having a trying to get it off of him or whatever, and he's not doing it, then try grabbing his neck with like your arm, and then bending him over and rubbing your other hand on his top of his head.
Well, that probably wouldn't be that hard. He's like 13 years older than me, so he's getting pretty old.
Yeah, there you go. You probably don't have to rub his head very hard. Just be like,
yeah,
tell me you're done. Say that much.
I want to stay on his good side because he's gonna put some of his short barrel pistols in the will for me, and that way once I get those, then I have the license to own prohibited guns here, so I can then own short barrel pistols and machine guns and shit. You're only allowed to do that in one generation, but yeah, we just found that out. So yeah, you got to stay on this good side until he dies. But yeah, that should be. The only thing is he doesn't have the short barreled M14s. He's got the full size ones, and those things are long. They're not as bad as an FN, but they're long.
What, AR-10s?
No, the Springfield M14s.
Oh, yeah.
That one I got's got an 18-inch barrel. It's you know, the short barrel version. So because I'm gonna keep all the accessories, I'm just gonna sell the rifle, eh? So I mean, all the magazines and scope mounts and shit like that I got for it. Might as well keep those. I really like the gun. It's just, you know, they're heavy, but yeah, they are what they are. I like the AR-10 way better, but those and steel I guess you can part with.
Oh, ain't that cute? But it's wrong!
What the hell?
That was a fucking blast from my past.
Lippy.
Yeah, I forgot what one of you was saying, but it reminded me of that.
What was that?
Bunch of dogs getting flushed down a toilet in a cartoon.
Oh.
No, the whole isn't that cute, but it's wrong thing.
That's not a thing, though, unless you've watched that cartoon, I don't think.
That was the thing if you grew up in the 90s.
Who the hell would want to grow up in the 90s?
People who are smart.
Millennial children. The entitlement generation.
I think millennials are, you know, growing up in the new millennia. So, like the double aughts, not the 90s.
Pre-millennials. Pre-me. Pre-me's. Pre-mems. Pre-mems.
What do you count as growing up? Like, is that from like kid to teenager age or teenager to like 20s?
10 to 20. 10 to 20 is when you actually grow up. Because at 10, you're just a normal kid.
Before 10, you don't got a life of your own. You're just a little baby. And then when you're 10-ish, yeah, I agree with Bob.
Then when your brain's scrambled, right? They've proven that
you're basically a moron when you're 10 years old.
well, yeah, and clinically, when you become a teenager, because your brain's rewiring itself, you're actually clinically insane until you're in your 20s, or sometimes beyond in Flippy's case.
See?
Yep.
That had to take place in the 90s for it to be a millennial, right? Or you're saying that has to take place in the 20s, the aughts?
Right. Like, I think if you were like born like mid 90s, then you're a millennial, because then you were hitting your teenage years in the,
but the millennials
millennials
are often university age, right? Like nowadays,
No.
millennials, they're university age that think that they should get free education and free everything.
Okay, so that means they were born in the late 90s. If they're 20 right now, or if they're 19 right now, they were born in 98.
No, millennials started in 82. I'm a millennial.
82? No way.
No way. That's totally wrong.
That's the Gen Ys or something.
No, it's a person reaching adulthood around the year 2000. I graduated high school in 2000. I am a millennial.
Graduated.
No, because millennials suck, and you're cool, so you're not.
Yeah,
a millennial.
dude, that's the definition. It is reaching adulthood in the millennium. So everyone born 82 and younger are millennials.
I'm looking this up.
Yeah, I
Dude,
don't believe
look
you.
it up.
Yeah, well, actually, no, I can kind of.
Break yourself.
I can kind of see that.
Denoting or relating to a period of 1,000 years. Ha!
Gosh, you need to calm yourself. You're scaring the Mexican.
Huh? Hey, Hosh.
Okay, a person reaching young adulthood around the year 2000.
Young adulthood, so that's like teenager time.
No, it includes. Dude, it includes.
Oh, it says also known as Generation Y. So it is Generation Y. Just that they
Those are 35 years old right now, then, right?
No, the oldest millennials. Anyone born 82 and younger are a part of the millennial generation.
So you're close to being a normal person, though.
I'm right there.
Okay.
I don't even think you should associate with millennials. I think you're.
Yeah,
going-
I don't buy it.
I think I'm the best millennial. I'm the best millennial.
Term in 1987, around the time children born in 1982 were entering preschool, and the media was first identifying their prospective link to the new millennium as the high
I'm
school.
from 1987, dude.
Dude, look at Wikipedia.
I know. That's
there-
what it just said what you said.
Yeah, it said ranging from the late 70s to early 80s and ending birth years ranging from the 90s to the 2000s.
Yeah, so we're Generation X.
I'm Generation Y / a millennial.
I'm actually a baby boomer. So
holy shit.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're old as fuck, though. So Generation X is the culmination. Like that's the gold standard of generations, and then the rest.
No,
of it.
it's not. That's the Pepsi generation. That's the generation. Who knows? The lost generation is between the baby
No, we're
boomers
the
and
best
Generation X.
generation of all of them because we grew up with like olden days. I can remember things like phones that had two pieces like that. I've been to places where your phone still had a holding thing that you held in your ear, and then the thing you had was on the wall you had to talk into. Like that was still literally a thing. I remember phone numbers that had letters in them, like something.
I don't know why that's a good thing.
That's super ass old. I can remember like regular gas and like being able to smoke in airplanes. Like,
I mean, I was alive during all that. I was just a kid, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But I'm saying I lived in that, so I had to grow up with like back in the old days. That was like World War II, basically. That was just fancy World War II, and then I got to live
fancy World War II.
I got to live through the whole computer generation of like the clunky fucking computers on like wheels and like punch cards. I lived through all that, and now into the phones and shit. So we're like the generation that keeps the old fogies and you youngins together.
Generation X is the generation that uses 2 fingers to type with.
Except I can do it as fast as my grandma who did it with a typewriter. So,
I'm still doing that shit.
but yeah, you're right. We do type with 2 fingers because we
I know.
resisted learning typewriters because
Right.
they were fucking still typewriters.
Right,
That was-
I get it.
want to learn on a fucking typewriter.
I got that sweet Smith Corona, yo, that has that corrective tape. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I'm not going to college. I don't need no fucking typing. I'm not going to be a secretary.
I'm not a secretary, bitch.
For one, typewriters, that's actually hip and new now. People
No,
are
it's
like
not.
mad into
Yeah,
typewriters.
that's new. It's new.
Well,
yeah,
it's
it's new.
It's hipster as hell.
I'm going to go grab that one over there that I've been eyeballing to sell on eBay or not, and maybe I'll sell it on eBay.
What is very very hip is the old IBM keyboards with the super clunky, clicky typing. Yeah, they're hundreds and hundreds of dollars if you can get the old school.
Are you fucking shitting me?
Oh
we
my
have
God.
dozens and dozens of those.
Oh,
dude.
they're worth so much money. They're worth so much fucking money.
Huh.
Hundreds.
Oh, I have one of those.
Hundreds.
Well, we have dozens. We have boxes of them somewhere.
Okay, I found
I had to keep rewiring those things so that they would work with the wife's or the ex-wife's.
You're not talking about a real PC. You're talking about old IBM mainframe computers, terminal computers.
I am seeing, I searched for hipster typewriter, and I'm seeing a series of blogs where people are saying hipsters are using typewriters at Starbucks.
Yeah, that's a thing now.
Great. Fucking great.
Harry, you take your typewriter and you go pretend to type a novel at Starbucks.
Fucking great.
Or a screenplay or whatever.
This is just the greatest.
Yeah, dude, we're living in the future with typewriters.
I want to dress up like one of those scary clowns and take my typewriter to Starbucks.
Oh, well, you're in California. There's actually no recourse for that.
Yeah, there's no one can do anything. I'm sure I'm a protected class if I do that.
Yeah, I know. They're the big thing now in universities here is people running around in scary clown costumes, and I'm just like, man, if you tried that down in the States, you'd die.
They're doing it in
there
the
have
States,
been
dude.
dudes who have tried it in the States and have died. There was a guy who got shot in the fucking face. Another dude who like got beat to death with baseball bats and then
I
hit with
heard
a car.
that was all a myth.
The baseball bat one or the
or
face
both.
shooting one?
Both.
Are we talking about clowns?
Yeah,
they're
the
real.
scary clowns. No. The scary clowns are real, but the scary clowns that got shot and the scary clown that got beat to death, that's all just a myth.
Yep, Snoke that shit.
Yeah. Dude, they actually do make a modern typewriter. It's called a free write, and it doesn't write on paper, but it is for writers who can't deal with distractions. So they have this thing that just types words. That's all it does. Holy shit! I actually want one of these really bad right now.
It's like basically a word processor.
Exactly, it's a word processor.
Oh, they're only like $60.
No, they're $500.
No, the typewriter's on eBay. I mean,
No, the free writer that I'm talking about. Fucking hell, dude. How am I gonna?
Well, G-Web doesn't have a free writer to sell. He has a typewriter to sell. So,
Damn it.
I'm gonna call it a free writer,
really-
though.
Like, I learned to type on an old manual typewriter that came in its own little suitcase, and it
Dude,
was
I
manual.
need-
You had to learn to really push on those keys. Right?
Yeah, you had to push hard on those manual
yeah.
typewriters.
Dude, I had a James Bond one. It was like for like people in like, you know, camping or like war or whatever. It was all tiny. It was like the fucking mini laptop of fucking typewriters back in the day. It was cool as shit. It would barely hold a regular sized piece of paper. It was so small.
There's a crazy manual typewriter hip hop teacher, if I remember
What?
correctly. Yeah, where is it? It's really old school. Manual typewriter
You hip
teacher.
to the hop to the hippity to the hop.
A manual typewriter that had the Russian language on it instead of English. And I was just bought it because it looked cool or whatever. And then that thing sold for like hundreds of bucks on the eBay. I paid it for I bought like $2 or $3.
It was huge.
It was a normal sized typewriter from like back in the 80s. Yeah, it was pretty big.
How is this guy not on the internet? This is like, he's like this crazy black guy in the hood teaching people how to use a manual typewriter. And he was like insane. He was really good.
Do you remember,
I
Hosh?
typed all my college papers on a manual typewriter.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I've done that before there was computers.
I remember in high school, I did all my stuff on a manual typewriter, plug in or anything, eh? And then in university, I actually got to type on a IBM Selectric.
Holy shit.
Fancy shit, huh?
That was the ball, right? That was the ball with the letters on it?
Oh, yeah.
That was some serious shit. Those Selectrics were insane. The technology behind that is amazing, actually.
Yeah, you barely had to touch them and they would work. It was pretty cool. And you
Yeah.
could hit like enter and it would go brr, 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 really fast. Really cool.
Yeah, and there was
God.
a.
I'm
You
scared.
could actually there was a I remember reading about it in Popular Science or something, and you could wire them up to work out on one of the early home computers, like the Heathkit computer, so that it would work with your printer. And then you could do like pictures out of letters. It was kind of neat.
I feel so young.
I'm just still kind of trying to wrap my head around the fact that I'm a millennial. This is like, you really hurt my feelings here.
Millennial?
Yep.
Because, like I said, I picture millennials as people that are in college right now, not people that graduated college 10 years ago.
It means people who are like adults around the time of the millennium.
So
I
what's
don't buy it.
what is Flippy? He's the hipster who's not even a millennial anymore.
Yeah, he's a millennial.
No, I wear normal size clothes.
It doesn't matter your persona. It means what generation cohort.
No, he's like trying to accuse me of being a hipster, and I'm telling him I don't carry a typewriter around with me. That's some old fogey ass shit.
So what generation? What generation is now? Because generations last like 20 years. So millennials are people that were born between like the 80s,
2000.
Generation
2000.
Kill.
So what about
80 to 90, right? Because then they'd have been
20. No. Generations aren't based off of time or decades. It's about the people. So like the baby boomers is not a very long generation because they made a shitload of them. They don't need to have 20 years because they bred like fucking rabbits.
Well, yeah, they just come back from a fucking war where most people died.
Yeah. So you don't. It doesn't. It's not like every 20 years. It's based off of the population, the density of that generation.
This says that the silent generation or traditionalists are born 1945 and before. Then there's the baby boomers from 46 to 64. Generation X, the greatest generation, it says it here on the internet, born 65 to 76. Millennials, born 77 to 95. And then something called iGen, Gen Z, or Centennials are 96 and later.
Yikes.
So what the fuck are the new ones? Like, what are your babies?
I don't know.
They
Chinese.
iGens or Gen
Millennial too.
They're half Chinese. That's what they are.
They're doomed.
So 97.
They're the last generation.
95. Crazy.
The last of the Mohicans.
They're the last generation.
well let me say then the generation you just described, the one that was from 97 till whatever, those are the people that I thought were millennials. Because when I bitch about millennials, I'm thinking of like college kids now that need their safe space and you can't say bad words.
You're talking about centennialists or Gen Zs.
Okay, so centennials are the pieces of shit. Millennials are
millennials. The millennials are the ones that are now in their 30s and stuff that are pushing for this free education.
No, that's bullshit. The kids that are pushing for free education are like the 18-year-olds right now. We don't get. We already went to school. We already have high-paying jobs. We're already paying a shit ton of taxes. We're not pushing for free college.
It doesn't matter.
No, it's because.
Go ahead.
Millennials have kids approaching college right now, and they don't want to pay for it.
All right, so
I don't buy it. I reject your reality and replace it with my own.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
This place has 6 generations, so they're calling the GI generation 1901 to 1926. I can't imagine there's very many of those people living anymore. Children of World War I and World War II and the Great Depression. They just did it and then they shut up about it basically. Then it's saying the mature silents are 27 to 45, which is barely my parents, I think. Is that you, Bob? 27 to 45? No.
I think the silent generation is also the lost generation.
So then the baby boom, or I guess the boomers are my parents. They were the beginning though. 46 to 64. They're the revolutionaries, to save the world hippies, rock and roll, buy it now, use credit, too busy for neighborly involvement, strong desires to reset common values for the good of all. The first TV generation, the first divorce generation, began accepting homosexuals, Olympic, optimistic, driven, team-oriented, envision technology, and as an innovation as a learning process, tend to be more positive about authority, structure, and tradition. The largest generations with 77 million people, and their aging will change America almost incomprehensibly when they're the first generation to use the word retirement to be able to enjoy life after the children have left home. Instead of sitting in a rocking chair, they go skydiving. And then the American youth culture began with them, is now ending with them, and their activism is beginning to reemerge. Then they're saying Generation X is 65 to 80. We're the latchkey kids, we're entrepreneurial, we're individualistic. Government and big business mean little to them. We save the neighborhood, not the world. They're misunderstood by other generations. They're cynical in many major institutions. I feel like they're grouping us all together here. Feel like a generation. They don't feel like a generation, but they are. Raising a transition phase.
The fuck is that?
They don't feel like a generation. Oh, fuck.
AIDS began to spread. That's where we got fucked, because we got the AIDS. Everybody else could fucking fuck like rabbits, and we got the AIDS in the middle of all that.
It's because your parents are all into the homosexuals. See, that's what happens.
Actually, that is what happened. So
School
tell you,
problem.
And you spread through the homos.
Like we knew about condoms, but only suckers like used them because they couldn't talk the chick into doing it without, you know.
Yeah, that was back before Google. See, another problem with all the generations before the millennials is you didn't have Google, so you guys just made shit up. That's why you had urban legends and shit. Like none of that exists anymore. We don't have that.
No, we didn't have urban legends because we made that shit up. We have urban legends because they came through us through tradition. I mean, those were stories. We sat around campfires and shit, but then we are also the generation that let all that go because we also sat around chat rooms like this. We just didn't. Like I say, I think we glue because our parents don't do this. They don't go on the internet. They don't know shit. We are the ones who saw all this get born, so we understand it completely. We fucking built it, literally, really. And then the new generations don't know what it's like without it. So that's why I think we got a little edge up on a lot of them as far as the technology thing.
Well, you gotta, like I was the end of the baby boomers. So, I mean, I kind of got a bit of both, right? Because it was the end of the baby boom, and then I didn't get back into going to, like, I just went to work when I was really young. So I didn't get back into the school and into the technology till I was in my mid-20s. So I kind of had a pause there. And, yeah, well, we won't talk about that.
They were born in 81 to 2000. They're the 9/11 generation, the Echo Boomers. America's next great generation brings a sharp departure from Generation X. So you're a sharp departure from us. You're nurtured by omnipresent parents, that's for sure.
Yep.
Respect authority, because we were the latchkey kids. Like not all of our parents worked, and all of our parents were divorced, pretty much. We got falling crime rates. Seriously, I don't know anybody who has parents. Falling crime rates, falling teen pregnancy rates, but with school safety problems they have to live with. They learned early that the world is not a safe place, whatever the fuck that means. They schedule everything. They feel enormous academic pressure. They feel they have a generation of great expectations for them. They feel a digital literacy they prefer digital literacy. Have never known a world without computers. That's the thing, I think. And they get most of their socialization from the internet. They prefer to work in teams with unlimited access to information, tend to be assertive with strong views, envision the world as a 24/7 place, want fast and immediate. Oh, that's an interesting thing because like Bob's generation, even in mine, I grew up with McDonald's and fucking Jack in the Box and shit. Bob grew up with like shit closes at 7 p.m. or whatever, and they're open until the morning.
No, that's no shit, man. That's true.
Yeah, so that's a whole different thing. Like the TV used to go off when I was a kid. like there was nothing at night except for
we
maybe.
We never had that. Everything is always on all the time.
Everything has always been on, especially if you live in the city. They
Yeah,
do not work. They prefer a more relaxed work environment and hold it. So then
Who is
the new ones born after 2002? There was a record number of births in 2006. 46% of them were born or were Hispanic, and that'll change the American melting pot in terms of behavior and culture.
Sorry.
The number of births in 2006 outnumber the start of the baby boom generation. They will easily be a larger generation. Since 1700s, the most common name in the U.S. was Smith, but now it is Rodriguez.
Yep.
There are two age groups now. Tweens, ages 8 to 12. There will be an estimated 29 million tweens by 2009. 51 billion is spent by tweens every year, with an additional 170 billion spent by their parents directly for them. And then there's the toddlers, 8 to 7, who have televisions in their room. 35% have video games. 14% have a DVD player. 4 million have their own cell phones. Have never known a world, obviously. I never knew about that thing. I didn't know that they're a bigger.
I've never not had a TV in my room.
I can remember like having to earn.
Never had a TV.
Like one of the first kids around that had one in my area, but I know I wasn't the first kid. But like everybody else was like, yeah, you can. Like it was like these massive goals. Like you could get a TV if you did this and 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 this. And then you got this little dinky ass like TV.
I had to buy my own, my first one, for sure. I didn't grow up with a TV in my room.
I found one in the
I got my TV. You still had to go to a TV store, pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I remember
What, like
even
Best Buy?
No,
As
no,
a-
it wasn't things like that until later. There was like TV stores, there was like wash machine stores, there were like microwave
Sears?
stores. Like there's just stores that had that. That was the thing.
That's all they sold was those comics.
There wasn't a store that put everything together till like the 80s, I think.
Yeah, you went to a feed store, you went to a lumber yard, and that's what they had was lumber, not hardware. That was at the hardware store next door, or maybe across the street. I mean,
But
it's
they would
just,
like have Zeniths and like RCAs or whatever the fuck the brands were.
Oh, they had MP5s?
Yeah.
Mitsubishi.
So what's all this about? There were a record number of births in the U.S. and 49% of them were Hispanic. So 2006, we had another baby boom.
I was getting busy.
Getting busy, not existing yet.
Because the number of births in 2006 far outnumbered the start of the baby boom. Well, I guess there's more people, so it would be easy to outnumber the amount of people. Like I said, Bob, everybody killed each other after World War II or during.
Child support's a motherfucker though.
well, you know how many single women there were after World War II because of all the guys who didn't come home.
Right.
So there were some guys who got real busy to have that big baby boom.
Well, and everybody got married when they got home, right? Had a couple of kids.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
There's your age groups, the tweens and the toddlers. So is that saying that the parents had like two big surges, or that there's another generation sneaking in there? These are your kids, or these are our kids? These are your kids, right? Born in 2000. Our kids would have been you, because some of you are young enough to be my kid. So I'm thinking your kids are the boomlets in the Generation Z.
Well, see, I didn't have my kids till I was in my 40s. So
Well,
like,
that's not normal. Normally people have them in their 20s, right?
yeah. So I actually had my kids really late, which means that my kids are actually kind of skipped a generation.
They're time travelers.
Well, my parents did the same thing, right? They had my brother way before they had my sister and I.
That's like
they
my
had
dad's parents.
after World War II, and then they had my sister and I like 15 years later, kind of thing.
Oh, that's just like Leia. Yeah, between Leia and her sister, 16 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing. It's just they had the one, and then they went, okay, well.
Because the children, these new kids, leave their toys behind at a younger and younger age. Kids growing older younger. You heard of that before?
Well, I think just kids get so many toys now.
No, it says that children are, with the advent of computers and web-based learning, children leave toys behind at a younger and younger age. Kids growing older younger is the term for it. And they say many companies have suffered. Mattel, the maker of Barbie dolls, said their average market was 10, and now it's dropped to 3 because they quit playing with toys by the time they're 5.
Yeah, because they're all moving off to technology.
Yeah.
Well, and this article or whatever you're reading is a little old because it did say something about like by 2012 or something. So it was written a few years back. But yeah, kids nowadays, like toddlers, have tablets and they like play on their apps and shit. Like they don't play with toys even now.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, toys now suck though. So.
Some are good. You'd be surprised. Shit's gotten a lot better.
I see that with my kids, though. I have a 12 and a 14-year-old, and I agree with that.
When I was a
they're
kid,
part of the
toys were
problem.
fucking rad. Now they're just kind of like, they have no articulation. They're all just kind of shitty.
Can one of the dead horses be kicked off of the chat so I can hop in with my phone? I gotta go outside for a second.
I'll go.
No, it's alright. Don't go if you're talking.
We don't need 2 dead horses.
Just one dead horse is fine.
Yeah, kick the other one out. If there's someone else wants to get in, kick the other one out that's not talking right now.
Oh, no, we can't do it. Only Pink can. I thought there was a thing where a bunch of us could. No, I guess not. I think if a bunch of us ignore... Oh, no, he jumped.
You have to be like assigned a moderator of the call or some shit, I think, isn't it? Like Pink has to give you permission. Like if you go over to the toolbar, you can like add people or something.
Oh, so Pink's not giving us permission, you mean?
Well, we weren't in here when he first set it up and then left.
Why is this not working?
We can blame Pink anyway.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
This one, the Wikipedia has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 generations. They sneak one in between the greatest generation and the baby boomers called the silent generation, the people that were born who got to do, they were lucky enough to fight in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam.
Oh shit! Yeah,
that's
a real bitch.
Yeah, they got they got experience, I guess, if they lived through all that shit.
Yeah, you think about that. That sucks.
Yeah, if you were born between 25 and 41, you got all of those, and that means you were fucking drafted, and you were in. So you didn't have a lot of luck. And then when another war started, they just redrafted you.
There we go. Jesus.
I wonder what we
So,
got
question for you, G-Webs.
Huh.
I was going down the freeway today and I saw a flatbed, one of those lowboy trailers, hauling a bunch of sidewall vans, like old white Chevy vans.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna title my blog "Porn for G-Webs" tomorrow.
Cool.
If you
Like
don't
they
mind.
were going on that or something.
Yeah, like somebody was just driving a bunch of his vans. Like he rented a
How many
really
vans?
long trailer. They're like a bunch of your vans.
Oh really? How many of them were on there?
So I thought that was pretty cool. You guys still there? Am I cutting out?
Yeah.
No, we hear you.
How many of them were on that trailer?
There was 2, and then like a motorcycle in the middle, and a desk.
Donuts are done.
Pretty big trailer.
Hey, Hoss. How about that 2.9 earthquake we had today? I thought it was going to be the big one.
I didn't feel shit. That earthquakes have to be over 4.0 for me to even wake up out of a
It was that
slumber.
one.
Yeah, 2.9 is nothing. The Richter scale's crazy because it's logarithmic. So, like, you know, between like a 2 and a 4 is like kind of stronger. But then between like a 9.7 and 9.8 is fucking like insanely
But
different.
yeah, it's like an order of magnitude in exponential growth. So I was in Whittier during the Whittier Narrows earthquake, and I understand Northridge is bad, but the closer you are to the epicenter, also like logarithmically also increases the force, and that was the craziest thing I've ever experienced in my life is that earthquake.
I got to be in an earthquake when I was in California. When I was a little kid, standing in a parking lot. It's kind of neat.
That bad boy was 7.6 if I remember correctly.
Yeah, see, that's about when it starts. Like, 7's kind of the cutoff for when it starts, like, affecting shit.
That's when it feels like your house is getting picked up 4 feet to 5 feet and just fucking slammed to the ground. It's like when you're on your bed and somebody picks it up and slams it. I don't mean drop it. I mean they force it down. That's what it feels like, but the whole world.
No, this one was different. It was more like a slam. That was it.
Oh, I'm talking about the 7.8 that I was in Whittier back in '87. Or was it
Yeah.
7? Was it 7.3? 7? Anyway, it was 7 plus, and it was a ball buster. That was not effing around.
I was getting born that day.
See, I remember, like, one earthquake, and it was, like, from really far away, because Michigan doesn't really get earthquakes. But it was the equivalent of, like, if you're sitting inside and, like, a semi-truck drives down the road, how there's, like, kind of a little rumble. And, like, that was it.
Yeah,
Like, nothing even fell off
when
the
you can-
shelves or anything. Like, I was kind of disappointed as a kid. I was like, oh, man, that was an earthquake? Like, I wanted to, like, you know, run to the doorway like you're supposed to, and all the shit falls off the walls. And it's like, no, just a semi-truck drove down the road type of thing.
See the earth swallow that miserable neighbor's house.
Yeah. Of course, that was also, I mean, I think we were feeling an earthquake that happened in, I don't know, like Indiana or some shit. Like, it was from far away. It was like a big one far away that we could kind of feel.
The thing that always reminds me, and I go back to the big one, or the bigger one that I was in with the Whittier, is that they all start out feeling like a semi truck is passing close to the house, and so it keeps going up. It starts out like a semi truck rolling down like right behind your house, but then it just amps up like crazy. And so that's when I'm experiencing earthquake. If I don't feel it ramping up, then I'm like, this is nothing. You can tell, once it starts going, then you're like, okay, I guess I gotta move.
And that's the weird part about human psychology, is that you actually get used to shit like that.
Yeah. Well, no, I sleep through them. If they're a 4, I sleep through 4s all day. I've slept through a 5. I've slept through most of them. It's usually got to be a 6 to wake me up, like seriously wake me up, and I get out of bed. Which is, that in itself is kind of like jaded, right? I'm jaded by the concept of the Earth actually realigning itself, and I'm just like, meh. I am desensitized, if you will.
Well, that's really what it comes down to, right? Is you've just gotten used to it. But it's strange that our physiology, our brain physiology, will allow us that, even though it doesn't happen every day, we will get to the point where it's just like, it's only a little one.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty funny how your brain works.
No, it is.
I don't need to be worried about this massive upheaval of the the surface of the freaking planet that I exist on.
Yeah, it's only moving at 6 inches up and down.
But people got a little on edge when we got because we got a warning this time that in the next 4 days we could get a big earthquake, so you should probably get ready. And it's going to be an earthquake. It's not going to be a aftershock, right? Because the Whittier Narrows quake, the 7-something, that was an aftershock of a larger quake going back decades before. So it's funny how they do the math on this, because they align the plates, they figure out where it originated from, and then they figure out, well, this force, the pressure that was applied to this part of the plate is due to a previous quake that moved that pressure down the fault line. So a lot of earthquakes are just aftershocks, even though they happen decades later.
Mm-hmm.
When an earthquake is the first earthquake, when it's the start of a new plate shift, unrelated to current forces, that's when they're humongous. Alaska has a lot of that shit.
Oh yeah, they've had some really nasty ones. I remember seeing pictures of when I was a kid, when they had a big earthquake up there, and it was streets literally 10 feet above the houses, because the ground had shifted that much, and yeah, they lost a whole bay. It was just wiped out all the fishing boats and shit like that, just from the
whole bay. Somebody's girlfriend died.
But yeah, it was just I couldn't believe that the ground could do that.
It does it all the time, right? That's the whole thing.
Well, it does it in certain areas. It never does it.
Yeah. Well, the ocean is constantly doing that, right? The deep trenches of the ocean is constantly just sucking Earth back into it to get consumed by the mantle,
right?
Creating new oil.
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha. See what I did there?
Yeah. And that's where you get those big tsunamis.
Right. Exactly.
Why you won't live on an island or on a coast? Because I figure that's probably the worst thing. Unless you live in a houseboat with a high-powered motor that you can just go, all right, we have 15 minutes warning, I'm heading out to sea. Because as long as you can get out to deep enough water, like a tsunami is not a big deal.
Houseboats aren't really equipped to go into the ocean, though. Most houseboats are just fucking. They're not. They're not supposed to deal with anything like that.
They're a barge with a house on it.
Right? Well, that's what I'm saying is I would have to custom build. I was thinking, okay, I'll get a barge. I'll put a couple of turbocharged diesel.
Wasn't a yacht just a houseboat? Right. It's like built for the ocean.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, yacht would be fine, but they're not going to be as comfortable to live on for the rest of your life because the land mass has been wiped out by a giant tidal wave. But
I think a yacht would be plenty comfortable to live on the rest of your life.
The problem is the bow. You just can't take anything in the front of it.
Yeah. With a houseboat, yeah.
Yeah, because they're normally just floating rectangles.
Yeah.
Like flat bottom, just rectangles, with a house on it.
An ocean-going barge, and then just figure that everything you built on top of it that wasn't welded together was disposable.
Dude, that would be awesome to take like a giant like shipping container and then turn like each shipping container into a little apartment and then just like cruise around the world with like renting out the little apartments.
And then when you evict somebody, you just push them off.
Yeah, you're in international waters. You can do whatever the fuck you want to them.
That's true.
Rent just went up, bitches.
Big crane in the middle of the boat, right? You just start moving them around. Nah, this guy in the bottom hasn't paid his rent for a month. I'm just going to move you guys temporarily. Then somebody gets the ground level. And you just pick him up and drop him over the side. Right, you're not paying your rent?
I just made up a new zombie plan. I'm good to go. Because I do think the middle of the ocean's one of the best places to defend against zombies.
Well, yeah, but it's really hard to sustain life.
Well, you'd have to have little, like, other boats, like, supporting.
They did it in Gears of War 3.
Did you just rewrite Waterworld? Is that what you're doing right now?
I think so. But, think about it. A big ship. Now, what you can do is if you put an electrical charge through wire, like chicken wire, that will attract minerals, and eventually you'll make your own coral kind of structure. So you can actually build your own island. It's not that hard. And you know how you get electricity, right? Is you just put a hose down to the bottom cold water, pump that up, and use heat exchangers to get the difference in temperature, and you can then get power from that, which will run your pumps and everything else. And be dumping that cold, nutrient-rich water, you're going to get a whole bunch of fish around you.
Yeah, but the chicken wire will erode too quickly. The ocean will just kill it.
Well, then you might have to use something different. But there's a guy who wrote a whole series. Well, not a series of books, but he wrote a whole book about how to do it. And it was, how to get to the stars, basically. And he had worked it all out, right? From building your own island to using that to power the lasers that were going to power the spaceships. Because instead of launching all your fuel, you just run this thing up a maglev track, and then once it's in the sky, you fire lasers at a big ball of ice on the bottom of the space capsule, and that will actually push it into space. And which it's all theoretically works. It's just the amount of money and the effort into it is incredible.
It's just like the Hyperloop, right? The theory works.
Yeah. Well, exactly. It's like a Dyson sphere, right? When you look at a Dyson sphere, it works. But it's the applying it that is hard. Right? Like, you can come up with all kinds of theories for things that will work, and I mean they will work because the theory is good and the science is there, but it's the will and the ability and the leap in technology in order to be able to do it.
Well, it also depends on if it's just, economically feasible. Like sometimes it's just cheaper to do it the old way or whatever. Like,
well, and that's why we're still using chemical rockets, right? Because it's a cheaper way to do it, or because we don't want to spend the money on the technology. Because
we don't have a more efficient thrust mechanism.
Right, and that, I mean, that's where his laser
thrusters. What about
catapults?
Could we just make a giant catapult and just like launch stuff into space?
But you can look at maglev watches up a side of, say, a volcano or a mountain, and you can have because you can, once you put a vacuum into a tube, you can use maglev to accelerate a capsule to extreme velocities.
There we are with the tubes again.
Yeah, and then once you come out that tube, if you've got lasers around the base of that mountain or maybe on the top of the mountain or whatever, they can focus laser beams onto the back end of the capsule. Now, if that's a simplest thing, big block of ice, it vaporizes the ice, that provides thrust. Now, it's the same technology that works with, using explosives to put things into space, which is all a rocket does.
Right. It just seems like the stuff you would need to generate that much energy for those high-powered lasers, like that's probably more expensive than the rocket fuel.
Well, right now we've got high-powered lasers on warships. They're just developing, and they're now going. I think they're due for service in the next 20 years. That are going to be able to basically melt an airplane out of the air. Or a missile.
And you know how much freaking energy they use? It's like
you can put that in a spaceship or in a ship. Now, these aren't even nukes, right? Because they're not making nuclear warships really anymore. So these are diesel gas generator ships. So if you can make that much power in a ship, then you could easily power 10 of them around.
They're not making nuke ships anymore. What the fuck's wrong with them?
Hold on. So the concept that you're talking about was deployed in a 747 platform. It was called Airborne Laser. And it wasn't the engines necessarily that were powering it. It was the battery bank. So the entire plane was just one big battery. And they used that to power the little nose pointable laser that they could technically fry the circuitry in a rocket with. It was for ICBMs and all that shit. So you could do that. Oh, was it that long?
Yeah.
I mean, they've been toying around with that technology for a long time, but the Boeing airborne laser that was relatively recent. I remember.
No, that was 20 years ago now.
The ship deployed ones, they just have more batteries.
No, they're diesel generator. They have their own diesel generators. They're only using
to charge the batteries, but they need to dispense. They need to deplete the batteries. The diesel is not going to create enough power. They have to build just massive capacitors to do that.
They're firing multiple shots.
Right.
No, I just read a big article on this, and it's like they're deploying this thing on ships now.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying that the ship is a better platform than an airplane, because you can put more batteries, you can have more capacitors.
Oh yeah.
Amp up the amperage, and that's what you need. You need the really powerful voltage to do that.
I'm talking land-based lasers shooting multiple beams at the bottom of a space capsule at a big frozen block of ice, basically, and vaporizing that and using that for thrust. That's what this guy wrote about. And I don't see a technological problem with it.
I saw God, what was it? It was a small little documentary that somebody did. It was the same concept, not using the ice, and they were applying it to model rocketry, and it was just like you said. They had multiple laser apertures pointing to the bottom of like a cone, a reflective cone.
Mm-hmm.
And the lasers would pulse, and the lasers could tell if one laser was pushing it a little too far, and it would compensate with the other lasers, and it would pulse in rapid succession and cause it to launch.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty cool. The only problem is you start to get the atmosphere becomes your enemy as the further you get away from the planet.
And I think that's why this guy talked about you want to use it on a really high peak, so that you have less atmosphere, so there's less degradation.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. It's the same way as you can use high-powered lasers in orbit around a planet to power a solar-powered, like a sailing spaceship.
Solar sail. Yep.
Solar sail. You can use that over long distances, actually, and it's one of the ways they've talked about doing longer duration trips, right? Or it's one of the they've thought of doing.
Yeah, you build the sail out so the ship can get itself into space from whatever means. It deploys this large sail, and you don't even really need the lasers. The sun will do it because the energy of the sun is going to cause the momentum.
Right. But then once you get so far out, and
exactly,
it's going to give you acceleration as well, right? So if you're going to another sun, like a generational ship, you could then, you know, over the years while it's building up its speed just using the sun, you can build laser platforms that get their energy from the sun, means, you know, solar energy from the sun, and then focus that and continue the acceleration far beyond when it would normally run out of power.
Right.
And that will allow you to build your speed even greater. And there's a point at where you get going so fast, time slows down on the ship.
That's the New Horizons, that thing that passed Jupiter that uses an ion drive.
Yep.
Same thing. It goes faster and faster as time goes on.
Yeah.
So by the time
with very
it gets
little
to
thrust. Yeah, very little.
Oh, it's not Jupiter, it's Pluto.
Yeah, it's got
very little thrust initially, building momentum from the lack of atmosphere in space, and it just keeps going faster and faster and faster.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I love space. I fucking love space.
Oh yeah, I know. I think it's one of the most interesting things the human beings have ever done is when we started going out there to the planets and stuff.
So yeah, I just watched a thing about the Jupiter thing. And that's what I was going to bring up, was that all you need is like some decaying, you know, like radioactive stuff, and just have the particles only come out the one side, and it pushes you the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, yeah. Well, what they use, they use an electro. It's almost like an arc, I think, and they're using solar power to power the arc, and then crap. I'm trying to remember all the details of it, but yeah, it has very little thrust, and it, you know, when people first came up with the idea, they were going, well, it's not enough thrust, it doesn't do us any good. But then when, you know, the more they worked on it, they got a little more thrust out of it and stuff, and now all of a sudden it's enough thrust, and because it's such a long duration thrust. See, that's the thing, is chemical rockets are such a short duration. You know, they give you all your punch now. Yeah.
And if you don't care about slowing down or returning the cargo of the thing, then fuck it, throw it up there. Let it do what it needs to do.
Yeah. Well, also you can slow down by doing a gravity sling.
Yeah, but you're not stopping. Like, it doesn't have retro capability. It's just going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just moving.
Yeah. And that's, you know, for space probes, that's perfect technology.
Oh yeah.
And because it can work under its own battery power, like if it's not getting enough solar, it can keep thrusting even when it's outside. Now, if you take and instead of using solar, or use solar for the first part, and then you have maybe a small, one of those small, slow nukes that they use in spacecraft, which is just basically the breakdown of the nuclear elements, produce enough heat to produce electricity.
Right.
And you use that, well, now you've got something that can be thrusting for 20, 30 years. So you're getting up into close to at least partially light speed.
Right. That's the it's almost impossible to attain light speed, but it gets close.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, see the
That's
whole
a
thing.
whole nother thing.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother topic.
Then you got to start talking about folding space, and yeah. Although I don't know whether I think it might be possible. I mean, I like to think it would be, but I can't put my head around that kind of math.
I'm an engineer. I'm not.
I already have objects that reach the speed of light.
What?
My flashlight.
Oh yeah. Well,
Mm.
it's not really generating any power to the thrust though.
You thought he was talking about his
you
dick,
don't
weren't
track
you?
flashlight
No,
on it.
that's not true. They proved that even as something as small as like the 1 watt light bulb actually does generate thrust. It's
No, I
just a
don't mean. I
small,
don't.
minuscule
It's
amount.
not usable.
They're even talking about propelling satellites in space using laser. from Earthbound lasers.
We were
Give
just
'em a-
talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were already talking about that. No, we can. I get the concept, but your flashlight is not putting a satellite in space.
Yeah, but honestly, all that technology is crazy, unrealistic nonsense. What we gotta really look for is like the hypertube technology. It's like
Shut
the
up.
hyperloop.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here with that shit.
That's something that's actually attainable within our lifetimes.
But why would you want to? It's so stupid. Fuck the
Yeah, it's
Hyperloop.
attainable. In your lifetime, you'll be able to kill yourself by getting in the hyperloop.
Yeah. I like the idea of nanotubes. Those are cool. I remember when they first started talking about them 30 years ago, and now they're actually building shit with it, which means that within my lifetime, I might see a space elevator, which I always thought was a cool idea. Put a geosynchronous satellite up above a point on the Earth, and then run a nanotube, carbon fiber
elevator
cable up there, and then pull an elevator back up and down.
You know what would happen?
Don't
Like if
haul anything except the stuff you're hauling and the capsule. You'd have a cable that went from the Earth to space.
What? Why not just do the Hyperloop tube that goes straight up, and then like there's a little trap door at the top, and it lets the thing out, and then when you want to come back, you just go back in the tube and go backwards.
Well, you don't even need. You don't even need.
Unbelievable.
You don't
really
even
is.
need a trapdoor, dude. You just leave the open end of the tube out in space, and it'll regulate its own pressure.
Yeah, so you create a tube, you start growing it up, and then you've got the difference in temperature and gravity and all that. It's going to power the tube, and that's the future right there. You just space elevator your ass up to space if you want to go up there.
Well, we've proven that if like and NASA's actually done the experiments with the space shuttle actually, so it was a while ago, where they hang a weight on a cable from the spacecraft, and when it enters the atmosphere, this weight at the end of the cable, it creates an electrical charge, and that will actually provide power. So if you had a space elevator, basically a cable that something runs up and down on, it would actually produce its own power to power the space elevator. So now you're going to space for free.
You can power it by just having fans. You make it a tube and you put fans inside the tube. So then as the air pressure is different and the winds go up and down the tube, they just power all the power that you need. They power all the energy that you need up and down that tube to live in it, like a giant space skyscraper.
A giant space missile silo.
You don't need missiles anymore because that'll be the future and everybody will want to worry about nothing. You take the cold from up in the air and you drop it, you let it fall down your tube, and you power everything you need from that. And then your cold air at the bottom also collects all that moisture. So you've got climate controlled air and water. So now you can create those tubes out in the desert out of graphite and make them right out of the sand that they're laying in. And then what do you call it? What is that called? Reclimatize the land underneath of them. So they start to produce their own food. And then you make a tube, right? And you start living around the tube like a tower. So people can live all the way up and down that tube. We can get as much population as we ever want. We can have as much food as we ever want. We have as much water as we ever want and power.
And we could go and do that same technology on Mars.
If we needed to, but we could live here. We don't have
Well, the sooner we can get to other planets and start colonizing, the sooner we can start having space wars. I don't know about you guys, but I want
space wars
that.
with bugs. We're gonna have space wars with bugs and crazy mollusks and stuff.
I think we need.
You're not ruining my dreams, G-Webs.
We need to be on another planet just because it's all your eggs in one basket. We know that world-ending catastrophes happen to this world we live on, and they're gonna happen. It's not that they might; they're going to. It's just when. So why not have like people on Earth, and then a whole bunch more people on Mars? Now, it might not be as cool living on Mars because you'd be under domes or whatever, but at least it would be a start. But we could terraform Mars. We have the technology right now to do it. I mean, we know how to do it. It's just a matter of applying it.
Well, and time. Because it takes a long time to do that.
Well, it takes a long time for all the Earth's nukes to go and hit Mars.
Oh, please.
Well, you don't just send it to Mars. You wing it around the moon. Use the moon's gravitational pull to throw it.
Yep, that's actually about right, man.
All I know is I just want to be the world's first space murderer. That sounds like the coolest thing.
Why would you want to be a murderer?
Why would you want to murder space?
Because, like, dude, like, you'd literally be the most famous person ever. And no one can take that away from you.
I'm starting to worry about you, dude. Like, do you have a trench coat and a Tech 9 that you were saving and then didn't, you know?
I wish I had a Tech 9. Those things are kind of neat. No, I don't own a trench coat. I live in Texas. I would literally die from heat stroke.
Tech 9s don't work in space.
Yeah, they do. Firearms
That's okay.
work in
Tech
space.
9s don't work on Earth either.
Yeah, firearms in space. That's one of those myths. A firearm, because it contains oxygen and oxidizer and everything in its cartridge, it will fire in space. Quite well, actually. The problem is the recoil will push you back a lot more than you're used to. But yeah,
Yeah,
they
but
will
if you're
work.
like if you're inside something, like you can just brace against the side of a spaceship and then like shoot it.
And then hope it doesn't puncture it if you're not wearing a spacesuit.
Yeah, there's a book. It's actually a really good book. I forget who wrote it, but it's called Stealing Intrepid, and it's all about this like, you know, Russian astronaut who's up in space with like a bunch of like other countries or whatever, and he actually kills the other two people like on the spaceship, and then lands it. And then lands it in Russia because like Russia wanted to steal like the US's technology or whatever. It's kind of like Cold War era type stuff going on.
Yeah.
And then it's just all about how they're trying to like find the spaceship, and it's like spies and action and.
Yeah, they didn't even have to do that. They just stole the plans and they built the Buran.
Well, yeah, but that's not as exciting. It was a good book.
Way more practical because it worked.
Well, whatever. This was a good book. But I just remember they were talking about he had this like, you know, 'cause he had to sneak the gun onto this thing because it was supposed to be like an international, like, you know, it'd be like the International Space Station, like a bunch of countries all working together and all that shit.
So hard to sneak it on. It has to be blocked because it's all made out of plastic, right?
No, it was like it was kind of like a pen gun kind of thing. I think it was just spring loaded and shit too. Like I don't think it was. I don't think it used like gunpowder and shit. So it was like a miniaturized, I don't know, like spring powered pellet gun or whatever.
That's all you need.
Since the people weren't expecting it, he was able to take them out.
So what's the deal with that praying mantis? You found that thing, or you bought that thing?
Well, he was on my front door. Yeah, I found him.
And what, you got him underneath in a terrarium, or you just got him underneath the shelf? I can't tell what that is.
It's a terrarium, yeah.
Is that the only thing in there?
No, there's all kinds of little plants and stuff like that, and I give crickets to him, and he chows down.
Those things eat crickets?
Oh, yeah.
And they'll eat
Those
like
things eat
spiders.
everything, dude. Birds.
Yeah, birds. The big ones will take out birds.
Shit, man, there was a huge ass one on the side of my house today. I should have caught it.
Well, they're not going to hurt you. I mean, they're just bugs.
Yeah, I never said it was going to hurt me. I just didn't think that they were cool. I didn't realize they like ate shit. I thought they just like ate leaves or something stupid.
Honestly, where's Yankee to argue the valid points of Hyperloop technology and how we should be applying it?
Oh, fuck.
Hyperloop
Yeah,
dumb.
probably doesn't
Anyways.
even know what Hyperloop means.
It's a loop that's super hype. It's literally so hype that
he
it's a
might-
Hyperloop.
It's super hypey. Super hypey.
Yeah, it's like hype, dude. It's like you walk up to it and it just hypes you the fuck up.
It's got the most swag.
Guys, just remember, I think we said it.
Remember, when we argue the valid point with the Hyperloop, all Yankee can do is quote news.
Oh, you
sources.
said it the third time. Now it's going to show up.
And we can actually, name actual physicists and say, oh, this shit won't work. So, who are you going to believe, physicists or the fucking news?
Whoever Yankee believes. That's why you sub to his channel.
No, I'm going to actually believe that what I know about is more realistic and believable than anything Flippy knows about.
It's more realer.
It's the most realer.
Well, it's more, I mean, I like to actually think about things. And
Bob, you didn't believe in the concept of the wheel or fire, but that shit all changed when you saw it work.
I did believe in fire, and I did believe in the wheel. I like wheels.
Oh, so now Bob's trying to be a hipster.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I totally liked the wheel before it was cool.
Yeah, I liked the wheel before everyone else did. Dude, I invented it.
I didn't
Dude, I was at their first show before they even went on
Before
tour.
they even got good. I used to listen to them on MySpace.
I give credit to Grog where Grog deserves it.
Grog. It's pretty good. Them jokes.
Bob's sitting over there like, Grog's not all that smart. If Grog was smart, he wouldn't be dead. And
Yeah.
not in possession of his wheel.
My fault he decided he was going to argue with that Sabretooth.
To give him to argue with the Sabretooth the validity of the wheel.
Over the patent rights of the wheel.
Sabretooth is a shrewd patent attorney.
Sabretooth doesn't fuck around with patent protection.
Yeah, but did you see that Sabretooth when he put the spinners on that little cart he was driving around in?
Yeah, he pulled so much tail.
Oh, that's good. I like the not ridiculously drunk Bob. Very smart.
Ridiculously drunk.
When you shit your pants and fall asleep on stream.
I did not shit my pants, Flippy. Oh my god. OMG.
I mean, Bob, I don't know if we could believe you. Like, we don't have a picture of your pants with, like, the newspaper next to them.
I like to think that Bob is so smart he needs to drink alcohol just to come down to everybody's level. I like that. That's what I'm gonna think of Bob from now on.
All right, thanks.
He's
No,
like
that's not
talking
an
to,
insult. That's like good. That's like you're so smart that you can't operate in the world with regular people because you're just so stupid it bugs you.
he's like talking to Hawkins and shit, and then he's like, "Oh, hang on a second, the Daily Gun Show is about to start."
He's like, Hawkins, hold on. I'm not drunk enough to have this discussion with you right now.
Chug, chug. Okay, I'm ready for gun channels.
Nah, it's chug, chug, chug. I'm ready to discuss the nature of physics with you.
Yeah, because even Hawkins is too stupid.
That man's a genius. I read his book and it's
Nah, Bob has to, like, get ready for Gun Channel's daily thing. He has to boof.
Like Hawkins kind of like jumped the shark a little bit, dude. Like he's living too far in the like
Oh my god.
theoretical shit. Like, okay,
Well, that's all
fine.
he is. The dude can't walk.
Yeah, he's pretty much has to
theoretical.
No, but he
Yeah,
can
you
still
just
do
cut
like
out,
real
so
physics.
all it
He's just
sounded like all it sounded like you were saying is like the dude can't walk, and then it cut out.
He's only theory. Everything is theory because he can't walk or use his hands. Everything is theory to him.
But my point is just like even the shit he theorizes, it's never stuff that can like really be testable or anything like anytime soon. So it's like, okay, he sounds smart, but really, you get him, like, have some like stoner kid like read quotes from Hawkins, and you'd be like, whatever, dude. Like if someone was just like, yeah, like what if there's many bubbles of like a universe and we're just like one little bubble and there's like a bunch of other ones?
Well,
you're like, whatever, dude, you're dumb. Hawkins says it. Like,
most science is based off of theory at some point, right? Like before they applied it, it had to be a theory. And back then, like those theories were viewed as sacrilegious or heretics, right? They burned.
Yeah.
I mean,
Einstein.
Yeah, Einstein, his ideas were crazy because they invalidated so much.
Yeah, and yet they were all proven correct once we had the technology and the ability to prove them. So I mean, yesterday's sci-fi is today's science in so many ways. Like yesterday's crazy thoughts are today's realities. I mean, think about electric airplanes. Like, I mean, my God, 20 years ago, if you said, I'm going to build a battery-powered airplane, I'm going to fly it around the world.
Why do Canadians?
That's only going to run on solar power, up just on the sun. And people would go, oh, you're an idiot. You can't do that. Well, they just did it, right? They flew a solar-powered airplane around the world.
On batteries.
Well, it had battery backups for at night, but it got all its energy from the sun.
What if you just build a solar-powered plane that flies fast enough that it can always like outrun the sun, and then it never has to fly at night? You could just keep flying around the world.
If it just flew high enough, it wouldn't.
I mean, you got to remember when they built the SR-71 in the 50s, that was technology that just like a ramjet. You're going to fly it up to Mach 1.5 under, jet power, and then you're going to turn that jet motor into a ramjet, and then it's going to get really good fuel efficiency the faster you fly. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, dude.
Well, they flew it for how many years?
The Pulse jet, man. Fuck that thing.
Yeah. The only thing I demand, though, is that this magical jet that's going to fly around the world has to play Daft Punk's Around the World as it does so.
No, I mean, look at when Burt Rutan, built an airplane that was just using basically motors out of a Cessna, flew around the world unrefueled. I mean, that was a big thing. I remember watching the takeoff and going, oh crap, because the wingtips actually rubbed on the ground for so long they wore the little winglets off, which were going to give them more fuel efficiency. And they thought, oh geez, this could be the end of the whole, around the world trip. But they managed to make it all the way around the world.
Around the world, around the world.
Think about it, man. Nobody had done that before. I mean, we're doing more and more every year, and it's just getting, I'm hoping that we're going to have cybernetic bodies in another 20 years. Because
no, they've got something where they're just going to turn off aging.
Or they'll reverse it. If you take more of it, you'll reverse, or you won't get back to being a child. You can't deconstruct your body and reduce your bones, but they'll reduce aging. They'll get it to the point that they reduce it, stop it, and then they can turn it around.
Seriously? Because I've heard the stopping it part, but not the turning it around part.
Yeah, I mean,
all you got to do is just keep replacing your cells. I mean, that's what. And there are animals that basically live forever. What's that? It's a jellyfish that, after a while, it just I'm sick of being an adult, and it fucking turns back into a polyp and floats around for a while, and then it regrows.
The lobster, right? They always.
Lobster? What?
Ice while molting because it gets too big. The skeletal structure just kind of it creates a hole and then it dies from that.
Yeah, but would you get a robot dick?
No, you don't have to. You're just gonna say they're gonna just take a pill and then you're healthy and you stay the same age for hundreds of years.
Yeah, because I mean, if your cells, the problem aging is just the cells forget how to create perfect copies of themselves. Well, if you can fight that and get your cells to create perfect copies, then you will create a youthful individual. They will go back to being the most youthful looking person. Your wrinkles will go away, your bones will replenish themselves, etc.
Now, yeah, I would love if they came up with that technology. However, at the same time, it's like that's going to cause a lot of problems.
No, it'll just change things.
Well, for that technology to work correctly and for life to continue being sustainable, we would need to colonize other worlds with all these new people who are basically and effectively going to live forever.
Well, so what'll happen is people will stop working, and the only way you can get them to work is by you exchange the pills that keep you youthful, right? That's the new currency, is the pills that reverse aging.
Right, and if the pharmaceutical companies can make it so that these pills only work for so long, oh God, yes, now we all become slaves.
Yep.
If we want to stay young.
Nah, I'm perfectly okay with the idea of dying.
Well, that's good, because you'll probably die before too long.
Eh.
I'm just
Well,
saying,
and
with
you
your
still have accidents and shit. I mean, it's not like you become inhuman. It's just that you know, cancers and shit wouldn't happen because, like Hosh was saying, you know, your cells are making perfect copies of themselves. They're not making mistakes.
Right.
Yeah, but you look at how many people die of old age and how many die of accidents, and it would really put a big shift on population control.
Most of the people that die from accidents are unhealthy, and the accidents contribute to their failing. So if you're healthy to begin with, you got a better chance of living through accidents, especially with
That's true.
cells that repair themselves.
That's true, like falls in the bathtub, falls, you know.
Well, that's the other thing. We won't have old age problems, so
Right.
a lot of accidents won't even happen.
Yeah, like people won't break their hips by falling off the couch.
But there's
They'll
a
just,
big
like
difference.
bounce off the floor and be like, "Oh, that was dumb."
There's a big difference when you make a couple of decades worth of life decisions and then don't have any ambition to, like, you know, do different things to be different, to get healthy or whatever. So when everyone can be healthy by just taking a pill, I think that's going to change the dynamics, and we won't have people that are frightened about dying and worrying about where their next meal's coming from, that kind of shit. We're going to find more like Star Trek. It'll be like Star Trek.
Well, you not think though that more people would then take chances because now they're youthful, they've already lived 100 years, you know,
No.
and yet still in a 30-year-old, 20-year-old body. They're not going to go do more skydiving, cliff climbing, this kind of stuff.
No, I mean, you might do that once. You might do that once, but you don't have to necessarily become an enthusiast of it. You can go experience all kinds of things once, right? So let's say you like wine and you want to explore different wineries. Well, now instead of maybe you can go to a couple in your lifetime, now you can potentially go to all of them. So there's going to be a lot of travel and just chilling out and enjoying life and experiencing the different ways people do things and exploring new, you know, ways of doing things.
But what about the adrenaline junkie thing, right? Because people are going to be bored with, like, people get bored. I mean, and the longer you live, the more bored you're going to get. So would you not be looking for more experience, which means more danger?
Well,
you not see that?
Everybody ain't going to do anything, right? Everybody's going to do anything. Some people might, I suppose. There's a lot more to lose. If you can lose, like, if you're 40 or 60 and you're like, oh, I'm going to go skydiving because I only got 20 more years left, maybe if I'm lucky. Or are you going to still go skydiving when you got 200 years left?
Yeah, but the other thing being, what is that going to do to a person's mind? Like, people are only built to live so long.
That's bullshit. We only get to live so long, and our minds can do a shit ton. We only use 1% of our brain. Scientific.
That's not completely correct, though.
Yeah, it's not
we used
true
it
at
in
all.
like portions, not like.
We used to only live to be 40 years old, and now we live to be 80.
40? Back to caveman's lived like 20, right? And they were dead.
Yeah, well, 20, 30, yeah, whatever. But yeah, it's the same thing, right? It's the short term. And
So, does that mean that
now we're going to elect a president? Well, we're not going to. You guys are going to elect a president who's in their 70s, right? Who's older than the retirement age.
So what? Our retirement age will be like 150 or 300.
Yeah,
I guess the question is because that's one of the things that has been happening kids are living with their parents till they're, upper 20s or 30 years old or some shit nowadays.
Millennial generation.
And back in the day, man, you turned 18, you get your ass kicked out the door. You got to get going with your life.
Old days.
I moved out at 17.
That was my generation, and the generations before me went to war, and they came back men, so they didn't want to live at home. But generations before that, grandparents and children, everybody lived in the same house.
That's true. That's true.
Well, yeah, just because you're right, because it was, cheaper if everyone chipped in or whatever.
I just think that was culture too. People stayed with their families. That was the thing because you needed it kind of to stay alive, kind of thing.
Right. Well, when you needed 5 people to work the farm every day, and that was your only way of getting food, like that's
exactly. Or trade with, exactly.
Yeah. Or if you lived in a city, all the kids helped work and stuff to afford the rent and money, and maybe it was like so you could maybe move out of the apartment into a house, right?
Right. I'm just saying, if you live to be 200 years old, do you think kids are still gonna move out right after high school, or will they hang out till they're 40 and then be like, well, I guess it's time to figure out what I want to do with my life?
Well, that's the
build some
our
weird.
generation won't. Our generation will go out and do great things. The millennial generation will just sit with us as our children.
Yeah.
Well, your generation will be toast. I mean, we're talking, we're
getting
new
the pill.
people.
We're getting the for damn sure.
Yeah, we'll get the pill, man. Hey, if I can hang on long enough, I'm getting the pill.
I mean, you already made it, what? A couple centuries? I think you're good.
Yeah.
Plus, I think they'll not make it a pill. We'll figure out ways to bioengineer mushrooms or something that just grows, and then everybody will just have it, and they won't be able to.
I think it depends on where you live. The way it was with me is the same way I'm raising my boys. When you turn 18, you have 2 choices: military or college. Make your choice.
Yep.
You aren't going to fucking work at McDonald's when you're 18 and make that your career. I'm sorry. You can either go to college or you can go to military. What do you want? That's their choice. And that's how I was raised, and that's how I'm raising my kids. My kids are in ROTC right now. One of them wants to go to the military, the other one wants to go to college. So that's their choice. But I damn for sure ain't going to let them go work at Walmart when they're 18 and have them work at Walmart for the next 40 years. And that's not going to be their fucking career.
Greeters will be 300 years old at Walmart. Welcome to Walmart. I love you.
Welcome to Walmart. I love you.
Could you imagine that shit? You're gonna have great grandparents still being alive to see their kids or whatever,
You look like your mom's mom, which is my granddaughter's granddaughter. I have 1,300 grandchildren and great-grandchildren, great-great-great-grandchildren.
I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Eventually, families will just have their own space tubes. Because there'll be so many people in that family. The oldest ones will live at the top of the space tube.
What, like China?
No, they only have buildings. They're stuck to the ground. Ours will be tethered in space. Half of it will lift the other half up, so it won't even need a foundation. At the ground, it'll just be a couple of those little 550 cords that hold the tent down.
The Jetson houses?
Kinda, yeah. There'll be little rings around the tubes where you hang out at.
Yeah.
And what exactly is making these tubes float?
They're anchored in space. They're using the centrifugal motion of the Earth to hold themselves up off the Earth and then out from falling away from space. They have enough gravity holding down and enough out in space to pull away that they're just going to hover wherever we put them, right above the deserts. It'd be glorious. Nothing but tubes. We're going to look like one of them dog toys. The Earth will look like one of them dog toys with a bunch of tubes hanging off of it, like little pegs hanging off of it.
Tubes. All damn tubes.
There won't even be companies anymore. There won't be corporations anymore.
Oh, that's not true. That's just not true.
Each tube will be self-sufficient. And since it has everything it needs, just from space and whatever, it won't need to have a war.
How exactly does it get food and stuff?
You grow your food around the various levels. So if it's something that needs to be cooler, you put it in a cool area. If it's something that needs to be hotter, you put it in a hot area or two. We'll mostly eat algae.
And cricket flour.
Yeah, grubs, some kind of bug ground up kind of thing.
Did you ever watch a what's the Snowbender or Snow Train? God, what the fucking...
Yeah, that movie is ridiculous.
I loved it.
Raced around in trains that are just the tracks are miraculously maintained by some other force.
I love it. I love that movie. Snow Blaster, Snow Blazer. I don't remember what it's called.
It's just
No
like
piercer.
Where the poor people have to live in the back and the rich people get to live up front.
Yeah.
And then you get up front and they have like the kid who makes it work or whatever.
Well,
Like,
there was a something broke and they didn't have a replacement for the part, so they put a little child in there to just do the function of that part. And when the child dies, they go get another child.
right, because they're too like they put them in when they're small, then they grow too big and they can't get out.
That's
like
right.
a ship in a bottle.
I didn't even see that part. Got about halfway through and it.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
so good.
That's he gets all the way up
Snowpiercer.
front and like talks to the president of the train or whatever.
Snowpiercer.
That's what I said.
I didn't hear you. Sorry, but you're right.
Yeah, he gets up to the front and then
Snow on the track. Although we've been driving at like 1,000 miles an hour around the whole planet of snow, and there's been no issue.
Yes.
Now there's snow on the track.
Yes. You got it. The
And then
snow
the-
just makes it run cooler.
because the dude's all like, yeah, I know you were gonna lead the rebellion, but that is actually a big setup because I want you to be like the next emperor or whatever. And then he's like, oh yeah, that sounds neat. Oh, but by the way, fuck that. I'm just gonna like blow the train up and we're gonna take our chances out in the wilderness. So instead of having like a train, like he should have just been like, okay, cool. Like I'll kill you, I'll become emperor, and I'll just say, hey, no more classes. Like everyone be nice to each other. I'll kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, he blows the whole fucking thing up, and like 5 people go wander off into the wood, into the snow. Like, how the hell are you guys gonna live now?
Yep. Well, that was the point, is that they thought nothing was alive in the snow, but when they got out, they saw that polar bear, which would immediately eat them. But the point is that life survived. Like,
Yeah, but just because life survived doesn't mean that you don't have it better on the train.
well, I mean, life is struggle.
Walk to the next train station, wait for the next train.
I mean, life survives in Antarctica, but I'd rather live in my house where I have like nice stuff.
Yeah, but nobody has nice stuff anymore.
Josh, have you read this book called 1 Second After? Or did I already ask you about that?
You told me about, you talked about it. I did not. But remember we talked about EMPs and stuff? I'm not a big advocate of EMP. I think it's kind of I think people are way too worried about EMP.
Oh, that's good.
I understand it. I worked in anyway, we're not going to go down this rabbit hole, but I work in an area to keep things protected from EMP. So I'm not saying it's not that things won't get burned. I'm just saying that it's
It won't
not
shut
the
down the
biggest
whole
thing. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
What about a solar flare?
That would have to be like a world-ending solar flare. We got bigger problems in our electronics if a solar flare is hitting us that strong.
Okay.
I mean, there's shit that would take our satellites out and stuff, but
Yeah, that happens, but
Then
those are the
we're
ones
just
that are
like,
outside
oh,
the
crap.
Van Allen belt.
Now, what about cascade effect? Once you start taking those satellites out and they start losing control of them, with the amount, like, I mean, I've seen the pictures of what the satellite tracks and what the satellites, how many there are up there. Now you take out 10% of them. Does that not wipe out pretty much all the satellites? And then
Not really.
The cascade effect, and you're not going to launch anything for another 10 years.
No, because that's like like that movie Gravity, right? That kind of went a little freaking action packed. The reality is like, sure, some might hit other satellites and it may take some of them out, but The ones that are largely going to get affected by solar flares are the satellites that exist outside the Van Allen belt at any particular time, which happens, particularly the ones that are in geosynchronous orbit. And they just get bricked and they sit there. They don't move. Like they stop. They still are orbiting, right? Because they're still hauling ass, but they lose the ability to correct their orbit and they'll eventually fall back into Earth. So everything is turning in time with each other. Everything's spinning, right, in a certain speed. So as they get closer to Earth, they're just going to get sucked in and burnt up.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't think they'd smack into each other as they get lower?
I mean,
think they
sure.
would, 'cause they're not.
But it's not going to be dominoes, right? It's not going to be dominoes. It's just going to be sure, some of them might get fucked, but okay, that's going to happen. You understand how much garbage is in space, right? And that garbage is not taking the shit out right now. It affects the solar arrays, and solar arrays are built to take impacts, and some solar arrays even have holes through them, and they lose the capability to produce energy in those areas, but it doesn't fucking brick the satellites.
Yeah, but that's talking like the amount of debris we have now that we can track, and we can track stuff down to a little bit bigger than
we track everything. We track the screwdriver that the dude dropped when he was on the fucking spacewalk. Like we know where everything is.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it is not a problem. I'm saying that we have elevated it to be of biblical proportions, and it's not. That's what I'm saying.
You see, and I think it's all depends on the severity of the solar flare, because we've had solar flares in the past that have been a lot worse and have not affected life on Earth, but would affect all our electronics, especially our electronics in space. And for sure, we've had them strong enough to affect. Well, there was the 1870s, 1880s, where it set telegraph wires on fire and stuff. Now, that strong of a solar flare, that's going to cook all the electrics in your car. Like anything electronic anyway. So your smartphones aren't going to work anymore.
I'm just picturing, Hosh, I want you to write like a science fiction doomsday type novel, but it'll be like, and then there was a massive solar flare,
and we were all generally okay.
And satellites got knocked out, and a couple of people on the Verizon service lost phone calls for 5 hours, and then
some people half of the country wasn't able to tweet for 5 minutes.
Like at the end.
And no. What I would base it on is they weren't able to tweet for 5 minutes and started to immediately cannibalize each other. That would be my angle, is that things got marginally fucked, just a little bit fucked, and immediately we just start cannibalizing each other. It turns into The Purge.
Well, this the 1 second after book that basically happens with the EMP, right? Whether or not you agree with the EMP, that basically if everything stopped and there was no resupply, there was no ability to move resources around, and everyone was cut off from a communication as well as travel, that this guy's projection has us large groups of people turning cannibal within the first winter.
Yeah, not even that. I mean, the first 7 days, right? We only have groceries. So what gets us to the point of cannibalism is what I take issue with, but the author's interpretation of what would happen if you shut down the infrastructure, I believe, is generally accurate. So if you have some reset button where you push the reset button, we only have food in grocery stores for 7 days. And most people have food in their house for a couple of days. After 2 weeks, people would be out of food. They would be killing people for food. Once your baby starts to cry and you're out of food, you will kill motherfuckers for food. And that happens quick.
Yep. And that's been shown in even local disasters.
Yeah. So don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that the concept that this solar flare is going to come along and take out all of electronics, or even just the United States or one particular geolocation, that is what I take issue with. I don't take issue with what would happen if something like that happened.
Yes, but I'm always hopeful just to see all the millennial kids holding their phones going, I don't know what to do now. I can't Google anything.
I have a flashlight. I have a very expensive flashlight that isn't very good.
It
I
takes
always like
nice
the thing.
pictures.
So I deleted my Twitter and now I just shout random things that I'm doing. So far I have 3 followers, but I think 2 of them are cops.
Yeah, the I like the concept of they couldn't tweet for 5 minutes, and so because no one could look at the pictures of the food that they were eating for lunch, they were just killing people and eating them in front of other people just so they could see what they ate.
Do you think do you think that maybe people would like start drawing pictures of what they eat and like, you know, making up flyers and like handing them to people?
No, because that would take effort.
Oh, that's true. Good point.
People don't draw. People don't print things. Are you kidding?
Fucking EMP got me.
That's it.
Well, your other dude's still in here, so it's kind of weird you got kicked even though it still has another G-Webs. Oh, it just dropped out. Okay.
As I
That's
said,
real G-Webs.
that one wasn't even proved real.
Okay, we need to see a picture with a newspaper and a
I
gun.
like the other day when Foos jumped in and he had a new microphone and he legitimately sounded like a different person for a little bit. And I was like, I don't think this is the real Foos. Say something only Foos would know. And then like I said something about like reloading, and then someone else asked like a specific reloading question and he answered it. I was like, okay, you're Foos.
How the fuck did I rejoin again?
Oh, that was the FBI.
Oh shit.
That was the weirdest
Oh,
shit.
damn, it was the other G-Webs. Must have been the fake one we were talking to. Shit,
Okay,
we
hang
told
on.
you secret.
Which G-Webs has a goatee? Because that's the evil one.
Don't tell that other one any secrets.
I would like to take this time to say hello to Frank. He is my personal NSA agent.
Hi, Frank.
So you're
Hey,
not
Frank.
fooling us with the fake G-Webs, Frank. We know it's you.
I wonder if he knows Chuck. Well, Chuck's my agent, so I'm just wondering if they know each other.
I'm sure they have to have like daily briefings every time we're in the same chat together, compare notes and whatnot.
Anyway, on that note, I'm out of here. I gotta go to bed, man. Talk to you guys tomorrow.
Take it
Bye,
easy.
Bob.
Yeah.
Yep.
He doesn't have one of them old pills.
Which one, the Viagra or the other one?
I don't know. When I get one of them old pills, I ain't sleeping no more. Waste of time. You only get 200 or 300 years. I want to make the most of them. I don't want to be sleeping for like 100 years of it. Imagine how much time you'll have slept when you're 300 years old.
Well, you sleep like a third of your life, basically, right? So you would have slept 100 years worth.
Yeah, that's messed up. I ain't wasting that kind of time. I got things to do.
I still think it's a little less because most people don't get 8 hours of sleep a night.
I think
that's
it's
kind of where the whole third of your life comes from, because you sleep a third of your day.
I think it's an average. I know people that fucking sleep like it's a hobby or something. Like they're constantly sleeping. Like, why do you bother waking up? Like, you don't give a shit. Just stay fucking sleeping.
Leonardo da Vinci never slept. He would only take 15-minute naps throughout the day.
Somebody else did that too, like Benjamin Franklin or somebody.
What's his face? Edison would just take naps whenever he felt tired. And sometimes he'd sleep for a couple hours, and sometimes he'd be up for 2 days in a row, just like whatever. And that's the way to do it. Like, if you're tired, go to sleep. If you're not tired, stay awake. Like, I should probably go to sleep because I have to wake up for work in a couple hours, but I'm not tired, so fuck them. I don't think I'm doing much at work tomorrow. I know I'm only working a half day because I got to get on a plane.
Where are you going?
Outside St. Louis.
Hey, G-Web, just check that link out.
Is this porn or something?
Now I told you how old you are and how many days you've been alive and how many hours.
No, that's not real, because if that was real, it told Hillary that she was going to be dead by like the late 70s.
Just reset it to yourself.
What was that, like the death clock or whatever? Is that what you're talking about?
Are we talking about Metalocalypse right now? Death Clock? What are we saying?
I wish that show came back, dude.
It's called Map Cats. It's just you type in your birthday and then it tells you what day you were born on, and then I guess if you know the time, you put that in there. Otherwise, it tells you how many months you are, how old you are, how many weeks you are old, how many days, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
And then when your next birthday is. I got a while.
You need a website to tell you when your birthday is.
Like how many days you
Next month.
Well, I get it. I just thought that was funny. Like, yeah, I'm not sure when my birthday is. Will this website tell me? Oh, it's tomorrow. I didn't know that.
It's kind of messed up. I would have thought, I don't know. Some of these look like pretty big numbers. 1 billion in a half seconds. It's pretty much. It's a lot. I'm glad I didn't waste my time counting seconds my whole fucking life.
Now, will that website tell you how many rounds of ammo you've shot?
No.
That would be interesting. That was one of the things when I was putting brass away earlier. I was like, holy shit. Like, I know I do pick up some from the range, but I've also left some behind. So I'm going to estimate that however much I have now is like how much I shot. And I'm just like, wow, that's a lot of boxes of ammo.
My neighbor gave me a 12-pack of Rolling Rock for helping him fix his daughter's air conditioning. And I don't really drink Rolling Rock, so I think I'm gonna go open one right now and see if they're any good.
They're actually not. They're not that bad. I thought I wouldn't like them. Like I always, for whatever reason, I just figured like, oh, those are gross. But I'd never had some. And when I was out on the sailboat, the guy had Rolling Rock, and it's one of those beers that's still good even if it gets warm. Like it has like a crisp taste to it. It's not like very flavorful or anything. I'm sure you probably won't like it. It's kind of bland.
Yeah, that's my problem. Is it's like I've got so many better beers. It's like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah, you'll probably think it's water because I thought it was like and I don't drink anything fancy at all, but it is decent when it's warm, so it's a good sailboat beer. So we don't have time for ice. That's too much weight. Cut the weight down.
Put it in the water.
Well, then that's drag. It slows you down.
So then you would have time for ice.
No, it's just faster without ice. The sailboats are all about weight. That's very important.
Okay, well, let's try this. We'll be right back.
My prediction is his response is,
Well, I'll listen to his reaction, and then I'm sick of waiting for a fucking email.
I'll email if you want an email.
No, I'm waiting for a specific email.
Oh, well, what do you want it to say? I'll send it to you.
I need a specific attachment that I'm waiting for. To get on with the next thing I'm trying to do here.
Yep.
Just cover another email. You like it?
No, I've ruined myself for cheap beer, I guess.
Would you
so
say the
bland.
reaction is eh?
Yeah, it's just eh. It's like it's so
Yay,
bland.
I win.
It's really bland.
I figured you would say that, but I was still, like I said, I was surprised that it wasn't like it didn't taste bad. It just there's not much to it. So I was surprised when I had one. And the fact that it didn't taste skunky when it was warm. That was also surprising.
All right, well, good chatting with you. I will talk to you later.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
Bye, G-Webs.
I think I'm gonna see if I can pick up any shortwave. Let's see what's on the shortwaves. Anybody want to see what's on shortwave right now?
Okay.
Eh.
Eh. That's the best way to do
Meh.
this. What's the best way to do this? All right. Okay, let's go. There we go. Okay, now we're scanning for channels. I usually have to be outside and have a wire thrown into the tree or the wall or something like that to pick up anything, but we'll see what I can do from here in my... No, nothing. Fucking hell, dude. I can't get anything here. Oh, no, you know what? Let's move this.
Go sit up on your roof. Drag your computer outside and sit on your roof.
No, he needs to have like 11 more rolling rocks before he does that.
Seriously. No, this is garbage.
I miss sitting on the roof. Me and my neighbor used to do that all the time. We'd just go out onto his roof and just sit there and stare at the stars and stuff. Have deep, meaningful conversations, followed by fart jokes, you know, the usual.
Huh?
It'd be like, what's the meaning of life? And like we start getting into it, and then someone would fart. We'd like laugh for 20 minutes. It's like, well, that was productive.
Smell it. Smell it.
Dude, the best. So it was actually 4 of us up on the roof this time, and he goes off to like the back side of the garage to like pee into his backyard because he didn't want to go back inside. And all of a sudden he comes like running back like up the roof, and he just goes armadillo, and we're like, what? He goes, there's an armadillo in my backyard, and we're like, no, there's not. It's fucking Michigan. You're dumb. And so we all like ran back there to look, and it was a fucking possum, and it was just like hanging out. And we named him Otis, and turns out Otis was living in his garage because, you know, they had a 2-car garage, but like one half of it was all like empty cans and bottles and like pizza boxes and shit. And so this possum just made himself a little house inside the like, you know, garbage fort. But he had Otis for a couple years there, living in his garage.
Who's Otis?
The possum that he called an armadillo.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, possum is good eating.
There was a movie, I think it's called Frailty, and the axe that they used to murder people was called Otis. So there you go. We're not seeing shit. We're almost through the entire shortwave band. We're not going to pick up any number stations with that kind of work.
You fail. Dude, why is there nothing on TV at 4 o'clock in the morning? This is bullshit. And I'm pissed because the channel I was watching, I had paused for like an hour. So I had like a shit ton of commercials to be able to fast forward to. And then it just turned into fucking infomercial. Ooh, Resident Evil.
Oh God, there's a not good movie. Those are some bad movies.
I like Resident Evil. Afterlife. I don't remember Afterlife. Like which one is this?
It's totally like watchable, but it's like, Jesus.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, we're not.
In a world infested by the undead, Alice searches for survivors and attempts to lead. I was fucking reading that, you fucker. Don't switch.
Oh, you bessin'.
Attempts to lead them to safety, but the Umbrella Corporation threatens her life. I don't remember which one this is. Is this the one when she gets to like Arcadia and all that shit? Or
Jesus.
What?
Oh, what'd we get? Not a goddamn thing. Yep. Well, fuck that. We'll go do it live.
What the fuck is this shit? Oh, it's a commercial, maybe? No, it's a TV show. What? It's supposed to be a movie. What the fuck is this shit? Unless these bitches start eating each other's faces, this is not
It's like
Resident Evil.
Resident Evil, the infomercial.
No, this is that, the fuck's that show? It's got the chick from Friends, and like they're always drinking wine and stuff. Like,
Cougar Town.
yeah, that's what this is.
Yeah, Cougar Town.
What? But the TV told me that I was gonna see zombies.
But the TV said, TV's never wrong.
The fuck, man.
What's going on my YouTube? Cutlery Lover got a $1 ounce of silver, apparently.
Dude, I heard fucking silver and gold like crashed yesterday hard.
Why Volcano must have been pissed.
Well, no, he probably bought more. I mean, that's the fucking thing, dude. When it crashes, like, buy the shit out of it because it's going back up. I just don't fall into his philosophy of the whole like paper money is going to be worthless and the fucking, you know.
Oh, who? You're talking about Cutlery Lover?
No, Hawaii Volcano Squad.
Oh,
he's always talking about gold and shit and how, you know, the fiat dollar is going to be worthless and you won't even be able to wipe your ass with it, and like, and he means like next week. Like, he's not talking like in the future. He like he's convinced that the fucking economy is just going to crash like tomorrow.
Well, I mean, going back to the whole concept of if there is a solar flare big enough, or if there is a disease big enough, or if there's a destabilization of the economy big enough, then they're right. For a brief moment in time, paper money will be worthless. Does that mean that silver will be the thing to use? No, because immediately after the destabilization, things like ammunition, medicine, food, water, ability to get water, batteries, ability to charge batteries will be gold. It will be the things that people trade, steal, kill for. But after there's some stabilization and some form of barter economy comes back, then things like silver will again be useful, because I can't carry 20 pairs of hiking boots around with me but I can carry a bunch of silver around with me, and I can trade with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but a box of ammunition will be worth someone's oldest daughter.
Right, because that doesn't weigh a lot comparatively.
But I also think that same theory. I mean, I get what you're saying. I somewhat believe that as well. But I do also think that because it's so ingrained in people's mind that like money is worth something, if you can convince enough people that a piece of paper can be traded at a later time. I mean, that's the whole point. I have a cow. I want a tractor. You have a tractor, but you don't really want a cow. Well, how do we trade, right? I give my cow to someone else who gives me paper. I give my paper to you. You give me the tractor. You give the paper to the dude who has corn. He gives you corn.
Yeah, but that's only good as your belief in the paper having value, right?
Right. And my opinion is that
we went off the gold standard. That's the problem. The paper, every banknote used to say this is redeemable for its value worth of gold.
Right, but even gold is only worth as much as someone's going to give for it. If a piece of gold, if I have a cow and someone gives me a piece of gold, and I try to give you the piece of gold for the tractor, and you say no, then the gold's not worth shit either.
Well, that's true, but again, so if you're talking about a straight barter economy, you're right. But eventually, people will begin to flock towards things that are small and portable that have value greater than or in combination of the value of a tractor. So a handful of bullets, right, will be a great form of currency in the future. That kind of thought, right? But bullets, with as amount of bullets as people are stockpiling now, they're not going to be as many of them. So they're not going to be as rare. That kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right. I guess I just think that it's so ingrained in most people's mind that like even, when GM like went bankrupt and they started a new stock of GM stock, people were still trading the old one. When like everyone straight up said like this is just a piece of paper that says GM on it. Like you don't own a part of the company anymore. It doesn't exist.
Right, but
people were still trading it because they're like, well, that's what you're supposed to do. I think people still value money. I really do.
But you're okay. That's fine, and to some degree it will still have value. That is true, but using the GM example of stock is not an accurate. It's not an apples to apples comparison because
it's not apples. You're right.
Okay. As long as you know that, then it's fine. Because it's like at the end of the world as we know it, right? We're not going to be trading stock. Stock will be worthless paper. It will be worthless.
You're right. My only point, the only reason I brought that up was the example of people, that's how they used to do it, so they're going to still do it. That type of thing.
But then let's stick with your stock example for a second. So if the world ends as we know it, I think you would arguably believe that the GM paper, the stock paper, if you had stock paper, would be worthless, correct? Of little value.
Yeah, I can see that.
So why is the stock that we hold in currency for our country any different?
Because I think there's still going to be a lot more people willing to accept that as currency.
Well, maybe, but if the concept of that currency is only valid because there is a country, then the trust that people have in that currency will fade as the chance of that country coming back to power also fades. So given enough time, American currency will only be a novelty or a historical relic, if you think about it like that. Did I just blow your mind? Is that why you're not replying?
Well, I wouldn't say blow. I'm just thinking.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a similar concept, right? So if paper stock or even digital stock, but if the world ended, we'd for sure know our digital stock is worthless. So if you had paper stock, and the shit goes to hell in a handbasket, then that stock has very little value. Your Apple stock that is worth almost $1,000 now, or whatever the hell it's at, like is worthless basically. And so is that $100 bill. Now, the $100 bill will have a slower degradation of value But the further we get from there being a United States, the less it will be worth.
I can see that.
And if there's nothing that can step up to replace it in the form of another form of currency, then people will default to things of either tangible or intangible value. And I get what you're saying, because silver and gold largely have intangible value. You don't really do anything with gold. You just collect it, and you look at it and you go, well, that's pretty.
Right. It has value because in the future you can give it to someone else for
Gold
goods and
has lots of
services.
value. Look at all of our electronics, our circuit boards, our gold's like a great conductor.
Yeah, but that's only valuable if you have infrastructure and manufacturing. But if the world ends, then it doesn't matter how good gold is as a conductor, because some of us will be using it that way, like me.
Right, and that's the thing to remember is that, you know, if we're sticking with the EMP or whatever, it fries all the electronics that are here now. It doesn't mean if you build electronic thing tomorrow that it doesn't work anymore. So people will start rebuild, you know, power plants and whatever, you know, whatever they need to do and make electronics and shit.
Right. So it's a, you know, the discussion of currency, I always find an interesting one, because people take such hard lines to it, and their hard line stance is only valid at a particular moment in time. But as we get further away from there being a stabilized government, or further away from chaos after the destabilization, people will start to adopt things like a currency, like gold, right? Like, so gold will end up gaining. So if there's massive destabilization, gold won't be worth anything, because nothing other than your basic human necessities will be of value. But then once you establish your basic human necessities, you will begin looking to enhance the situation you are in, and you could use gold and silver to enhance that situation. That's the argument. So take it easy, Mr. Nuts. If all you are looking at is the immediate moments after a destabilization, then you're right. People aren't going to be trading with gold, or they will, but it'll have very low value. So, you know, I've got a bottle of Tylenol, trade you that ounce of gold for it. And if you need Tylenol or you need some kind of antibiotic, you will give me that gold. But in the 6 months to a year later, after some destabilization, that gold will be worth way more than it was at the immediate moment of destabilization.
Right.
Much like my antibiotics will be worth less as well.
Right. As people start like making new ones, then it
Right.
doesn't really matter as much anymore.
It's the fluctuation of the market, right? So
Right.
it's if you only look at a chaotic singular moment after destabilization, then you are right. Gold and silver will not be worth as much. Copper may maintain value, because copper is, of all the metals, copper, silver, and gold, copper has the most immediate usefulness. Like it has immediate intrinsic usefulness. Silver has a secondary usefulness in terms of like colloidal silver and some medical medical usages that people don't really explore. And then gold has probably like the least usefulness, except for the fact that it is super good for conducting electricity.
Silver for electromagnets and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. But copper is more plentiful, and you'd end up using that first, because the slight improvement on conductivity you get.
And all the copper is being used for, you know, artillery shells and shit for the war, just like World War II. In World War II, the government had to pull out fucking tons of silver out of the reserve to build their Manhattan Project, to build the electromagnets and stuff. They had to use silver.
No,
hold on. They didn't have the copper to do
Hold
it.
on. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that that example doesn't apply here, because we're talking about a destabilization. When there's a destabilization and people are killing each other over a bottle of water, no one is building a fucking electrical magnet, right? So you would use copper in that, though, because copper is much more plentiful than silver and gold, right? So you would repurpose copper. So pennies, people would be smelting that shit down to make ingots to actually use to deploy for all kinds of stuff. And yes, one of the things, like if you want a fun little weekend project, go get yourself an alternator from some kind of car and build yourself either a some kind of way of powering an alternator to charge a battery, and just keep it. And then now you got peace of mind, because having the ability to charge a battery in the future, if there ever was a destabilization, is massively important, particularly one that doesn't require the burning of a fossil fuel. So like solar's good, but solar, will run out. But alternators, you can hook that up to a bicycle, and you can pedal your way to Armageddon wealth and prosperity.
Did you ever see that show that was like the reality show called The Colony?
Yeah, I hated that show. I hated it. I mean, I liked it for the practical the practical things they did, but the stupidity of like nobody ever wanted to defend themselves ever, and nobody practically did anything to defend themselves.
Yeah, the people were stupid, but it reminded me, because they did that with a stationary bike, and it was supposed to be like they all took turns like riding the bike for a half hour every day or whatever. And like as a group, you could do that, just like always have someone on that thing charging your shit up.
Right.
And I forget if it was the first or second one, because they did have 2 seasons.
Yes,
but
the first one, they figured out how to use the solar panels, and they built a gimbal system that would rotate the sun, or rotate to face the sun.
I think, so is that the one that had to do with the crazy hair who built the flamethrower?
Yes, that's the first one.
Okay, that's the good one, because...
Yeah, the second one sucked.
I always loved, because that was the one where, like, his wife shows up, like, halfway through as, like, a traveler or whatever, like, with a couple group of people, and they, like, invite them in. And so he's showing her around of, like, all the shit that he built, because that dude was, like, the best one. He was MacGyver. He was perfect. But anyways, I always remember just the way he shows her. And look, this is my flamethrower. And she goes, "Why'd you build a flamethrower?" But it's a flamethrower.
He's like, "Because I'm the mad scientist here."
No, that was his explanation. But it's a flamethrower. If that's all you need to say, lady, come on.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was the dude that built the fucking like wood gas generator, and they made the car that ran on wood gas.
Yeah, I have a feeling he either knew how to do that before they brought him to the colony, or he was given explicit instructions on how to make that stuff.
No, he talked about using it in wherever the fuck he was from, like Croatia or whatever the fuck.
Oh,
He was from like Eastern Bloc country,
but
and
keep
they
in mind,
drive their cars around on wood gas. Like, that's just a thing.
Keep in mind, though, that like all of reality television is staged. So
No,
he's
it's
very
not.
cool.
That guy's my hero. Fuck him.
It's all staged, dude.
He's not a plant. He's fucking.
No,
knew
I'm
that
not.
shit.
I'm not saying he's a plant. I'm just saying there's somebody who probably nudged him in the right direction and provided the most
you're wrong.
pristine shit
La,
ever.
la 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 la. I'm not listening. I'm not listening.
Yeah, exactly. Like the best example of material you would need to make a wood gas burner he had, and just the right engine and just the right carburetor that would accept that without having to like scrounge for one. He's like, "Oh yeah, hey look, I just happen to have this really robust fucking 4-cylinder engine, and it's got this really simple carburetor, and hey, it'll take wood gas." You know, it's probably the engine that he had on that show is probably like what everybody on YouTube says you need to go get if you wanted to make a wood burning engine or a wood gas engine. Just a hunch.
You're ruining my childhood.
No, it's not that. It's just nothing is as easy as anybody makes it out to be. Like
I'm renaming you Buzzkill McGee.
yeah, that's fine. Because it's true, man. Everything
You ruined G Webb's book. You ruined my inspirational hero.
Well, G Webb's book is, I mean, the book is good. You should still read it. It's just like if you need apocalyptic scenarios to get into the mindset of to be a little bit more prepared, then okay, more power to you. I don't want to shit in your Cheerios. But if you want to tell me that that's real life and that's what's going to happen, then I'm going to have to hit you with the fucking reality salmon across the face.
Right. Well, like that's why I talk about zombies.
Yeah, I do too. I use zombies because it's just so universally stupid that everybody can get behind it and everybody understands where I'm coming from.
Right. And that's like, don't know. My mom's like worried about me that I'm like crazy because I think zombies might happen. And I only kind of think zombies might happen. I don't think it'd be supernatural. There could be some type of epidemic, like a mutated rabies thing. Because if you think of a rabid dog, it just goes around biting shit. It's just super aggressive and it doesn't care. It stops drinking. It stops eating. It's just like, fucking attack.
Yeah.
If humans started doing that, they'd be basically zombies. But you could kill them just like you could kill any other regular human. Like it don't have to be magic.
Right.
So
well,
that
humans
part of it, you know.
That can happen to humans when they do have rabies and it's allowed to gestate for long enough. That is true. That does happen. It's just it hasn't happened in forever and forever. So there was a movie where it was like some hyper virulent strain of rabies that like when you got it, you like became rabid within like 10 hours. And it all happened in like an apartment complex. And so they sealed everybody into the apartment complex and they just let them quarantine themselves all to death. That's the movie. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that movie's called Quarantine.
Is it? Yeah, that's it. It's Quarantine. Yeah, there you go. Have you seen it? Smeggy, you should go watch it.
I have not seen that.
Yeah,
It's
there's
pretty-
Quarantine 1 and Quarantine 2. Quarantine 1 was the apartment building, and number 2, I think, takes place on an airplane.
Yeah, airport eventually, right? Because they get them off the
Oh, yeah.
airport. Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah. Quarantine 1 was pretty good. I liked the first one. And that's the only plausible instance. But here's the thing with that. If you had such a virulent strain of rabies, if you became rabid that quickly, you would also die that quickly. So it would kill you probably more quickly.
Okay, so what if it was one that didn't kick in so fast, but also was like resistant to any treatment?
I mean, rabies is very resistant to treatment by itself.
So what do they do now with people that get it? It kills them before they go crazy?
No, they just have to give you like 10 shots in the stomach to kill it over a period of time to kill rabies.
Okay, so now let's go in the future because we all know, you know, bugs and viruses and shit are getting stronger and resistant to our drugs. So let's say those 10 shots in the stomach don't work and there's absolutely nothing you can do to cure it. A hospital's not going to start killing people because they're going to start going crazy. Like, they're going to try and save them, and eventually that shit's going to keep spreading, and then bam, zombie apocalypse.
The problem, though, is you need, for something like that to happen, you need a very fast movement. It needs to rapidly come on. If it takes a week, 2 weeks, you'll stamp it out. Just like we stamp out Ebola, right?
Well, what if you don't, though?
Okay, but you do. Because everybody you see then becomes like, everybody that's an outsider becomes a quarantine person, and you quarantine them.
We stopped polio.
Yeah, because we were able to vaccinate against it. Look, I'm trying to save my theory here a little bit, but I'm just saying it doesn't have to act instantaneous. If it's something that is incurable, like whatever. You know.
Ebola is largely incurable, right? But it has a poor transmission. The way you transmit Ebola is through bodily fluids, right? So if you avoid bodily fluids, then you won't get it. So rabies, to transmit it, would require a hyper-violent individual to attack another individual, and then that individual not seek medical care for 2 weeks or a week even, right?
Well, I'm saying, again, in my theory, it doesn't matter if they seek medical care or not because they're not going to cure it.
Right.
So basically, anyone who gets it, it's a death sentence, and they will become violent at some point.
Right, but then you just
how would our society deal with that? I really don't think that we would quarantine everybody. There'd be people that wouldn't do that and it happens in zombie movies when they get bit. They like don't tell the rest of the group they got bit, and then they end up turning like at the worst possible time and whatever. Like, people are selfish, so they're not going to voluntarily quarantine themselves if they can go hang out with their family, and then they accidentally spread it to their family before they're violent. And then their family gets it, and they all go off to go see their boyfriends and girlfriends, and they give it to them.
Yeah, but understand.
Far-fetched, yes, but it's at least not supernatural, and it's
so in the realm of probability, you're not wrong. It is probable. The problem is that, so you're in a small commune of people and you go out on some kind of search party thing and you get some supplies, and Bob disappeared for a couple of minutes and he came back and he's acting a little shifty. And then for the next 2 weeks, Bob has a massive fever and is going through the throes of some kind of whatever, and nobody's just standing there going like, hey, I wonder if Bob's sick. Yeah, we should check into Bob. You'll get the picture pretty quickly that like, hey, these guys have these kind of symptoms, and if they have these kind of symptoms, kick them out or quarantine them. And because it takes over 2 weeks, they're still rational when you're talking to them, but they can't hide the fact that they're having symptoms, because you don't become like full on rabid with rabies until like you're fully fucked.
So then you just let the quarantine people go fully rabid and just start killing each other or whatever?
Well, I mean, you just quarantine them and that's it.
And they break out of the quarantine and now you got zombies.
Well, once they turn, you shoot them, right? But you've got like a week to prepare for that.
Do you think in this society that we would shoot rabid people?
Once enough people start attacking other people, yes. People's societal norms will change real quick.
Yeah, it's possible, I guess. But kind of part of the reason I'm thinking about this, there was this game, it's called like Pandemic, and basically you design some type of like virus or bacteria. You get to pick at the beginning, like is it bacterial or is it virus?
I was going to tell you about this game. I know all about this game. I was going to say this to you. I was going to say what you're saying to me right now.
Madagascar, that piece of shit. I can never get Madagascar.
Oh, the only place that fucks me up is usually Iceland.
No, because Iceland leaves their ports open for a while, so if you can get it on a boat, you can get Iceland. But like the first person in the world like sneezes, and Madagascar shuts down its airport, shuts down its ports, and just lives happily ever after. I'm like, what the fuck? All hanging out with the boomer food and shit.
Just start that shit in Madagascar.
I've done that and I won. That's exactly what I did.
Yeah, the tricky one is fungus. Fungus was a hard one. Trying to kill enough people with fungus is hard because you only have so many spores that you can release.
I don't know if I ever tried a fungus one.
Once you beat it multiple times, they unlock different types of viruses, and fungus was the one that I was like, fuck.
But that's the thing, right? Because the key really was to get it, like you spend your first points getting it as contagious as possible, but as harmless as possible.
Yep.
So you get everyone infected, but they're all just walking around infected. Like, who cares? And then you use up, you get like DNA points or something, or evolution points.
Yeah.
Then you like all of a sudden turn on like the bleeding eyes and the fucking whatever else you could get, and then everyone just like bloop, dead.
Yep. Yep. That's exactly it. Yeah.
So that's where I'm building my rabies thing on. Is if it does take some time, and you're still contagious before people catch on, and it's incurable, because that was a good one too, is build up your medical resistance. Like then once it fucking turns deadly, it's already too late. There's too many people that have it.
Well, do keep in mind too, Pandemic is just a video game. Like no disease mutates that quickly. So that's not how shit works. It usually takes a little bit longer.
Well, no,
like that.
You're right. It wouldn't mutate that quickly. But I'm saying if like built in from the beginning, it was like, I'm super contagious, but I don't do much for the first like month. So, but I spread it
no
for a
symptoms.
month. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or show common cold symptoms, because who the fuck hasn't had a common cold for a couple weeks and just been like, whatever, I'll get better eventually.
Yeah.
And that whole time you're coughing on everyone you work with and you're sneezing everywhere. And if it's like super crazy, like incurable, you pretty much just killed the whole world in that week that you went to work because you thought you just had the sniffles.
Yep. No, I'm with you. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So there you go. So that is my zombie theory.
It is a hypothetical.
Certainly is, but if it helps remind me to pick up an extra case of water when I'm at the store, or buy some freaking like whatever, something.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I get it.
I mean, I think you saw my Instagram post that one day. I was like, it was a Saturday. I'm like, woke up from my afternoon nap, power was out. I'm ready for the zombies.
Yeah.
I pulled out my cook stove. I pulled out my survival food, which actually wasn't that bad. It was like cheesy potato soup. It was pretty good.
That's my joke about like Twitter was out for 5 minutes and just everybody goes to fucking DEFCON 5. That's the joke, right? It's like immediately panic. We've been preparing for this.
Yep. Yeah, I pulled out my big like jug of water, the one that goes like in a water cooler.
Yeah.
So I pulled that out, my AK, and my snowflake candles, because I have a shit ton of snowflake candles. They're like floating candles. They were left over from the wedding reception. We had to buy like a fucking pallet of them type of thing, but they were, like 10 cents a box or whatever.
Yeah.
And we had those all on the table because we had like fish in like little fish bowls with floating candles on top. It was pretty cool. Anyways, but I have like a shit ton of those left over. So anytime I lose power, it's like, well, I'll just light a candle in the middle of my living room and it gives, lights up the room.
Have you guys seen this game? It's called Unturned.
No.
It's Minecraft, but a zombie apocalypse. So you randomly spawn in this server and you're totally naked and you've got to like survive. Can you see my screen right now?
Yeah, is that the one where you start out with like a tiny little like block dick?
No, is it?
If I remember right, it is.
Look at these motherfuckers. I don't even know what's going on. Oh, this is a battle server. I hate these servers. What am I supposed to do? Oh my god.
Those guys aren't shooting you?
No, because we're like in a safe zone or something right now.
Oh, because I'd be worried about like a naked guy running around my house. I'd probably shoot him.
Fuck this. We're out of here. Oh, okay, cool. Great. Fucking equip it. God damn it. When equipped, this applies the cosmic wave. Okay, equip it. God damn it.
Why do you have balls on your face?
I have no idea.
Wow, this game is really entertaining. Oh, you graduated. Good job.
Yep. I just want to play on a regular server. I just don't want to. I don't want to play a fucking team deathmatch of this fucking game. I want to play you're like totally fucked, try to survive game. There was a game that I played called Rust. Rust was pretty good. Rust was the one that was like more realistic because it was like literally realistic human beings. This is all just
with realistic dicks.
God damn it! Realistic penis physics.
Not like legit. Rust was another one where it's like when you were naked, like your dick was flopping about, and it was really weird.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, there's a fucking city right here. That's what I'm talking about. But the zombies are pretty relentless, and so so here I am. So over there is something on fire, and it looks like some zombies. So the goal, and you got to feed yourself too. You need water and food and all that shit. Yeah, those are farmer zombies over there. But you got to go to farms because that's where food is. So I gotta sneak. My wits about me. Tough for the crops. There's always zombies hiding in the crops.
Is tomorrow a holiday? I thought Columbus Day was on Monday.
Columbus Day is on Monday. I get every Friday off. Every other Friday.
No, I'm just wondering why the kids are out of school tomorrow.
Oh, because
you get ready for Columbus Day.
Because taxes. Because they don't have enough money. Because furlough days. All right. Gotta be real cautious here. Because I got no weapons, so I have no way to fight off a zombie. I just have to run. Oh, there's one on the ground over there. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Fuck. This takes me back to playing like EverQuest back in the day.
Is it just me, or do these graphics totally look like Nintendo 64-ish?
It's supposed to look like Minecraft.
Except for round.
Well, it's pretty square.
Minecraft doesn't have round hills like that.
Oh, hey, what's up, dude? Hey, what's up? How's it going? No, we're cool, dude. We're cool.
Oh, he's a black guy. You should stab him before he stabs you.
I don't want to die. I just need food.
Were you actually like talking to him, or were you just?
Yeah,
like...
you can't hear the audio though. I'm not sharing the audio.
Well, I just didn't know because like
I ain't got any weapons for these zombies. He's got a bow. Yeah, there you go. Let's do this. You want that magazine? Go ahead. I don't have anything. There's a magazine on the ground there. Guns are pretty cool in this game.
Oh, that dude's getting
Look,
raped.
look at the black guy doing all the work.
Oh god.
Well, I mean, his name is Hosh Nazi.
Ow. Oh, dude, he's messing me up. Can't do this. You take him, man. You take him out. Right. Time to pillage. Oh, farmer outfit. All right, now I got clothes. Uh-oh, damn it. All right, now I got some clothes. I got a zombie on me here. Okay. I'm gonna have to tap it. You just can't walk quickly. Oh snap! Look at this hat.
it's like I could use some weapons, but oh look, it's a nice hat.
What's this? Okay, I'll take that. Low caliber ammo.
It's what, like a 22?
No. All right, I need food. Hold on here. What's over here? This guy's like, he's talking to me in like, he's like a little kid. This black kid. All right, we got this. We got this. Is that him? Wait, did he? No, I see. Oh man, kids, you know. Thanks, man. That's very nice.
Now shoot him in the back.
Oh, right on. Uh-oh. Wait, so we're in Washington right now.
Oh, watch out for Yankee. It's a good strategy.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Shoots him in the back.
I'm like at 7% life. I'm like at 7% life right now. I'm gonna die.
Can you get like health and stuff, or?
Yeah, you can, but so I'm bleeding, so that's not good. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Save yourself.
If I die, you can have my equipment. You can have my sweet farmer's outfit.
You didn't have to give him permission. He just would have taken it anyway.
That's true. What's this guy's? There's like a. Oh man, look at. Oh, it's locked. Locked. Uh-oh. Oh, he's up there. Well, this stinks. The farms are usually supposed to be where you go to get like food and stuff. Oh, do you know where I'm supposed to go? Is there places to go around here? I'll follow you. Yeah, me too. The kid just told me he's like, this is the first time I played with anybody, because it's just people's like loner status, everything.
Did he just steal the fire?
Now he turned it off. Don't want to waste it.
Oh, is that how fire works? You just like bloop off.
You just click the F button when you're close to it and turns it off.
I'll try that next time I'm at a bonfire.
Yeah, just put your hand in there and hit the F button.
Okay.
That'll shut it down.
Like, well, I'm going to bed for the night. Don't want to waste this fire.
Oh no, that dude's bullshitting you. What you gotta do is stick your hand in the fire and pull out the wood. That's just doing Minecraft to turn off fire.
Yeah, that's right. Dude, Minecraft, man. That's a good game.
That is indeed a good game.
When you dig
Well,
down.
it looks like your health is getting back.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a great game. It's like it's Arson Simulator 2016.
Yes, dude. Yes.
Like legit, every Minecraft session always goes as followed. You meet up with some friends, you're like, yeah, let's build something really cool. You guys start digging, you're like, yo, you stole my shit, and then you burn down their house.
Oh, Seattle's over here. Okay, cool. Oh, Seattle behind me. Yeah, Minecraft is... Oh, okay. Minecraft is the game of like immediately get some flint and steel and go burn everybody's house down.
Minecraft is the game of paranoia and fire.
Is that a tank?
Yeah, it's a tank.
Someone's
Go
in my
steal the
house.
Tank.
Can we get in this? Let's go do this. It's blocked.
Well, fucking break it open. It's a fucking tank. How hard can it be? There's no locks on tanks. Come on. That's ridiculous.
I don't even think tanks have keys.
They don't.
It's just like a button.
Nope, just starter buttons.
That's like the army truck that's parked across the street. It's just a toggle switch to start it up. No locks on the doors.
Hey, there's zombies behind
Go.
me. What? I'm a total newbie at this game. I've barely played it more than a couple of minutes. No.
Ah, zombie soldier. He's got a gun. Probably.
Yeah, there's usually weapons like around. I saw one Jeep Caravan a while ago. The last server I was on.
Do you haven't have
No.
a gun yet, Hosh?
Well, oh shoot, it's. Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh well, that was fun. Okay, respawn. That's cool. I didn't really want to hang out with anybody anyway.
Fuck you guys and your couch.
I want to be a loner.
Although
Oh,
he
was
saved
this-
your ass a couple times right at the beginning, so
Oh, I would just respawn until I like got to where I wanted to be. Like you just keep committing suicide until you're closer to a city, and then you kind of just pilfer and loot and loot and loot.
Just like the zombie apocalypse.
That's right. So he's over this way. I'll just run back over to where he's at. Go away. I don't know how to chat. Damn it. He's over this way. Oh, there's like a base over there and a helipad.
Go steal the helicopter. I think that's also just a button to turn on.
it's probably locked.
Where's he at?
But no, legit. I think you can actually fly helicopters in that game.
Probably. I still got my hat, so things are good. Oh wait, where's the chat?
How'd you get the hat? You had that from like last server.
Apparently, it's an unlock.
A magical hat.
World chat. Enter.
I still have my hat. Morale is high. We'll make it to Oregon.
This is not working. Oh well, fuck it. Where'd Ryan Dude go? Oh well.
So what game is this?
Unturned. Is that him?
No, that's a sign.
No, I see somebody walking around the tank. Is that him?
I don't know how you can see anything in this shit. Of course, I do kind of have a small screen, but...
Yo, what's up? Enter's not working for me. When I hit it, it doesn't do anything.
Ah, he's got a top hat.
Toss him, you got a top hat.
Anime. Post-apocalyptic pimp.
Is that dynamite on the ground, that red thing?
Yeah, there's dynamite. That's pretty cool. Raw explosive.
Get it. Pick it up.
I can't use that stuff right now. You use
Who
it.
the fuck walks past raw explosive and doesn't pick it up, you dumbass? You are so gonna die in the zombie apocalypse.
The person in the zombie apocalypse who still has hands.
Oh, all right. Okay then. Oh yeah, those are all closed up too. Those hatches.
You better
Yeah,
pick
when
up
I
that
hit
fucking
enter,
dynamite.
When I hit enter, it didn't let me. Okay, I got the dynamite.
Thank
And when I hit enter, it didn't do anything. Apple juice.
I mean, I don't know. Is there like a limit to how much you can carry or whatever? And if so, you can just drop that shit later. But for now,
Figure out how to do my keyboard. Yeah, there's world chat. Enter. Yeah, area chat. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why world's not working. What the fuck was that? Oh, okay, cool. I just need like a knife or something. I don't even need a gun. But it's cool. You're better at fighting. You keep the knife for now.
that tank looks open. The hatch is open.
Smeggy, you need to get over this tank obsession.
Get in the fucking tank.
Yeah, what's the secret?
Seem to have a lot of rage towards these tanks there, Smeggy.
Mm-hmm. Someone was touched by it as a child by World of Tanks.
All right, Smeggy, on this model, show me exactly where the tank touched you.
Nowhere, because it was fucking locked. That's the problem.
So you were
Oh,
wanting it
okay.
to touch you. You were dressing provocatively.
No, I
so the
wanted
tank
to
would
touch
you.
it. I wanted to get inside it, but it was locked.
So what you're telling me is Hillary Clinton is defending that tank. This
Um,
court of law.
oh, okay, right on.
Clearly, the child wanted it.
It's not his fault. He was wearing a short skirt.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right, so you can see all the shit. This guy has like hacks on his computer where you can see like everything. Oh, there's grenades.
Oh, you're playing with a hacksaw?
You're playing with Neo from the Matrix?
Get this. Give me some military gear.
I see everything.
All right. But this guy, you got it, man.
What's that?
Smoke bomb. Very cool. You see, I can't do these games like hacking because it's just it takes all the fun out of it.
Well, yeah, dude. Hackers are dumb.
Oh shit!
Unless it's Fallout, then it makes it ever so
Ah,
much
makes
more
sense.
interesting.
Nah, hacking in Fallout's bullshit. Modding in Fallout, however, is
There's a pistol up top.
Same difference.
Oh,
Toggle God mode and just rain mini nukes
wanna go
upon
ahead
all
and
you
take it.
survey.
One of them is you're a faggot, and the other one is you are the king of all you survey.
Oh, cool. There's a knife.
And you have
You want
like
this?
bouncing tits.
Guess I got a pistol now. Cool.
Is it weird?
Now
then,
stab him in the back.
Is it weird then? Like every Bethesda game, like the first thing I always download, like mod wise, is Killable Children.
Nah.
Followed up by tits.
It'd be more concerning if it was tits then killable children. But,
Alright.
you know.
Nah, I have priorities.
I probably changed my inventory to.
Yeah. Takes you out of the immersion if you launch a mini nuke and oh look, there's a little kid walking right out of it. Are you a
baby
Terminator?
just walked out. Was like, whatever. Motherfucker, I eat nukes like that for breakfast.
Like, stop it! That's not nice.
Gonna yoke these fools. Got my Glock on. Oh man, grenade. Grenade. You can take it. I don't need it.
Let's all stare at it for a while. You better pick that shit up if you don't take
Posh is way too nice, dude. Like, he's like, oh, here, just take fucking everything.
Oh Jesus, I did it. This guy's what is this guy doing? Yo.
Yeah, by this point, I would have already taken the grenade.
Do something!
And there would be a bunch of dead people.
Do something! Shoot him!
Tell him you can't have his purse.
Did he just puke at you?
Just throw mouthwash at you.
I'm with the puke thing. I think that's what it was.
Oh god, he's asserting his dominance.